Chapter 6. Insurrectionist Anarchism. Insurrectionist anarchists advocated the formation of small, loosely organized groups that met to learn and discuss ideas, plan direct action, organize talks and countercultural activities, such as dances and picnics, produce or distribute anarchist literature, and engage in violent acts of revolt against the ruling classes and their institutions. The ultimate aim of these different methods of action was the same: to inspire or evoke a revolutionary upsurge by the working classes. In theory, anarchists advocating, praising, and engaging in violent attacks against the ruling classes and their institutions would provoke or inspire significant segments of the working classes to rise up, which would in turn motivate others to join them in insurrection. This would lead to a chain reaction of uprisings, spawning an ever-increasing number of revolts until the working classes had formed a mass movement, forcefully expropriated the ruling classes, and abolished capitalism and the state in favor of an anarchist society. This strategy was advocated by Galliani. He held that the way to revolution, whose initial phase must be the individual act of rebellion, inseparable from propaganda, from the mental preparation which understands it, integrates it, leading to larger and more frequent repetitions through which collective insurrections flow into the social revolution. Although insurrectionist anarchists favored individual acts of rebellion, they also believed that the social revolution would be brought about by the working classes acting as a mass movement engaging in collective insurrections. Galliani endorsed the direct and independent action of individuals and masses, including rebellion, insurrection, the general strike, the social revolution. Cafiero thought that a social revolution would require the violence of the insurgent masses. The three main ideas that constituted insurrectionist anarchist strategy in this historical period were an opposition to formal organizations, a rejection of struggling for immediate reforms, and a commitment to propaganda of the deed. This chapter will establish what insurrectionists thought and how they used the theory of practice to justify or reject particular strategies. In particular, it will provide an overview of how the meaning of propaganda of the deed changed over time. Opposition to formal organizations. Insurrectionist anarchists argued that anarchism as a movement should not be organized through large, formal organizations characterized by such things as having a constitution, elected delegates, yearly national congresses that passed Congress resolutions, and an official membership. Insurrectionist anarchists were initially in favor of federations because anarchism as a movement developed within the federations of the First and Saint-Imier Internationals. Paul Brousse, for example, was one of the main theorists of propaganda of the deed, but also participated in a French anarchist federation that was affiliated with the Saint-Imier International. Similarly, during the 1880s, Must advocated propaganda of the deed, rejected the struggle for immediate reforms, and played a key role in the founding of the American National Federation of the International Working People's Association. From the late 1870s onward, a significant segment of insurrectionist anarchists, such as Cafiero, came to reject formal organizations for strategic reasons, while still advocating federations as a key component of the future anarchist society. Eventually, what had been a matter of strategy was transformed into a matter of principle, and insurrectionist anarchists came to hold that all formal organizations were fundamentally incompatible with anarchist values and goals. It is difficult to establish how many insurrectionist anarchists there were, because unlike trade unions, they did not keep records of their size. Despite the fact that some insurrectionist anarchists claimed to reject all organization, they were not against organization in the sense of people coming together to act collectively as a group. Insurrectionist anarchists themselves usually distinguished between free association, which they supported, and organization, by which they meant formal organization, which they opposed. The Italian anarchist Giuseppe Ciancabilla wrote in 1899 that organization, not free agreement nor free association we mean, is absolutely anti-anarchist. In 1925, Galliani advocated a society based on cooperation, mutual agreement between groups, and the autonomy of the individual within the freedom of association. Yet he also thought that Organizationalists cannot find a form of organization compatible with their anarchist principles. For this reason, he opposed the political organization of the Anarchist Party, by which he meant a specific anarchist organization, and the organization of the craft and trade unions. Critics of insurrectionist anarchism were likewise aware that they did not literally reject all organization. The Spanish anarchist Juan Serrano y Oteza, who advocated formal organization and revolutionary trade unionism, wrote in 1885 that his opponents within the movement do not accept any organization except that of a group, and therefore they do not have organized trade sections, nor do they have local federations, district federations, or federations of trade or trade unions. Their only and exclusive form of organization are the groups or circles of social studies, among which there has not been established any pact or constituted any commission which can serve as a center of relations between the respective collective bodies that pursue the same ends. Several years later, in 1890, Malatesta noted that anti-organizationalist anarchists rack their brains to come up with names to take the place of organization, but in actual fact, they quite sheepishly engage in organization or attempts at organization. Insurrectionist anarchists opposed formal organizations for two main reasons. First, they held that it made it too easy for the state to infiltrate, persecute, and surveil the anarchist movement. In 1874, a group of influential Italian anarchists argued that the wave of state repression that the Italian section of the Saint-Imier International had experienced was a product of how they had primarily organized within a formal public federation. This had enabled bourgeois troublemakers and spies to infiltrate the movement and provide the government with information such that they could track the activities of anarchists and repress them at the opportune moment. From late 1878 onward, the amount of state repression that Italian anarchists faced massively expanded. This occurred due to the Italian ruling classes using an unsuccessful Republican assassination attempt against King Umberto I of Italy as an opportunity to destroy the International once and for all. In 1879, Cafiero responded to these events by arguing that anarchists should establish secret and firm bonds between all of us, because formal organizations display all our forces to the public, i.e. to the police, and so reveal how and where to strike us. 1 year later, the Italian state issued the killing blow to the International in Italy when the High Court ruled that any internationalist organization composed of 5 or more people was an association of malefactors. This enabled the Italian state to arrest and imprison anarchists simply for being anarchists, even if they had not planned or engaged in any illegal actions. At the same time, numerous anarchists were subject to searches of their home, suppression of newspapers, dissolution of groups, extreme limitations on their freedom of association and movement, and deportation to and forcible confinement on desolate islands near Sicily and southern Italy. It was within this context of state repression that the Italian anarchist paper La Gazzetta Operaia wrote in July 1887 that experience teaches that a vast association of a revolutionary character easily offers its flank to the police, therefore to persecution. United and fighting all together under the impetus of a vast association, we run the risk of being crushed with a single blow by adversaries stronger than us. The second reason why insurrectionist anarchists opposed formal organization was that, from their perspective, formal organizations made people unfree and inhibited their membership's ability to act and take initiative. This entailed that formal organizations were incompatible with the unity of means and ends, since they failed to produce the self-determining individuals needed for a successful social revolution and the production and reproduction of an anarchist society. This hostile attitude toward formal organization partly stemmed from the negative experiences anarchists had within the First International due to the actions of the General Council. Formal organizations were above all thought to mirror the organizational form of the state. In February 1887, the Italian anarchist paper Humanitas labeled formal organizations a state in miniature, and argued that they destroyed the spirit of initiative in individuals who expect everything from this organization. In 1925, Galliani similarly claimed that any formal organization has its program, i.e., its constitutional charter. In assemblies of group representatives, it has its parliament. In its management, its boards and executive committees, it has its government. In short, it is a graduated superstructure of bodies, a true hierarchy, no matter how disguised. According to Galliani, constitutions force the formal organization to follow a particular set of procedures, rather than what was appropriate or necessary given ongoing events and the nature of the present struggle. Formal avenues for decision-making and action, such as congresses, filtered out original ideas and reaffirmed the orthodoxy of the organization. When workers wanted to take action themselves and implement their own ideas, they were instead instructed to go through the appropriate committee or were informed that a committee had already been set up to handle this task and would take care of matters. Even federations based on delegates were critiqued for leading to a situation in which representatives and those higher up in the organization made decisions that the wider membership accepted out of discipline, regardless of their own opinions and interests. In each case, the organization would take on a life of its own and control its membership. Galliani rejected the idea that delegates could represent others, even if they had been elected and mandated. This was because every delegate could represent only his own ideas and feelings, not those of his constituents, which are infinitely variable on any subject. He thought it was impossible to anarchically delegate to another person one's own thought, one's own energy, one's own will. Galliani also rejected Congress resolutions on the grounds that they subordinated the minority to the majority and thereby made people unfree. For Galliani, Congresses were only useful and consistent with anarchism if they were just meetings that provided an occasion for individual militants to meet, share ideas, and work together. As an alternative to large formal organizations, insurrectionist anarchists advocated the formation of small, loosely organized groups. These affinity groups, which were also called circles or clubs, were either more or less permanent cells or were formed for a specific task and dissolved once it was complete. They typically had a membership of between 4 and 20 members and were given a wide variety of different names, such as Germinal, in honor of Émile Zola's novel, the Termites Libertarian Circle, the Barricade Group, the Right to be Idle Group, and the Revolutionary Propaganda Circle. An 1885 article in Le Revolté claimed that we do not believe in long-term associations, federations, etc. For us, a group should come together only for a clearly defined objective or short-term action. Once the action is accomplished, the group should reform on a new basis, either with the same elements or with new ones. Thus, anarchist affinity groups were viewed as superior to formal organizations, because the fact that they were loosely structured and composed of a small group of people who knew and trusted one another meant that they simultaneously enabled freedom of initiative while also being more effective at avoiding infiltration, persecution, and state surveillance. If an affinity group was infiltrated or repressed by the state, then, given its small size, the damage to the anarchist movement was less severe than when the same occurred to a large federation. In 1890, Jean Grave argued in La Revolte that affinity groups accustom individuals to bestir themselves, to act, without being bogged down in routine and immobility, thereby preparing the groupings of the society to come, by forcing individuals to act for themselves, to seek out one another on the basis of their inclinations, their affinities. Affinity groups were, in other words, thought to prefigure the social relations of an anarchist society, and so were constituted by forms of practice that developed individuals with the right kinds of radical capacities, drives, and consciousness for achieving anarchist goals. This is not to say that insurrectionist anarchists thought that only small groups of people should engage in actions. Massive crowds containing numerous small affinity groups could, for example, riot without belonging to a formal organization. Large groups of people who were participating in an uprising could quickly form mass general assemblies in order to make agreements about what to do next. They could do so without establishing a federation, electing an administrative committee, or passing binding Congress resolutions. Nor is it the case that affinity groups were completely isolated entities. Insurrectionist anarchists sought to achieve coordination between different groups via informal social networks, which were usually centered around specific periodicals, rather than through the establishment of a formal federation. This can be seen in the history of the paper Cronaca Sovversiva, which was edited by Galliani and based in the United States. It not only spread anarchist ideas and instilled a sense of anarchist identity in its readership, but also connected anarchist groups by publishing their correspondence and announcements in a single place that they all read. This facilitated both the exchange of information and enabled groups to engage in dialogue with one another and make collective decisions. Some insurrectionist anarchists were so committed to their rejection of formal organizations that they viewed those who advocated them as betraying the core principles of anarchism. This resulted in a great deal of polemical debate that could sometimes even turn violent. In September 1899, the anti-organizationalist anarchist barber Domenico Pazzaya shot Malatesta in the leg during a meeting at a saloon in West Hoboken, New Jersey, due to Malatesta's advocacy of formal organizations. He responded in a truly anarchist fashion by refusing to tell the police who had shot him. Rejection of struggling for reforms. Insurrectionist anarchism opposed the strategy of struggling for immediate reforms in the present. As the paper L'Insurrezione argued in 1881, anything that facilitates and brings the time of the insurrection nearer is good. All that keeps it away through maintaining the appearance of progress is bad. This is the principle that guides us. This rejection of struggling for immediate reforms included not only parliamentary politics, which all anarchists rejected, but also participating within trade unions in order to struggle for higher wages, shorter working days, and improved working conditions. Those insurrectionists who did advocate participating within trade unions did so only when they thought it was a good opportunity to undermine the trade union bureaucracy, spread anarchist ideas, develop the spirit of revolt, and persuade workers that their involvement in the trade union was futile and would not achieve their emancipation. This included the organization of wildcat strikes that were not approved or supported by the trade union's leadership. Insurrectionist anarchists rejected struggling for immediate reforms for three main reasons. First, they held that reforms did not challenge, but rather rested upon, the ongoing existence of dominant institutions. Social movements that aim to win reforms will therefore end up consenting to and reproducing the existing economic and political system, rather than overthrowing it. They may start out as revolutionary, but the practice of struggling for reforms will, over time, cause radical capacities, drives, and consciousness to decay, and be replaced by ones compatible with dominant structures. Reforms that are initially viewed as only a means or stepping stone to revolution will, over time, be transformed into the actual end goals of a movement's activity. For insurrectionist anarchists, this process of revolutionary movements being weakened by the struggle for reforms could be clearly seen in socialist political parties that became less and less radical over time in order to gain votes and pass reformist laws through political alliances with bourgeois parties. Second, they thought that the ruling classes only conceded reforms to the working classes in order to calm popular discontent. Although reforms might improve people's lives in the short term, they also stabilized class society and thereby perpetuated the suffering and oppression of the working classes. This is because the achievement of reforms can alter the consciousness of workers such that they come to mistakenly believe that the ruling classes are benevolent, view the state as a servant of the people, and put their hopes in politicians and the law. Reforms could, in short, have the dangerous effect of causing workers to desire a better and more humane master, rather than no master at all. According to Galliani, reforms are the ballast the bourgeoisie throws overboard to lighten its old boat in the hope of saving the sad cargo of its privileges from sinking in the revolutionary storm. Given this, reforms should be seen as the byproducts of threats to ruling class power that are granted when attacks against the existing social institutions become more forceful and violent, rather than being the main immediate goal of political and economic struggle. Third, insurrectionists tended to subscribe to the iron law of wages, which has been advocated by the prominent economist David Ricardo and later popularized among socialists by Ferdinand Lassalle, who was one of the main founders of what would become German social democracy. The concept claimed that real wages under capitalism would always tend toward the amount of money required to secure the subsistence of the worker. For Ricardo and Lassalle, this was related to population growth. An expansion of the supply of labor would lead to a decrease in wages, and living costs would increase due to larger families. The insurrectionist anarchists, in contrast, focused on the idea that any increase in wages that workers won through struggle would be canceled out by increases in the cost of living, as capitalists and landlords charged more for basic necessities such as food and rent. If this were true, then fighting to win higher wages was futile, a waste of time and energy, since any wage increase would not last. In place of struggles for immediate reforms, insurrectionist anarchists advocated immediate violent confrontation with dominant institutions. Galliani argued that tactics of corrosion and continuous attack should be preferred. Immediate attempts at partial expropriation, individual rebellion and insurrection, or strikes that adopt an openly revolutionary character and seek, through the inevitable use of force and violence, the unconditional surrender of the ruling classes. Insurrectionist anarchists held that, instead of waiting for the revolution to happen, it would be better to start the revolution inside oneself and realize it according to the best of our abilities in partial experiments, wherever such an opportunity arises, and whenever a bold group of our comrades have the conviction and courage to try. These tactics were thought to exert the most spirited influence over the masses, and would therefore inspire the working classes to rise up. Propaganda of the deed. If revolutions were, as an article in La Revolte stated in 1890, the product of a spontaneous explosion of the masses' discontent and anger, then the role of revolutionaries was to ignite this anger. Propaganda of the deed was one of the primary means through which insurrectionist anarchists attempted to spread the spirit of revolt and thereby contribute toward the emergence of a social revolution. Historians of terrorism frequently make the mistake of equating the entire idea of propaganda of the deed with the kinds of high-profile assassination or bombings carried out by anarchists at the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century. The idea of propaganda of the deed did not, however, always refer to the advocacy and practice of individuals attempting to murder the ruling classes in the name of revolution. It underwent a process of development over 3 decades of theory and practice. What would come to be called propaganda of the deed started out as the view that anarchist ideas could and should be spread through actions, rather than only through written or spoken propaganda. Propaganda of the deed proceeded to undergo 2 main phases of development. During its first phase, between 1870 and 1880, it largely referred to the practice of anarchists collectively attempting to launch armed insurrections in order to spread their ideas and provoke a popular uprising. This went alongside the view that other forms of collective direct action, such as combative demonstrations, were an effective means of popularizing anarchist ideas and gaining support for the anarchist movement. During its second phase, which lasted roughly from the 1880s to the early 1900s, it transformed into the idea that individual acts of violence, such as assassinating heads of state or bombing crowded opera houses frequented by the wealthy, were a legitimate form of working-class vengeance that would weaken the ruling classes and inspire the working classes to rebel. Both notions of propaganda of the deed shared the idea that revolutionary action by an anarchist minority could successfully spread anarchist ideas and spark a chain of events that would culminate in a social revolution. Where they differed was the kind of action advocated and performed. Propaganda of the deed, first phase. The 1870s began with a series of unsuccessful insurrections. In September 1870, Bakunin and his associates launched a quickly defeated insurrection in Lyon. On September the 26th, they issued a program, adopted by a crowd of 6,000, declaring the abolition of the state and the establishment of revolutionary committees for each commune, which were subject to the direct supervision of the people. When they attempted to implement this program 2 days later, they succeeded in storming the city hall and issuing a variety of decrees only to be forced to flee by late afternoon when municipal authorities called in the army. This was soon followed by an equally unsuccessful second insurrection in Lyon. On April 30th, 1871, the rapid rise and bloody fall of the Marseille Commune between March 23rd and April 4th, and the Paris Commune between March 18th and May 28th. During the violent repression of the Paris Commune, at least 17,000 people were, according to the official government report, executed for having risen up against the ruling classes. Anarchists, in comparison, believe that between 30 and 36,000 people had been slaughtered. The Spanish Cantonalist Rebellion of July 1873, in which anarchists participated, suffered a similarly violent defeat. It was within this context of armed conflict with the ruling classes that the idea of propaganda of the deed arose and gained prominence. In 1870, Bakunin remarked that revolutionaries must now embark on stormy revolutionary seas and spread our principles, not with words, but with deeds, for this is the most popular, the most potent, and the most irresistible form of propaganda. The aim of these deeds was to inspire the masses through revolutionary acts. In advocating this strategy, Bakunin does not appear to have been arguing that assassinations were an effective means of changing society. In 1886, he had responded to Dmitry Karakazov's attempt to assassinate the Tsar by writing that no good can come of regicide in Russia, for it would arouse a reaction favorable to the Tsar. For Bakunin, it was a mistake to think that the Gordian knot can be cut with one stroke. On July 8, 1873, the French anarchist Paul Brousse, who would later become a state socialist, responded to the ongoing Cantonalist rebellion by writing an article for the Barcelona paper La Solidarité Révolutionnaire. In it, he declared that revolutionary propaganda is, above all, made in the open, in the midst of the piled-up paving stones of the barricades, on days when the exasperated people make war on the mercenary forces of reaction. This view, as he would later write in the August 1877 edition of the Bulletin of the Jura Federation, rested on the idea of grabbing people's attention, of showing them what they cannot read, of teaching them socialism by means of actions and making them see, feel, touch. Propaganda by the deed is a mighty means of rousing the popular consciousness. An insurrection that established a socialist commune would have to defend itself, but even if it was defeated, like the recent insurrections of the early 1870s, this would not matter in the long run, since the idea will have been launched, not on paper, not in a newspaper, not on a chart, but in the real political practices of the working classes. It would thus march in flesh and blood at the head of the people. Brousse's insistence on propaganda through insurrection partly developed out of being radicalized by the Paris Commune of 1871. The Paris Commune had, Brousse argued, done more to spread revolutionary ideas in 2 months of fighting than 23 years of traditional written propaganda. This was because, while a person must find, buy, and read a book or newspaper in order to be radicalized by it, an armed insurrection rapidly gains the attention of large numbers of people, including those who cannot read, and puts them in a position where they must take a side in the ongoing struggle. This was not mere speculation on Brousse's part. In Italy, a large number of revolutionaries were driven to socialism by news of the Paris Commune, including future prominent anarchists such as Malatesta, Cafiero, and Costa. Brousse was not alone in holding that insurrections that establish communes have a powerful transformative effect on popular consciousness. Bakunin had himself made a similar point in his unsent 1872 letter to the editors of La Liberté, which was not published until 1910. He wrote in response to the Paris Commune that what makes that revolution important is not really the weak experiments which it had the power and time to make. It is the ideas it has set in motion, the living light it has cast on the true nature and goal of revolution, the hopes it has raised, and the powerful stir it has produced among the popular masses everywhere, and especially in Italy, where the popular awakening dates from that insurrection, whose main feature was the revolt of the Commune and the workers' associations against the state. Cafiero shared this evaluation. In an unpublished chapter of his 1881 Revolution, he wrote that the events of the Commune implanted militant socialism in every civilized land, and the long-awaited distant goal of the propagandist was reached in an instant by the brilliant flash of events. 2 years later, Kropotkin said during his court speech while on trial in Lyon that after the defeat of the Paris Commune, socialism drew new life from the blood of its followers. Its ideas about property have been given an enormous circulation. Nor is Broussais alone in holding that anarchists should, given the powerful propaganda effect of the Paris Commune, work toward the social revolution by launching insurrections that establish new communes. In an August 11, 1877 article in L'Avant-Garde, Kropotkin reacted to the recent violently crushed railway strikes in the United States by proposing that the strikes would have gone differently if there had been anarchists present who had sought to transform the strikes into insurrections that established communes and forcefully expropriated the ruling classes. Even if these proposed communes had been defeated, they would have, like the Paris Commune before them, served as an immensely resounding act of propaganda for socialism. In 1879, Kropotkin argued for this strategy again by insisting that attempts at social revolution must perform the deed of expropriation because it is the most powerful way of propagating the idea among the general populace and thereby motivating other workers to join the emerging social revolution and expropriate their local economic ruling classes. Within the historical context of the rise and subsequent violent defeat of the 1848 revolutions, the Paris Commune of 1871, and the Spanish Cantonalist Rebellion of 1873, anarchists thought that they were riding a revolutionary wave and that the social revolution was imminent. In 1883, while on trial in Lyon, Kropotkin declared to the court that the social revolution is near. It will break out within 10 years. This was not a uniquely anarchist perspective. Engels also predicted that a revolution was imminent numerous times during the 1880s and 1890s. Reflecting on this period in 1904, Kropotkin wrote that revolutionaries and moderates agreed then in predicting that the bourgeois regime, shaken by the Revolution of 1848 and the Commune of Paris, could not long resist the attack of the European proletariat. Before the end of the century, the collapse would come. If the revolution was near then, as Costa wrote in January 1874 with Bakunin's approval, the time for peaceful propaganda has passed. It must be replaced by resounding, solemn propaganda of insurrection and barricades. These words were written in the Journal of the Italian Committee for Social Revolution, CIRS, a secret association whose membership included key Italian anarchists such as Cafiero, Costa, and Malatesta. The group sought to put theory into practice by launching multiple insurrections simultaneously across Italy, which had recently experienced a wave of strikes, demonstrations, and riots in response to high food prices and unemployment. This strategy was opposed by the majority of delegates of the Saint-Imier International at a meeting on March 18, 1874, on the grounds that socialism was not yet popular enough in Italy for armed insurrections to be launched. Despite lacking international support, the Italian Federation nonetheless decided to proceed with its plan. The result was total failure. None of the insurrections attempted on August 7th and 8th, 1874, went as the Italian anarchists had hoped. The people did not rise up in response to CRS's calls for revolution, which they had announced in a bulletin that had been posted to the walls of various cities. The thousands of revolutionaries that were expected to form armed bands did not turn up. Instead, only several hundred assembled, with a mere 5 turning up to join Malatesta's insurrection in Puglia on the night of August 11th. In response, the anarchist militants either quickly disbanded or were soon arrested. Other anarchists were arrested before they could even assemble, due to police spies sharing the anarchists' plans with the authorities. Bakunin was forced to shave his beard and escaped to Switzerland disguised as a priest. The insurrections of August 1874 were viewed by Costa, one of the main organizers, as an attempt at propaganda of the deed. In his 1890 memoir, Costa wrote that the occasion had come, if not to provoke the social revolution in Italy, at least to give a practical example that would demonstrate to the people what we wanted and to propagate our ideas with evidence of deeds. Despite the failure of 1874, the Italian Federation of the Saint-Imier International officially adopted propaganda of the deed as a strategy during its Congress of October 1876. This was done because, as Cafiero and Malatesta explained in a letter published in the December edition of the Bulletin of the Jura Federation, the Italian Federation holds that the act of insurrection, designed to assert socialist principles through deeds, is the most effective method of propaganda and the only one that, without deceiving and corrupting the masses, can delve into the deepest strata of society and draw the cream of humanity into the struggle, backed by the International. In advocating propaganda through the deed of armed insurrection, Italian anarchists were not advocating something new to Italian politics. The strategy had a prior history in the theory and practice of revolutionary Italian republicanism, which much of the Italian anarchist movement had developed out of. Giuseppe Mazzini and his associates had sought to create a unified Italian republic through a strategy of armed bands of revolutionaries engaging in guerrilla warfare and attempting to rouse the nation into insurrection. This can be seen in Mazzini's hope that a defeated 1853 insurrection in Milan would have been the kindling of a universal fire throughout Italy if it had lasted 24 hours. Malatesta later claimed in 1897 that the early anarchist movement in Italy had believed in the youthful illusion, which we inherited from Mazzinianism, of imminent revolution achievable through the efforts of the few without due preparation in the masses. The attempted insurrections launched by Italian Republicans were consistently unsuccessful. They often failed, like the future anarchist insurrections, due to the state knowing of the plots before they were launched. The exception was in 1860 when Giuseppe Garibaldi, a longtime associate of Mazzini, contributed to the unification of Italy by invading Sicily with roughly 1,000 poorly armed men, and subsequently, after amassing a much larger army of 20,000 soldiers, capturing Naples. An inkling of the effect that Garibaldi's actions had on the developing socialist movement can be seen in Kropotkin's insistence in an 1897 letter to Maria Isiding Goldsmith that between 1859 and 1860, Garibaldi's brave campaigns did more to spread the liberal, radical spirit of revolt and socialism right across Europe than anything else. The strategy of forming armed bands that launched insurrections coincided with some Republican revolutionaries unsuccessfully attempting to assassinate monarchs. On January 14, 1858, Felice Orsini and two accomplices tried to assassinate Emperor Napoleon III of France with explosives. The 3 bombs that were thrown killed 8 and wounded at least 156 people, but barely harmed the emperor. On December 8th, the soldier Agesilao Milano stabbed and wounded King Ferdinand II of Naples with a bayonet. These Republican acts of violence, be they collective revolts or individual attacks, had a profound influence on Italian anarchism. Malatesta remembered in 1932 that the idea of violence, even in the sense of the individual attentat, which many today believe characteristic of anarchism, was inherited by us from democracy. Before accepting the teachings of Bakunin, the Italian anarchists Fanelli, Friscia, Gambuzzi had admired and exalted Agesilao Milano, Felice Orsini, and coups de main typical of Mazzini. When they passed over to the International, they were not taught anything in this camp that they had not already learned from Mazzini and Garibaldi. Italian anarchists were particularly influenced by Carlo Pisacane, whose writings they discovered in the mid-1870s. Pisacane was a socialist influenced by Proudhon and was chief of staff of Mazzini's Republican Army of 1849. In 1857, shortly before dying in a failed insurrection at Sapri, which he co-organized with Mazzini, he wrote that ideas spring from deeds and not the other way around. Conspiracies, plots, and attempted uprisings are the succession of deeds whereby Italy proceeds toward her goal of unity. The flash of Milano's bayonet was a more effective propaganda than 1,000 volumes penned by doctrinarians. Undeterred by their previous failure in 1874, the Italian anarchists soon made a second attempt at insurrection, which would come to be known as the Benevento Affair. In theory, an armed band of anarchists would roam the Matese mountain range and its surrounding provinces in southern Italy, spreading revolutionary consciousness. One of the insurrectionists' participants, Pietro Ceccarelli, who had previously participated in Garibaldi's campaigns, explained later in 1881 that they planned to rove about the countryside for as long as possible, preaching class war, inciting social brigandage, occupying small towns and leaving them after having accomplished whatever revolutionary acts we could, and to proceed to that area where our presence would prove more useful. Believing that revolution must be provoked, we carried out an act of provocation. We were a band of insurgents destined to provoke an insurrection that cannot and must not count on anything but the echo it may find in the population. Guillaume described the ideas behind this strategy in detail. He wrote, "Our friends in Italy came to the conclusion that, in their country at least, oral and written propaganda were not enough, and that to be clearly understood by the popular masses, especially the peasants, it was necessary to show them what could not be made living and real in any theoretical teaching. They had to be taught socialism through deeds, so that they could see, feel, and touch it. A plan was formed for teaching the Italian peasants, by means of a practical lesson, what society would be like if it got rid of government and property owners. For this, it would be enough to organize an armed band, large enough to control the countryside for a brief time, and go from one commune to another, carrying into effect socialism through action before the very eyes of the people." Again, things did not go according to plan. The Italian state was aware of the plot by mid-February 1877, due to reports from police spies who had infiltrated the anarchist movement. The following month, a member of the group, Salvatore Farina, disappeared after revealing the full details of their plans to the Italian state. Rather than flee the country, the anarchists decided to launch the insurrection at the beginning of April, a month earlier than planned. Doing so did not allow them to escape police repression. Several were arrested before they could even reach the agreed rendezvous point. Those who managed to arrive successfully were forced to flee the area with a fraction of their equipment after discovering and shooting at the 4 policemen who had them under surveillance. During their escape, they were joined by 10 fellow insurgents who had, by chance, eluded the police because they missed their scheduled train. Together, the group of only 26 anarchists headed for the mountains. The armed band was low on men, ammunition, weapons, and food. Traveling to nearby large towns to gather supplies was not an option, since, as the anarchists soon discovered, the government had already occupied the area with 12,000 troops. Given these circumstances, the anarchists were only able to enter 2 small towns, Latino and Gallo. In each case, they did what little they could by burning official documents taken from the town hall, distributing what weapons and money they could find to the local peasants, and giving a speech on the necessity and value of the social revolution. In his speech to the peasants of Latino, Cafiero declared, "The rifles and the axes we have given you, the knives you have. If you wish, do something, and if not, go fuck yourselves." According to Brusa, these events had been a practical demonstration that taught the peasants how much contempt they should have for private property in the state. This lesson appears to have had a limited effect, since the peasants of both Latino and Gallo cheered and applauded the anarchists, only to return to their daily lives once the band had left. One of the reasons why the peasants did not join the anarchists in insurrection was that they were legitimately afraid of what would happen if they rose up. Malatesta later recalled that a peasant in Gallo had asked him how they could know that the anarchists were not, in fact, undercover police attempting to entrap them. Even if they could be sure that the anarchists were not police, an insurrection was still deeply impractical. As the peasants explained to Malatesta, "The town is in no condition to defend itself. The revolution has not yet erupted on a vast scale. Tomorrow the troops will come and massacre us all." After failing to escape the region due to poor weather conditions, the anarchists took refuge for the night in a farmhouse near Latino. They were soon surrounded by soldiers after being informed on by a local peasant seeking a reward. Fighting was not an option. Their weapons and ammunition had been rendered useless by rainfall. Knowing that they would be killed if they resisted, the anarchists chose to surrender without a fight. With their arrests, the insurrection was over. Despite this, the insurrection was not a total failure. News of the insurrection and the subsequent trial, during which the defendants gave speeches on anarchism, garnered the International and its revolutionary socialist politics considerable national attention for several weeks. This was probably a contributing factor in the growth of the Italian section of the Saint-Imier International over the following year and a half. Cafiero, perhaps looking for a positive outcome of the failed insurrection he had participated in, later claimed that the Benevento affair had increased demand for Marxist capital to such an extent that a bookseller in Naples was forced to find more copies after having sold out. Anarchists in Bern, Switzerland, made less ambitious attempts at propaganda of the deed. They attended a demonstration on March 18, 1877, the anniversary of the Paris Commune, and brought red flags with them. The canton had prohibited the public display of the red flag, and the previous year's demonstration by Social Democrats had ended in failure when it was attacked, dispersed, and the red flag was torn up. The aim of the anarchists was to march through Bern defending the flag from attacks by the police. This action was inspired by a Russian demonstration on December 6, 1876, when students and workers had gathered outside Our Lady of Kazan Cathedral after a revolutionary had been killed in prison. At the Russian demonstration, a student carrying a red flag had declared the demonstration's solidarity with all who had suffered in the struggle against Tsarism. The subsequent brutal state repression of the demonstration led to a large increase in public sympathy toward the revolutionaries. The anarchists hoped that their demonstration involving a red flag would have a similar effect and lead to increased sympathy with and support for the Jura Federation, whose membership was in serious decline. On the day of the protest in Bern, roughly 250 demonstrators, several of whom were armed with sticks and truncheons, assembled themselves into a procession and marched forward with the Swiss anarchist Ademar Schwitzgeibel at their head brandishing a red flag. The demonstration, which was attended by several well-known anarchists, including Guillaume Kropotkin and the Frenchman Jean-Louis Pindy, was then attacked by police armed with sabers, and the anarchists defended themselves. During the struggle, 6 policemen and several protesters were seriously wounded. The anarchists were forced to abandon the original flag, but did manage to escape with another red flag and take it to the meeting planned for the end of the demonstration. Kropotkin claimed in a letter written to Paul Robin on March 24th that the protest had nonetheless been a success because 2,000 people, instead of the expected 70, had attended the meeting afterward organized by the anarchists. Their active revolt had gained them an attentive and in part sympathetic public, since there is nothing like courage to win over the people. In August, Bruce argued that the Bern protest was an act of propaganda of the deed that taught the Swiss working class that they do not, as they thought they did, enjoy freedom. This lack of freedom was apparent in how the Swiss state responded to the Bern protest. 30 of the demonstrators were brought to trial and sentenced to periods of imprisonment ranging from 60 days for the 2 anarchists who had struck policemen with sticks to 40 days for Guillaume, 30 days for Bruce, and 10 days for the rest. All the foreign participants were expelled from the Bern canton for 3 years, and with this the movement in Bern lost its leading militants. Propaganda of the deed, second phase. During its second phase, propaganda of the deed developed into advocating or engaging in assassination and bombings. The transformation occurred in response to a vast array of factors that included a vicious cycle of anarchists responding to state violence with violent individual attacks that led in turn to more state violence, and so on. Anarchists being influenced by assassinations and bombings carried out by contemporary social movements such as Italian Republicans, Russian Nihilists, and Irish Nationalists, and the nefarious influence of police spies and agent provocateurs. It is difficult to chart the path from collective uprisings into individual acts of violence, partly because it is rarely clear if a particular attack was carried out by a genuine anarchist attempting to implement insurrectionist theory and engage in propaganda of the deed. Attacks were frequently attributed to anarchists by the police or the press, including sometimes the anarchist press, with little to no evidence. The earliest alleged anarchist assassination attempts occurred in 1878 when Max Hudel on May 11th and Dr. Karl Nobiling on June 2nd both tried unsuccessfully to kill the Kaiser Wilhelm I of Germany. This was soon followed by Juan Oliva y Moncasi's failed attempt to assassinate King Alfonso XII of Spain on October 25th. It is not clear from the available evidence whether either Hudel or Nobiling were genuine anarchists. At best, they were socialists with some loose connections to a few anarchist groups. Although Moncasi was a member of the anarchist-led Spanish section of the Saint-Imier International, it is not clear whether he was an anarchist himself. The first definite anarchist assassination plot occurred in 1880. After guns had failed to kill the Kaiser, the German anarchist August Reinsdorf planned to dig a tunnel under the Reichstag, plant explosives around the building's supports, and ignite them while the Reichstag was in session. Reinsdorf made the mistake of explaining his plan in a letter dated September 1st, 1880, to his associate Johann Must, a German socialist who, at the time, lived in London, edited the journal Freiheit, and had yet to become an anarchist. Oskar Neumann, a spy living in London, heard of the plan and subsequently informed the Berlin police. Reinsdorf was arrested on November 14th while carrying a dagger near the home of the Berlin chief of police, Guido von Madai, whom he planned to assassinate. This escalation in political practice was mirrored by an escalation in theory. In December 1880, Cafiero wrote an article for Le Revolté in which he repeated the old insurrectionist idea that actions were an effective means of spreading revolutionary ideas. What had changed was the scope of acceptable action. Rather than merely advocating armed bands inspiring a popular insurrection, he now insisted that anarchists should engage in permanent rebellion by word, by writing, by dagger, by gun, by dynamite. We shall use every weapon which can be used for rebellion. Everything is right for us which is not legal. He argued that anarchists should immediately engage in violent attacks because, if we go on waiting until we are strong enough before attacking, we shall never attack, and we shall be like the good man who vowed that he wouldn't go into the sea until he had learned to swim. It is precisely revolutionary action which develops our strength, just as exercise develops the strength of our muscles. He predicted that if anarchists fought and died for popular movements, then the seeds of socialism they contained would grow and flower into a revolution. Cafiero, in short, held that engaging in revolutionary violence would simultaneously develop the capacities of anarchists and instill radical drives and consciousness within the working classes. A few months later, Cafiero wrote a letter to the paper Il Grido del Popolo, in which he advocated armed struggle in more detail. Anarchist militants were to form a group in their area composed of between 6 and 10 men or women and engage in violent attacks, including with explosives, against capitalism and the state. He optimistically predicted that their actions will find echoes all over the world. Hardly will the actions of one group have begun when the whole country will be covered in groups and action become generalized. Every group will be its own center of action, with a plan all of its own, and a multiplicity of varied and harmonic initiatives. The concept of the whole war will be one only: the destruction of all oppressors and exploiters. Propaganda of the deed soon came to be enshrined in the resolutions of the International Social Revolutionary Congress, which met in London between July 14th and 20th, 1881, and was conceived as an attempt to refound the International. The Congress was attended by 45 delegates, claiming to represent 60 federations and 59 individual groups, with a total membership of 50,000 people. One of the most vocal delegates was the French police agent Egide Spilieu, who operated under the pseudonym Serrault and had successfully infiltrated the movement. After a significant amount of discussion and debate, the delegates agreed to adopt the following resolution. The International Working Men's Association deems it necessary to add propaganda by deed to oral and written propaganda. It is absolutely necessary to exert every effort toward propagating by deeds the revolutionary idea and to arouse the spirit of revolt in those sections of the popular masses who still harbor illusions about the effectiveness of legal methods. Whereas the agricultural workers are still outside the revolutionary movement, it is absolutely necessary to make every effort to win them to our cause, and to keep in mind that a deed performed against the existing institutions appeals to the masses much more than thousands of leaflets and torrents of words, and that propaganda by deed is of far greater importance in the countryside than in the cities. Edward Nathan Gans, delegate number 22, and one of the 3 members of the Resolution Committee appointed to summarize the proposals that had been put forward during the Congress, connected propaganda of the deed to the manufacture of bombs. He wrote within the resolution that, whereas the technical and chemical sciences have rendered services to the revolutionary cause and are bound to render still greater services in the future, the Congress suggests that organizations and individuals affiliated with the International Workingmen's Association devote themselves to the study of these sciences. Reinsdorf soon decided to follow these proposals and undertake a second attempt at blowing up members of Germany's ruling classes. As he explained in an 1882 letter to an American comrade, only the bomb could inject the whole bourgeoisie and their slaves with total terror and achieve complete and utter revenge for all the dirty tricks and atrocities they committed. This time, Reinsdorf and his associates in the town of Elberfeld planned to use dynamite to kill Wilhelm I, alongside other key members of the German ruling classes, at the inauguration of the Niederwald Monument on September 28, 1883. The assassination failed. Due to a sprained ankle, Reinsdorf was unable to go himself, and two of his associates, the saddler Franz Rupsch and the compositor Emil Kuchler, went in his place. Kuchler made the mistake of ignoring Reinsdorf's instructions to buy a waterproof fuse. The night before the assassination attempt, it rained heavily, and the cheaper fuse failed to ignite at the crucial moment. In 1884, Reinsdorf and his group were arrested and put on trial for the attempted assassination of the emperor. It turned out that one of Reinsdorf's associates, the weaver Karl Rudolf Palm, who had donated 40 marks toward Rupsch and Kuchler's travel expenses, was in fact a police spy and had been informing on the group from the very beginning. On the morning of February 7, 1885, Reinsdorf and Kuchler were executed, with Rupsch having had his death sentence commuted to imprisonment for life. In parallel to these events, Must, who had known Reinsdorf, moved from London to New York in December 1882 and became an anarchist. During the mid-1880s, Must wrote numerous articles for Freiheit, which declared that workers should arm themselves with guns, dynamite, poison, and knives in order to violently attack the ruling classes and achieve revenge. For example, in August 1884, he wrote that every prince will find his Brutus, poison on the table of the gourmet will cancel out his debt, dynamite will explode in the splendid, rubber-tired coaches of the aristocracy and bourgeois as they pull up to the opera. Death will await them, both by day and by night, on all roads and footpaths, and even in their homes, lurking in 1,000 different forms. In 1885, Must even published an assassination manual for his readers based on what he had learned working in an explosives factory. It was titled The Science of Revolutionary Warfare, a manual of instruction in the use and preparation of nitroglycerin, dynamite, gun cotton, fulminating mercury, bombs, fuses, poisons, etc. This shift to the meaning of propaganda of the deed within anarchist circles did not occur in isolation. Anarchists were influenced by assassinations and bombings carried out by other social movements between the 1850s and 1880s, including Italian Republicans, Irish nationalists, and Russian nihilists. One of the most impactful events was Narodnaya Volya, People's Will, assassinating Tsar Alexander II of Russia with explosives on March 1, 1881. In the aftermath of this attack, an increasing number of anarchists came to argue that anarchists should follow Narodnaya Volya's example and organize their own assassination campaign against the ruling classes. It is not a coincidence that the International Social Revolutionary Congress in London passed a resolution advocating propaganda of the deed and the study of chemical sciences to build explosives a few months after the assassination of the Tsar with explosives. The impact of the Tsar's assassination was clear to anarchists at the time. In 1891, Kropotkin wrote that, when the Russian revolutionaries had killed the Tsar, the European anarchists imagined that, from then on, a handful of fervent revolutionaries, armed with a few bombs, would be enough to bring about the social revolution. This perspective was echoed by Nettlau. He wrote in 1932 that, during this period, anarchists were inspired by the example of fortitude and sacrifice set by Russian nihilists, and thought that, due to the assassination of the Tsar, alongside other examples of revolt, insurrection, and state repression, there was a growing accumulation of acts of violence, which in turn indicated that a general revolutionary upheaval of a socially destructive type was imminent. Although the vast majority of anarchist assassinations and bombings were carried out by genuine anarchists acting independently, there are several examples of the police normalizing or encouraging the use of these violent attacks. Louis Andrieux, the prefect of the Paris police, financed the creation of the anarchist paper La Révolution Sociale in September 1880 through his agent Serrault. The paper, which Serrault helped to edit, published articles advocating violent attacks and provided the reader with instructions on how to manufacture dynamite. In June 1881, a police agent working for Andrieux played a key role in instigating a small group of anarchists to bomb the statue of the former president Adolphe Thiers, who had ordered the massacre of the Paris Commune a decade earlier. The bomb failed to damage the statue and left only a black stain. As mentioned earlier, Serrault attended the International Social Revolutionary Congress in London as a delegate and formed around him a group of supporters that Kropotkin referred to as Le Band Serrault. During the Congress, this group advocated propaganda of the deed, a rejection of morality, the study of bomb-making, and a repeat of actions like the bombing of the statue of Thiers. It was not until the 1890s that the new understanding of propaganda of the deed was implemented by anarchists on a grand scale. The manner in which this occurred varied between countries. In Italy, explosives were largely used to damage government buildings rather than people, and generally did little more than break windows. In Spain and France, by contrast, there were a series of bombings that wounded and killed random civilians who just happened to be in the area. In 1892, Francois Königstein, known more commonly as Ravachol, decided to seek vengeance for the wrongful arrest, torture, and imprisonment of anarchist protesters by the French state. To this end, he bombed the apartment buildings where the judge and prosecutor attorney of the court case lived on March 11th and 27th. The bombs injured 8 innocent people and failed to wound, let alone kill, their targets. Several months later, on November 8th, Émile Henry left a bomb outside the offices of the Carmaux Mining Company, which had recently crushed a miners' strike. The bomb exploded after being moved to a nearby police station, killing 5 people. On December 9, 1893, Auguste Vaillant, an unemployed anarchist who was unable to feed his wife and daughter, threw a small nail bomb into France's Chamber of Deputies in order to call attention to the suffering of the poor. Due to its design, the bomb only slightly wounded several deputies and a few spectators. Despite not having killed anyone, Vaillant was sentenced to death. 7 days after Vaillant was executed, Henri sought revenge and threw a bomb into Paris's Café Terminus on February 12, 1894. His aim was not to target any person in particular, but to kill any random member of the bourgeoisie. The explosion killed 1 and wounded 20. Similar events occurred in Spain. On September 24, 1893, Paulino Payas threw a bomb at Arsenio Martínez de Campos, the Captain General of Catalonia, during a military parade in Barcelona. The bomb, which was thrown in response to the execution of 4 anarchist militants, killed 2 people and wounded Campos and 12 soldiers and spectators. Payas was subsequently executed. Santiago Salvador, who had been converted to anarchism by Payas, sought revenge for his friend's execution by throwing 2 bombs down onto the wealthy audience of the Liceu Opera Theatre in Barcelona during its November 7th performance of William Tell. Only 1 bomb exploded, killing 15 people and seriously injuring 50 others. Other anarchists used blades and guns to engage in targeted assassinations. In 1894, Santo Caserio stabbed to death the president of France, Sadi Carnot. This was followed by Michele Angiolillo assassinating the Spanish Prime Minister Antonio Cánovas del Castillo in 1897, and Luigi Lucchini killing the Empress of Austria Elizabeth Eugenie in 1898. 2 years later, in 1900, Gaetano Bresci killed King Umberto I of Italy with a revolver. In 1901, Leon Czolgosz, who had only recently come into contact with anarchist ideas, shot and fatally wounded the American president William McKinley. On other occasions, anarchist assassins were unsuccessful, such as Berkman's 1892 attempt to kill the capitalist Henry Clay Frick in retaliation for the violent repression of a strike at the Homestead Steelworks. Anarchist assassinations and bombings did not end suddenly at the dawn of the new century and continued for several years after. For example, anarchist bomb throwers failed to murder the King of Spain Alfonso XIII during his 1905 visit to Paris and 1906 wedding in Madrid. The explosions from these 2 assassination attempts injured 124 bystanders and killed 23 people. Over a decade later, the anarchist Émile Coton unsuccessfully attempted to assassinate the French Prime Minister Clemenceau in 1919. The majority of these attacks were carried out in response to the much greater violence of the ruling classes. A clear example of this is Bresci's assassination of King Umberto I of Italy in 1900. A few years previously, in 1897 and 1898, a wave of protests, demonstrations, strikes, and riots had spread across Italy in response to the spiraling cost of bread, which was the primary source of food for the working classes. This direct struggle included women leading raids on granaries and bakeries in order to expropriate food. Bread prices had risen due to an extremely poor grain harvest in Italy, and the Italian state's decision to not lower import duties on foreign grain in order to protect the financial interests of Italian capitalists and landowners. This included the prime minister and finance minister, who both owned vast amounts of land. The Italian state responded to the working class's struggle for adequate food with mass arrests, the mobilization of the army, and the imposition of martial law. On several occasions, protesters armed with little more than sticks and stones were wounded or killed by gunfire from soldiers. In the port of Livorno, 2 warships even threatened to shell working-class neighborhoods. Such threats were not empty. In May 1898, soldiers in Milan not only responded to thrown rocks with volleys of gunfire, they also fired artillery at striking workers, who had attempted to defend themselves by erecting barricades out of little more than furniture, metal grills, and trolley cars. Groups of women who attempted to block the street were met with cavalry charges and trampled under horses' hooves. A crowd of 2,000 students, some of whom were armed with revolvers, were shot at with cannons. The names of 264 people were listed as dead victims in local newspapers, though other estimates ranged from 400 to 800 deaths. King Umberto celebrated this violence by rewarding Italy's highest decoration to the commander of the soldiers in Milan, General Fiorenzo Bava Beccaris. Bresci later claimed that when in Paterson I read of the events in Milan, where they even used cannons, I wept with rage and prepared myself for vengeance. I thought of the king who awarded a prize to those who carried out the massacres, and I became convinced that he deserved death. Such individual acts of violence usually provided an anarchist with the opportunity to engage in propaganda of the word during their court speech, and thereby spread anarchist ideas to a large audience via the reporting of mainstream newspapers. These speeches varied in quality and the extent to which they successfully transmitted anarchist ideas. To give one example, Berkman refused to be represented by a lawyer and prepared a lengthy court speech on anarchism. During the trial, Berkman's speech was unexpectedly badly translated from German to English by a court interpreter. After an hour, the judge abruptly ended the speech, and Berkman was unable to complete it. This occurred despite him offering to cut the part on labor and capital and move on to his discussion of the church and the state. Casario's passionate court speech suffered a similar fate when it was translated into French and quickly read aloud by a court clerk in a monotone voice. His speech nonetheless provides an illustrative example of the manner in which anarchist assassins or bombers justified their violent acts. He declared to the court that anarchists had to respond to the guns, chains, and prisons of the ruling classes with dynamite, bombs, and daggers in order to defend our lives and destroy the bourgeoisie and the governments. Anarchists responded to the wave of assassinations and bombings that began in the 1890s in a variety of conflicting ways. Prominent anarchist authors routinely claimed that the individuals who carried out such acts of violence were sensitive or desperate people reacting to the much greater violence of capitalism and the state. A significant segment of the wider anarchist movement labeled the perpetrators as martyrs who acted heroically in the pursuit of social emancipation. In 1895, the English anarchist Louisa Sarah Bevington wrote that those who did these acts were the very best, the most human, unselfish, self-sacrificing of our comrades, who threw their lives away, meeting death or imprisonment in the hope that their acts would sow the seeds of revolt, that they might show the way and wake an echo by their deeds of rebellion in the victims of the present system. These sorts of statements were part of a broader trend in which the memory of anarchist assassins and bombers were incorporated into anarchist counterculture and took their place alongside other key events of remembrance, such as the anniversary of the Paris Commune. An Italian anarchist group in the United States, for example, named themselves the 29th of July after the day Bresci assassinated Umberto. This trend was not universal or always long-lasting. In Spain, several anarchist papers initially praised anarchist assassins and bombers as martyrs, but from 1898 onward, their names rarely appeared in print media. Anarchists, regardless of what they thought about the individuals who carried out assassinations and bombings, disagreed with one another about whether or not such acts were an effective means of contributing toward positive social change. Galliani wrote articles defending Payas and Vaillant in December 1893, and publicly recommended a bomb-making manual in 1906 that featured an image of Ravachol on the front cover. Several years later, in 1925, Galliani argued that a wave of individual acts of violence was a necessarily intermediary phenomenon between the sheer ideal or theoretical affirmation and the insurrectionary movement which follows it and kindles the torch of the victorious revolution. Just as Broussa had previously thought that anarchist-led insurrections transmitted lessons to the people, so too did Galliani think that assassinating monarchs was a powerful means of communication. It taught the oppressed classes that a monarch, who is believed to be picked by God and wields a vast amount of power, can be killed, and so is just like any other person. Above all, such individual acts of violence taught workers that they could, if they wanted, free themselves and overthrow their oppressors. For Galliani, no act of rebellion was useless or harmful to the cause. Other anarchists disagreed and argued that such actions were tactically misguided and immoral when they targeted innocent people. Malatesta opposed Henri's bombing of the Café Terminus as unjust, vicious, and senseless, and described Salvador's bombing of the Liceu Opera Theatre as an act which killed and wounded needless victims while achieving no possible benefit to the cause. In the case of Michele Angiolilo's assassination of the Spanish prime minister, an act that did not harm any innocent people, Malatesta thought that although the act was morally justifiable, it is doubtful that his deed served the freedom of Spaniards. It is for reasons of usefulness that, generally speaking, we are not in favor of individual attacks, which have been very common throughout history, but almost always have not helped, and have very often harmed the cause they were intended to serve. According to the historian Richard Bach Jensen, during the 1890s, real or alleged anarchist assassinations and bombings in Europe, the United States, and Australia killed at least 60 people and wounded more than 200. Between 1878 and 1914, real or alleged anarchist assassinations and bombings globally, excluding Russia, killed more than 220 people and wounded over 750. Despite such great human costs, which included the needless murder and injury of innocent civilians, the tactic of propaganda of the deed had failed to generate a mass revolutionary movement or inspire large insurrections, let alone ignite the social revolution. It had instead made the social revolution a more remote possibility because it both convinced the political ruling classes, including heads of police, that they were threatened by an international coordinated anarchist conspiracy that had to be destroyed, and provided them with a political opportunity for directing huge amounts of state repression toward the anarchist movement in particular and the socialist movement in general. This state repression included the banning of anarchist papers, mass arrests, and laws that criminalized anarchism specifically. Kropotkin neatly summarized the consequences of this state repression in 1907, when he remarked that it had the effect of thinning our ranks. Ultimately, it is fair to say that insurrectionist anarchism was unsuccessful, insofar as the main forms of propaganda of the deed they advocated and engaged in failed to inspire the working classes to rise up, and in so doing form a mass movement capable of overthrowing class society. The strategy of propaganda of the deed can appear to be doomed to failure from a 21st century vantage point, equipped with the benefit of hindsight and the lessons of over 150 years of attempts to build socialism. As a result, it is essential to understand insurrectionist anarchists on their own terms and contextualize their ideas within the time they lived in. The strategy of insurrectionist anarchism did not develop out of nowhere. It was instead a product of anarchists being affected by and responding to their contemporary situation. This included the belief that a social revolution was imminent due to a recent wave of insurrections in multiple countries, being deeply influenced by the actions and ideas of contemporary social movements, such as Italian Republicans, Russian nihilists, and Irish nationalists, responding to the much greater violence of the political and economic ruling classes toward the working classes in general and anarchism in particular, and the nefarious influences of police spies and agent provocateurs. Insurrectionist anarchism was nonetheless not the only strategy anarchists developed in response to their context. Chapter 7. Mass Anarchism. Mass anarchists advocated forming or participating in large-scale formal organizations that prefigured the future anarchist society and engaged in collective struggles for immediate reforms in the present. It was held that these collective struggles for reforms would, over time, develop a revolutionary mass movement that was both capable of and driven to overthrow capitalism and the state in favor of an anarchist society. The struggle for immediate reforms was, in other words, viewed as the best means to develop the social force that was necessary for launching a successful armed insurrection. Mass anarchists thought this would occur due to workers being transformed by the practice of participating within prefigurative organizations, taking direct action against the ruling classes, and being influenced by anarchists acting as a militant minority within social movements. Support of formal organizations. Mass anarchists advocated building and participating within large-scale formal federations that prefigured the kinds of organization that would exist in a future anarchist society. These tended to be federations of trade unions or community groups, whose membership included both anarchists and non-anarchists, and federations of anarchist militants, which I shall refer to as specific anarchist organizations. The size of organization mass anarchists hope to create can be seen in Kropotkin's argument that the victory of the working classes required monster unions embracing millions of proletarians and the establishment of an international federation of all the trade unions all over the world. Large-scale federations were advocated by mass anarchists for two main practical reasons. First, they held that they were necessary to achieve coordination between and effective action by large groups of people in different areas. In 1870, Bakunin argued that the self-emancipation of the working classes was impeded by their lack of organization, the difficulty of coming to agreements, and of acting in concert. He wrote, "Certainly there is sufficient spontaneous strength among the people. Indubitably, the strength of the latter is much greater than that of the government and that of ruling classes within it. But lacking organization, spontaneous force is no real force. It is not in a fit state to sustain a protracted struggle against forces that are much weaker but much better organized. It is on this undeniable superiority of organized force over elemental popular force that all the power of the state resides. Thus, the real question is not one of knowing if the people are capable of an uprising, but rather whether they are ready to form an organization which will assure the success of a revolt, a victory which is not ephemeral, but durable and definitive." Given this, Bakunin argued in 1871 that to make the people's might strong enough to be able to eradicate the state's military and civil might, it is necessary to organize the proletariat. That is precisely what the International Working Men's Association does, by organizing workers into federations of trade unions. This argument was applied not only to the organization of the working classes in general, but also the organization of workers who were anarchist militants. In 1889, Malatesta complained that some anarchists had attacked the principle of organization itself. They wanted to prevent betrayals and deception, permit free rein to individual initiative, ensure against spies and attacks from the government, and they brought isolation and impotence to the fore. Amédée Dunois similarly claimed at the 1907 International Anarchist Congress in Amsterdam that the anarchist movement in France was disorganized and fragmented into unconnected small groups and isolated individuals. He lamented that everyone acts in his own way, whenever he wants. In this way, individual efforts are dispersed and often exhausted, simply wasted. Anarchists can be found in more or less every sphere of action. in the workers' unions, in the anti-militarist movement, among anti-clericalist freethinkers, in the popular universities, and so on and so forth. What we are missing is a specifically anarchist movement, which can gather to it, on the economic and workers' ground that is ours, all those forces that have been fighting in isolation up to now. This specifically anarchist movement will voluntarily arise from our groups and from the federation of these groups. The might of joint action, of concerted action, will undoubtedly create it. It would be sufficient for the anarchist organization to group together, around a program of concrete practical action, all the comrades who accept our principles and who want to work with us, according to our methods. The second reason why mass anarchists advocated large-scale federations was that they were necessary for developing the kinds of people and social relations that were needed to abolish capitalism and the state and create an anarchist society. In 1892, Malatesta argued that since agreement, association, and organization represent one of the laws governing life and the key to strength, today as well as after the Revolution, it follows that the working classes must be organized prior to the social revolution. This is because tomorrow can only grow out of today, and if one seeks success tomorrow, the factors of success need to be prepared today. This was especially important given that, as Malatesta explained in 1897, workers cannot be expected to provide for pressing needs during the social revolution unless they were already used to coming together to deal jointly with their common interests. For example, supplying bread to everyone in a city would have to be organized, and this required that bakers were already associated and ready to manage without masters. Large-scale formal organizations were, in short, deemed necessary for both engaging in successful revolts and producing and distributing goods and services during and after the social revolution. Insurrectionist anarchists were not convinced by such arguments because they regarded formal organizations as incompatible with the freedom of the individual, and so with anarchism's commitment to the unity of means and ends. Mass anarchists replied that formal organizations were both compatible with freedom and a prerequisite for it. They thought that large-scale coordination and collective action based on voluntary agreement expanded a person's real possibility to act and develop themselves far beyond what an individual could attain by themselves or in a small group. A worker may have the internal ability to help organize a large strike across multiple industries, but they lack the capacity to do so when isolated. The external conditions necessary for the development and exercise of such a capacity only emerge when an organization like a national trade union is formed that unites workers together and thereby enables new forms of action. Mass anarchists also argued that a lack of organizational structures often results in informal hierarchies emerging. Charismatic individuals can, for example, create a newspaper and use it to steer the anarchist movement in a direction of their own choosing, and transform themselves into a prominent leader. In so doing, they acquire a large amount of influence, and use this to further their own positions and interests in manners that are unaccountable to the wider movement, and sometimes even harmful. Formal organizational structures can counter this tendency by creating systems of accountability, such as the editors of newspapers being delegates who are elected and mandated by the members of a trade union. Mass anarchists were, nevertheless, still anarchists, and so opposed to any system of top-down organization based on minority rule and centralization. The conclusions of the 1906 Russian Anarchist-Communist Conference, which were written by Kropotkin, opposed every form of hierarchical organization that is characteristic of the parties of the state socialists, in which members are obedient to a central power and subject to party discipline and compulsion. This perspective was shared by Baginski, who, 3 years later, rejected constraining laws that need a centralistic apparatus for their execution, while advocating a federative association that does not demand subjection from its members, but will rather place understanding, initiative, and solidarity in the place of commands and compulsory soldierly behavior. One hierarchical organization that mass anarchists opposed was the bureaucratic trade union. In 1938, Rocker argued that trade unions, in which decisions flow from a small minority of bureaucrats at the top to workers beneath them, should be rejected on the grounds that they are always attended by barren official routine, and this crushes individual conviction, kills all personal initiative by lifeless discipline and bureaucratic ossification, and permits no independent action. Such top-down systems of decision-making systems were especially harmful because the minority who actually made decisions lacked immediate access to the local information needed to do so. To illustrate this point, Rocker referred to trade unions allied with the Social Democratic Party of Germany, in which strikes had to first be approved by the Central Committee, which was usually very far away and not in a position to pass a correct judgment on the local conditions. This meant that workers in a particular area were unable to engage in sudden direct action, and so effectively respond to their immediate circumstances and concerns on the ground. For a state, centralism is the appropriate form of organization, since it aims at the greatest possible uniformity in social life for the maintenance of political and social equilibrium under capitalism. But for a movement whose very existence depends on prompt action at any favorable moment and on the independent thought and action of its supporters, centralism could but be a curse. The form of organization that would, in the opinion of mass anarchists, simultaneously enable effective coordination between large groups of people and the free initiative of its members was the federation. What such federations were supposed to look like can be understood by examining in detail Malatesta's various descriptions of anarchist organizational structures, especially those he made during a series of debates with anti-organizationalist anarchists in the 1890s. These organizational principles were later implemented by the specific anarchist organization Malatesta was a member of during the early 1920s, the Italian Anarchist Union. It should nonetheless be kept in mind that these are Malatesta's proposals, and, despite being influential, do not reflect what all mass anarchists thought or how all mass anarchist organizations actually operated. Malatesta advocated the formation of an organization that united individuals under a common program, which specified the goals of the group and the means they proposed to achieve them. The purpose of such an organization was to enable individuals to pursue their shared goals by educating one another, engaging in joint activity, and coordinating action over a large scale. In so doing, an organization would develop a collective strength to change society that was not only impossible for an individual to develop in isolation, but was also greater than the sum of the individual's strengths that composed it. Such a formal organization must, given the unity of means and ends, be structured in a manner that prefigures an anarchist society. Whereas authoritarian organizations rest on a division between some who command and others who obey, anarchist organizations are free associations of equals that are formed in order to achieve a common goal. There should be no substantial difference between how anarchists organized before and after the social revolution. They need, today for the purposes of propaganda and struggle, tomorrow in order to meet all of the needs of social life, organizations built upon the will and in the interest of all their members. Anarchist formal organizations, therefore, have to be founded on the principle of autonomy of individuals within groups and of groups within federations, such that nobody has the right to impose their will on anyone else, and nobody is forced to follow decisions that they have not accepted. Within such a federalist organization, each group and individual member would be free to federate with whomever they desired, and to leave any federation whenever they wanted. This freedom of association included the freedom of the federation, or groups within the federation, to choose to disassociate from individuals who violated its common program, such as by campaigning for a politician or supporting an imperialist war. Decisions within the local groups that compose the federation would be made by a general assembly, in which each member had a vote and an equal say in collective decisions. Although Malatesta held that anarchists should aim for a situation in which everybody agreed on a decision, he understood that this would often not happen, and there would be a division between a majority of people in favor of one position and a minority opposed to it. In such situations, where it was impractical or impossible to pass multiple resolutions reflecting each faction's distinct viewpoint, it was expected that the minority would voluntarily defer to the majority, so that a decision was made and the organization would continue to function. If the function disagreed strongly with the majority and felt that this was an issue of supreme importance, then they were free to voluntarily disassociate and leave the organization. Large-scale coordination would be achieved through the organization of congresses, which were attended by delegates that each section's General Assembly had elected. According to Malatesta, congresses of an anarchist organization do not lay down the law. They do not impose their own resolutions on others. They serve to maintain and increase personal relationships among the most active comrades, to coordinate and encourage programmatic studies on the ways and means of taking action, to acquaint all on the situation in the various regions and the action most urgently needed in each, to formulate the various opinions current among the anarchists and draw up some kind of statistics from them, and their decisions are not obligatory rules, but suggestions, recommendations, proposals to be submitted to all involved, and do not become binding and enforceable except on those who accept them, and for as long as they accept them. In order to ensure that the delegates within the Federation did not develop into a ruling minority who imposed decisions on the wider membership, Malatesta proposed a number of limits to their power. First, the delegate would be mandated to complete specific tasks by the group who elected them, such as being a treasurer or voting as instructed at a Congress, rather than being granted decision-making power, which would remain in the hands of the General Assembly who had elected the delegate. Second, the delegate would serve for fixed terms, and the position would be rotated regularly, so that as many people as possible could learn to perform these tasks and take initiative. Third, the delegate could be instantly recalled and replaced by those who had elected them if they did not approve of what the delegate had done. A more concrete understanding of what federations built on anarchist principles actually look like can be seen by examining the Spanish anarcho-syndicalist trade union, the CNT, which was founded in 1910 and had a membership of over 700,000 workers by 1919. Despite suffering multiple waves of state repression and being illegal for several years of its existence, the CNT was able to survive and maintain itself over time. By May 1936, the CNT was composed of 982 union sections with a total membership of 550,595 workers. The CNT was initially composed of craft unions that belonged to both a federation of every union in their specific or similar crafts, and a federation composed of all the other unions, irrespective of craft, in their local area. This formally changed at a national level in 1919, when delegates at the CNT's National Congress voted to form single unions that united all workers in a specific industry, regardless of their profession, within the same union. These single unions were, in turn, broken down into individual trade sections that would deal with any issues specific to their craft. Decisions in the single unions were made by a General Assembly composed of the entire membership. This General Assembly elected a shop steward, who was granted the power to call for work stoppages when the membership instructed them to do so, and an administrative committee. The administrative committee of the single union was, according to the activist manual issued by the CNT during the Spanish Revolution of 1936, composed of a general secretary, treasurer, accountant, first secretary, second secretary, third secretary, librarian, propaganda delegate, and federal delegate or delegates. All the different trade sections within the single union had to be represented within the administrative committee. Who performed what role was decided upon by the elected members of the administrative committee themselves. The exceptions to this were the general secretary, treasurer, and federal delegate, who were specifically chosen by the General Assembly of the single union. The single unions in a particular area combined to form a local federation. The local federations then combined to form a regional federation, and the regional federations together formed the national federation. The local, regional, and national federations were all self-managed by their own respective administrative committees. In order to prevent the rise of a bureaucracy within the CNT, the only paid delegates within the trade union were the General Secretary of the National Federation and the Secretaries of the Regional Federations. Every other delegate was expected to earn a living working in a trade. The administrative committees of the local, regional, and national federations lacked the ability to impose decisions on shop stewards, who were only subject to the instructions of their single union. The local, regional, and national administrative committees were, on paper, supposed to focus their activities exclusively on coordinating actions between various single unions, correspondence, collecting statistics, and prisoner support. During periods of state repression, they ended up taking on greater responsibilities because the close links between the single unions and the CNT's main delegates were broken down. The committees of the regional federations were elected each year at the regional congresses that were attended by mandated delegates from the local federations. In certain unusual situations, the members of the regional committees were expected to consult local trade unions and federations by means of either a referendum or correspondence. A regional committee could be replaced if the majority of local federations within the regional federation called for an extraordinary congress to take place, at which new delegates would be elected. The Committee of the National Federation was, in contrast, a role that was delegated to one of the regional committees on a temporary basis by the National Federation's Congress, which was attended by mandated delegates from every single union in the country. Between national congresses, decisions in the CNT that involved multiple single unions were made at plenums. A local federation's plenum was composed of the federal delegates from each single union's administrative committee, who were mandated on how to vote at the plenum by those who had elected them. These local federal delegates then elected and mandated a delegate to represent the area at a regional plenum of local committees that, in turn, sent mandated delegates to a national plenum of regional committees. A more detailed description of how the CNT was organized is made by the brickmaker Jose Peyratz, who was a member of the CNT from 1922 onward and was elected as the organization's general secretary in 1947. In the CNT, the unions constitute autonomous units linked to the ensemble of the Confederation only by the accords of a general nature adopted at national congresses, whether regular or extraordinary. Apart from this commitment, the unions, right up to their technical sections, are free to reach any decision which is not detrimental to the organization as a whole. It is the unions which decide and directly regulate the guidelines of the Confederation. At all times, the basis for any local, regional, or national decision is the General Assembly of the Union, where every member has the right to attend, raise and discuss issues, and vote on proposals. Resolutions are adopted by majority vote attenuated by proportional representation. Extraordinary congresses are held on the suggestion of the assembled unions. Even the agenda is devised by the assemblies, where the items on the agenda are debated and delegates appointed as the executors of their collective will. This federalist procedure, operating from the bottom up, constitutes a precaution against any possible authoritarian degeneration in the representative committees. The CNT system of majority voting was explained in more detail within the organization's constitution, which was printed on the trade union's membership card. It declared that anarcho-syndicalism and anarchism recognize the validity of majority decisions. The militant has a right to his own point of view and to defend it, but he is obliged to comply with majority decisions, even when they are against his own feelings. We recognize the sovereignty of the individual, but we accept and agree to carry out the collective mandate taken by majority decision. Without this, there is no organization. Members of the CNT did nonetheless disagree about whether or not this system of majority voting, in which decisions were binding on all members, should be applied to much smaller specific anarchist organizations. The Iberian Anarchist Federation, FAI, was a specific anarchist organization composed of small affinity groups. The FAI initially made most of their decisions via unanimous agreement and rarely used voting. In 1934, the Z and Nervio affinity groups pushed for the FAI to adopt binding agreements established through majority vote. The Afinidad affinity group, which included Peyratz, agreed with the necessity of such a system within the CNT, but opposed it being implemented within small specific anarchist organizations or affinity groups. After a confrontational FAI meeting, Afinidad left the organization in protest. The extent to which anarchists within the CNT valued its federalist system of organization can be seen in the actions of the 12 to 15,000 former members of the Durruti column, who had fled to France after the defeat of the Spanish Revolution in 1939 and were imprisoned in the Vernet-de-Riege concentration camp. Despite the abysmal conditions of the camp, lack of adequate housing, food shortages, disease, and very cold weather, the anarchists established a mirror image of the CNT. Every anarchist belonged to a general assembly within their hut, which elected a hut committee to represent them. These hut committees then federated together and elected sector committees, which in turn voted for a camp committee. The camp committee then sent demands from the general assemblies to the French authorities running the concentration camp. In so doing, they practiced what little anarchism they could within the direst of circumstances. Mass anarchists advocated and built large-scale federations, but these were not the only kind of organizations they valued. They understood that different forms of organization were appropriate for different tasks, and to this end also advocated the formation of affinity groups that were either permanent or formed for specific actions and dissolved once the action was complete. The CNT itself contained numerous affinity groups that performed a wide variety of tasks, ranging from publishing texts, organizing debates and lectures, engaging in prisoner support, protecting prominent anarchist militants, robbing banks, and assassinating class enemies. Reform, not reformism. Mass anarchists and insurrectionist anarchists agreed that fundamental social change can only be achieved by mass movements. What separated the two is that mass anarchists believe that, given their immediate social and historical context, the most realistic and effective means to develop mass movements was through the long and patient work of struggling for immediate reforms in the present, rather than isolated individuals or small anarchist groups engaging in propaganda of the deed in order to inspire a series of popular uprisings. Mass anarchists used a variety of different terms to refer to modifications to existing dominant structures and social relations, such as gains, improvements, or reforms. This position was originally advocated by anarchists in the First International. In 1869, Bakunin argued that a significant number of workers could develop revolutionary socialist consciousness through the collective action and practice of the organization and the federation of resistance funds, strike funds, and the real struggle to reduce hours of work and increase pay. An anarchist pamphlet published in 1872 claimed that the International must gradually change the economic situation of the working class, improve working conditions, curtail, diminish, and eliminate the privileges of capital, make these every day more dependent and precarious until capital surrenders and disappears. This can be achieved by resistance, with the legal and open weapon of the strike. This view was repeated 4 decades later by the CNT's paper Solidaridad Obrera, which claimed in January 1917 that radical trade union movements, such as the CNT, were simultaneously committed to achieving the reformism of the reduction of the working day, the increase in wages, etc., and the revolutionism of the anticipation of the proletariat through the abolition of capital and of the wage earner. 14 years later, the CNT declared in its 1931 Madrid Congress resolutions that, although they were openly at war with the state and aimed to educate the people to understand the need to unite with us, to secure our complete emancipation by means of the social revolution, they also had the ineluctable duty of indicating to the people a schedule of minimum demands that they should press by building up their own revolutionary strength. In order to understand why mass anarchists advocated this strategy, it is important to first outline their critique of insurrectionist anarchism. According to Malatesta, insurrectionists mistakenly viewed present society as an indivisible block susceptible to no alteration beyond a radical transformation, and thus regarded as useless any attempt at improvements, and concerned themselves solely with making revolution, which was then not made and remained a distant promise. Propaganda of the deed had been conceived as the means by which anarchists would spark a revolutionary upsurge, but the two main versions of it, Small armed bands launching insurrections and individual acts of violence, assassinations or bombings, had consistently failed to pave the way for mass uprisings, let alone achieve the social revolution. This was despite the fact that insurrectionist anarchists had engaged in numerous revolts, assassinations, and bombings between the 1870s and 1890s. It was argued that these tactics actively encouraged anarchists to isolate themselves from the majority of the working classes in order to avoid state repression, surveillance, and infiltration. Anarchists thus were unable to influence or inspire the working classes in the way that they had intended and hoped for. In 1889, 12 years after the Benevento affair, Malatesta wrote that small armed groups of anarchists failed to inspire revolts because inadequate preparation among and contact with the populace led to the group being scattered and defeated before the people even get to learn what it is that the band wanted. Under these circumstances, the local populace were unable to join the band and could merely look on impassively. Malatesta expanded upon this argument in 1894, when he concluded that a great spontaneous insurrection would most likely not launch the social revolution, because plots and conspiracies can only embrace a very limited number of individuals and are usually impotent to start a movement among the people of sufficient importance to give a chance of victory. Isolated movements, more or less spontaneous, are almost always stifled in blood before they have had time to acquire importance and become general. A few years later, in 1897, Malatesta insisted that uprisings cannot be improvised, and that a revolution without resources, without an agreed-upon plan, without weapons, without men, would be doomed to failure. Anarchists attempting to launch insurrections while they were such a small minority had only resulted in a cycle of 6 months of quiet activity, followed by a few microscopic uprisings, or more often mere threats of uprisings, then arrests, flights abroad, interruption of propaganda, disintegration of the organization, just to start the whole thing all over again 2 or 3 years further down the line. Given this, Malatesta concluded in 1899 that in order for insurrections to be successful, anarchists must, rather than face periodical and pointless slaughter, lay preparations appropriate for the force we are going to have to confront, and federate in order to accumulate the strength required to steer the next popular uprising to victory. The tactics of assassination and bombings, in contrast, contributed toward the anarchist movement suffering an extreme amount of state repression, without achieving any substantial social change worth that price. Such tactics have been conceived of as acts of propaganda, but were instead a key factor in why a significant number of workers became less likely to listen to anarchists and adopt their ideas. They instead came to stereotype anarchists negatively as dangerous individuals, mindlessly spreading chaos and destruction. The French anarchist Fernand Pelloutier remarked in 1895 that, "I know many workers who are disenchanted with parliamentary socialism, but who hesitate to support libertarian socialism because, in their view, anarchism simply implies the individualistic use of the bomb." After McKinley's assassination in 1901, the Yiddish-speaking anarchist Janowski wrote, "The benefits that such an attempt can bring to the propaganda of our ideas are very questionable. The damage, however, is certain and sure." Even Must, who had been a fervent advocate of anarchist assassinations and bomb plots during the 1880s, ended up changing his mind. He wrote in 1892 that there is no greater error than to believe that we as anarchists need only to commit any deed, no matter when, where, and against whom. To have a propagandist effect, every deed needs to be popular. If that is not the case, or if it actually meets with disapproval from the very part of the population it is intended to inspire, anarchism makes itself unpopular and hated. Instead of winning new adherents, many will withdraw. Shortly afterward, Must responded to Berkman's unexpected assassination attempt against the American capitalist Frick by publicly opposing the act. He argued that, in a country where we are so weakly represented and so little understood, we cannot afford the luxury of assassinations. In countries like America, where we still need solid ground to stand on, we must limit ourselves to literary and verbal agitation. Insurrectionist anarchists, had above all been wrong to assume that the revolution was imminent and that the working classes would rise up in reaction to the violent actions of a few. As early as 1885, the Spanish anarchist Serrano had insisted that individual actions, even if they employ thousands upon thousands of kilos of dynamite, will not succeed in any region, nor will they succeed in destroying the bourgeoisie or in bringing about the social revolution. Over a decade later, in an 1897 interview, Malatesta said that, in the early days of the anarchist movement, there was the illusion that the revolution was just around the corner, and as a result, any organizational work that required a long and patient endeavor was neglected. He recalled in 1928 that we put our hopes in general discontent, and because the misery that afflicted the masses was so insufferable, we believed it was enough to give an example, launching with arms in hand the cry of "Down with the masters," in order for the working masses to fling themselves against the bourgeoisie and take possession of the land, the factories, and all that they produced with their toil and that had been stolen from them. In a 1902 letter to Max Nettlau, Kropotkin noted that the wave of propaganda of the deed was motivated by the belief that all it took to trigger the revolution was a few heroic feats, and when this failed to happen, several younger anarchists came to realize that a revolution cannot be provoked by 10 or 100, and that it was a delusion to imagine that a sharp push by a few might successfully spark revolution. A revolution, he said, could only be produced by the slow work of organization and preparatory propaganda among the working masses. This was, of course, not a new insight for mass anarchists, including Kropotkin. In his 1899 autobiography, he claimed that in the late 1870s, he and other members of the Jura Federation understood that to abolish class society, a period of tedious propaganda and a long succession of struggles, of individual and collective revolts against the now prevailing forms of property, of individual self-sacrifice, of partial attempts at reconstruction and partial revolutions would have to be lived through. The strategy of engaging in individual acts of violence above all rested on a false view of social change. Social change is not just a matter of attacking the existing order until it collapses. The transformation of society requires the transformation of the working class's capacities, drives, and consciousness in an anarchist direction such that they learn to self-organize horizontally and undertake a revolution. Killing a monarch or blowing up a building might temporarily scare the ruling classes or inspire a small number of workers, but it will not lead to fundamental social change. A new monarch will be crowned, and the building will be repaired. Society will carry on as normal, because the general population will merely observe the actions of an isolated individual and not have themselves engaged in forms of practice that transform them as people. In the aftermath of any anarchist attack, a typical worker could continue to behave as before and thereby reproduce the dominant structures of class society. An edifice built upon centuries of history, Kropotkin remarked in 1891, cannot be destroyed by a few kilos of explosives. Malatesta made the same point in 1894. One thing is certain, namely that with a number of bombs and a number of blows of the knife, a society like bourgeois society cannot be overthrown, being biased, as it is, on an enormous mass of private interests and prejudices, and sustained, more than it is by the force of arms, by the inertia of the masses and their habits of submission. The mass anarchist alternative to propaganda of the deed, as understood by insurrectionists, was not inaction and relying solely on print media and speaking tours to spread anarchism until the day of revolution. Malatesta's program of 1899 rejected this explicitly, because anarchists would soon exhaust our field of action. That is, we would have converted all those who in the existing environment are susceptible to understand and accept our ideas. Mass anarchists, in other words, held that, since what people think or are open to thinking is a product of their social environment, it follows that focusing on spreading ideas alone will not lead to fundamental social change. Under present conditions, which reproduce class society, only a small number of people will ever learn about and become anarchists through the written or spoken word. Anarchists, therefore, had to cause a gradual transformation of the environment. Progress must advance contemporaneously, and along parallel lines between man and their environment, until an increasingly large number of workers were in a position to learn about and adopt anarchism. This view was repeated by Malatesta in 1922. He argued that, since the will of humanity is mostly determined by the social environment, it follows that anarchists must work to change social conditions in such a way as to produce a change of will in the desired direction, and thereby cause a reciprocal interaction between the will and the surrounding conditions, such that changed people acted and changed social structures that, in turn, changed more people, and so on. Mass anarchists held that the most effective means for causing this gradual transformation in social structures, and the people who produced and reproduced them, was by organizing and participating in working-class social movements that struggled for immediate reforms in the present. In 1892, Kropotkin said that anarchists should permeate the great labor movement, which is so rapidly growing in Europe and America, in order to bring our ideas into that movement, to spread them among those masses which hold in their hands the future issue of the revolution. In 1894, Malatesta argued that anarchists should win the working classes over to our ideas by actively taking part in their struggles and participating in working men's associations, strikes, collective revolt. 3 years later, he insisted that the success of anarchism required long-term, constant, day-to-day work, done in conjunction with resistance societies, cooperatives, and educational circles, of gradually marshaling, organizing, and educating all the fighting forces of the proletariat. Malatesta, in addition to this, referred to specific reforms that were worth struggling for. In 1899, he argued that we must always push them, workers, to demand greater things, but meanwhile, we must encourage and assist them in the battles they want to fight, providing that they are in the right direction, which is to say that they tend to facilitate future gains and are fought in such a way that workers become used to thinking of their masters and governments as enemies, and to desiring to achieve what they want by themselves. Many workers wish to not work over 8 hours. The reform is among those that tend to actually improve the status of workers and facilitate future gains. And we, when we cannot convince them to demand more, we must support them in such a modest claim. Organizing to win reforms through direct action was considered valuable for 3 main reasons. First, and most obviously, achieving reforms improved the lives of workers and put them in a position where they had more time, energy, and motivation to emancipate themselves fully. Malatesta wrote in 1897 that anarchists are interested in people's circumstances being improved to the greatest possible extent, starting today, both because of the immediate impact of reduced suffering and because when one is better nourished, has greater freedom, and is better educated, one has a greater determination and more strength to fully emancipate oneself. This line of reasoning persuaded Goldman to support the struggle for the 8-hour day and abandon her previous view, which she had learned from Must, that it was a pointless reform that distracted workers from launching a social revolution. She changed her mind after a worker at one of her talks against the 8-hour day explained that it would improve the lives of workers, many of whom would not live long enough to see a revolution, and would give them more time to read and enjoy life. Rocker, in comparison, came to reject the idea that reforms should be opposed after he visited extremely poor areas of London. During these visits, he realized that those who have been born into misery and never knew a better state are rarely able to resist and revolt. It is contrary to all the experience of history and of psychology. People who are not prepared to fight for the betterment of their living conditions are not likely to fight for social emancipation. Second, participating in daily struggles for immediate reforms, such as strikes, provided the means to organize and make contact with not only committed socialists who seek each other out, but also the large number of workers who are yet to become revolutionaries. This was especially important because, regardless of what anarchists did, state socialists would participate in working-class social movements and funnel them toward parliamentary politics. If this happened, given the arguments previously explained in Chapter 5, social movements would be transformed from potential threats to ruling class power into maintainers of the status quo. As a result, It was essential that anarchists join struggles for immediate reforms in order to promote direct action and ensure that social movements remained or became forces outside of and against the state. Third, collectively struggling for reforms by means of direct action within prefigurative organizations is a form of practice that can positively transform workers. Whether or not a social movement wins great victories, the process of engaging in class struggle is valuable in and of itself. It enables workers to develop new skills, hopes, desires, and ways of thinking, such as learning how to organize a strike, or realizing that the police exist to violently defend the interests of the rich and powerful. As Guillaume wrote in 1914, "You think that the starting point is the revolutionary ideal, and that the workers' struggle against the bosses only comes afterwards, as a consequence of the adoption of the ideal. I think, on the contrary, that the starting point is the struggle and the ideal comes after, that it takes form in the workers' minds as the incidents of the class war give birth to it and cause it to develop." This theory was advocated for many decades by mass anarchists involved in the trade union movement. Baginski argued in 1909 that the proletariat learns from its daily battles that it is always thrown back on itself, on its own strength and solidarity. Whenever it accomplishes small improvements of its situation, it does so as a consequence of direct intervention and struggle. Its condition is a function of the strength of its unity, its revolutionary insights, initiative, and solidarity. For exploiters concede only what is wrested from them through the development of proletarian power. The practice of struggling for reforms through direct action was valued because it transformed workers, who are typically treated as objects acted upon or represented by others, into self-acting agents who fight for their own emancipation and develop their collective power to transform society. Given this, no one disputes the utility and necessity of wrestling as much as possible for higher pay and shorter hours, but that should be considered in the light of merely preparatory exercises, as training for the final event, the social revolution, and the overthrow of wage slavery. These same ideas were expressed by Rocker through the language of pedagogy in 1938. He claimed that the strike is for the workers not only a means for the defense of immediate economic interests, it is also a continuous schooling for their powers of resistance, showing them every day that every last right has to be won by unceasing struggle against the existing system. As a result, the economic alliance of the producers is both a weapon for the enforcement of better living conditions and a practical school, a university of experience from which they draw instruction and enlightenment in richest measure. The experience of class struggle transformed how workers thought about themselves and the world in which they lived. By reflecting on these life experiences, workers developed new needs and the urge for different fields of intellectual life. The practice of engaging in class struggle was transformative, not only at the individual level, it also altered the social relations between workers. Through their experience of cooperating with one another, such as going on strike in support of other striking workers, they developed a sense of solidarity among themselves, which Rocker defined as a feeling of mutual helpfulness. Developing this sense of solidarity was essential because without it, they would never learn to act as a united class and thereby transform society in their shared class interests. Although mass anarchists advocated struggling for immediate reforms, they were not reformists in the sense of people who view reforms as a political endpoint, or who hold that capitalism and the state could eventually be abolished through gradual reform. In September 1897, Malatesta wrote that the reforms, both economic and political, that can be obtained under certain institutions are limited by the very nature of those institutions, and sooner or later, depending on the degree of popular consciousness and the more or less blind resistance from the ruling classes, a point of irreconcilability is reached, and the very existence of these institutions needs to be called into question. A month later, in an interview with a state socialist, Malatesta explained that anarchists were not a reformist party because in our view, reforms, if and where they can be won, should be only a first step on the way to revolution. This is why we want the people to win them for themselves and feel that reforms are a result of their vigor, so that their determination to demand ever more may develop. This was a restatement of a claim Malatesta had previously made in his 1890 article, Matters Revolutionary. We must immerse ourselves in the life of the people as fully as we can, encourage and egg on all stirrings that carry a seed of material or moral revolt, and get the people used to handling their affairs for themselves and relying on only their own resources, but without ever losing sight of the fact that revolution, by means of the expropriation and taking of property into common ownership, plus the demolition of authority, represents the only salvation for the proletariat and for mankind, in which case a thing is good or bad, depending on whether it brings forward or postpones, eases or creates difficulties for that revolution. As we see it, it is a matter of avoiding two reefs. On the one hand, the indifference toward everyday life and struggles that distance us from the people, making us unfathomable outsiders to them, and on the other, letting ourselves be consumed by those struggles, affording them greater importance than they possess, and eventually forgetting about the revolution. Mass anarchists, in other words, saw the struggle for reforms as the means to bring increasingly large numbers of workers together under a common aim, due to their shared interest in improving their lives in the here and now. In struggling for these reforms, workers would not only change social relations, such as reducing the length of the working day, but also change themselves due to the experience of participating in prefigurative organizations and engaging in direct action against the ruling classes. The consequence of this would be that a significant number of workers would, over varying lengths of time, go from only aiming at small improvements within existing society to being revolutionaries, who were organized and united as a class within federations and who had developed the initiative to act for themselves. This process would repeat until the conflict between the working classes and the ruling classes escalated to the point of an armed insurrection being launched by the social movements that had been developed during previous struggles for reforms. To quote Malatesta's 1899 anarchist program, "One always comes back to insurrection, for if the government does not give way, the people will end by rebelling, and if the government does give way, then people gain confidence in themselves and make ever-increasing demands, until such time as the incompatibility between freedom and authority becomes clear, and the violent struggle is engaged." Mass anarchists understood, alongside anarchists in general, that evolutionary change does not necessarily lead to progress or an anarchist revolution. They were careful about which reforms they supported, who they worked with, and the means they proposed to achieve these reforms. In 1897, Kropotkin insisted that anarchists have to cling to our principles while working with others, and therefore must never allow ourselves to be chosen as or turn into exploiters, bosses, leaders. Never have any truck with the building of some pyramidal organization, be it economic, governmental, or educational religious, even be it a revolutionary one. And never have any hand in conjuring up man's governance of his fellow man in the realm of production and distribution, political organization, leadership, revolutionary organization, etc. For mass anarchists, it was essential, in the words of Malatesta, to fight as anarchists, to remain anarchists and act like anarchists before, during, and after the revolution. To participate within working-class social movements as committed anarchists was primarily for them to persuade other workers to act in an anarchistic manner, such as taking direct action against the ruling classes, making decisions within general assemblies, or coordinating action over a large area via federations. According to Malatesta, anarchists have to take advantage of all the means, all the possibilities, and the opportunities that the present environment allows us to act on our fellow men, and thereby incite the working class to make demands and impose itself and take for itself all the improvements and freedoms that it desires as and when it reaches the state of wanting them and the power to demand them. Malatesta explained in his 1897 interview that, as a rule, we always support reforms that, more than the others, highlight the conflict between property owners and proletarians, rulers and ruled, and therefore are apt to foster a conscious feeling of rebellion that will explode into the definitive final revolution. He rejected false reforms that tend to distract the masses from the struggle against authority and capitalism, and instead serve to paralyze their actions and make them hope that something can be attained through the kindness of the exploiters and governments. One reform that mass anarchists consistently opposed was universal suffrage within existing capitalist states. In 1873, Bakunin argued against struggling to achieve the vote because it would legitimize the state by giving it the false appearance of popular government, and thereby provide the economic ruling classes with a stronger and more reliable guarantee of their peaceful and intensive exploitation of the people's labor. This opposition to struggling for universal suffrage included women's suffrage, which Goldman argued against in 1910, on the grounds that it would not further the emancipation of women. Mass anarchists also rejected methods of winning reforms that consolidated the dominant structures of class society rather than building the revolutionary strength of the working classes. In Malatesta's words, anarchists should never recognize the existing institutions. We shall carry out all possible reforms in the spirit in which an army advances ever forward by snatching the enemy-occupied territory in its path. This led mass anarchists to argue that reforms should be won by imposing external pressure onto the ruling classes through direct action rather than by campaigning for new legislation. For example, in 1875, Schwitzgeibel wrote that instead of begging the state for a law compelling employers to make them work only so many hours, the trade associations, Société de Métier, directly imposed this reform on the employers, patron. In this way, instead of a legal text, which remains a dead letter, a real economic change is effected by the direct initiative of the workers. Or, as Malatesta told a court while on trial in April 1898, there cannot be reforms on the part of a government unless the people demand and impose them. The extent to which some mass anarchists were in favor of winning reforms through extremely radical means can be seen in the history of the CNT. In 1931, brick workers used a diversity of tactics to successfully end a system in which they worked for capitalists, the exploitative contractors. They not only went on strike, but also formed armed groups that would both hunt down scabs escorted by the police and commit arson attacks against several brickworks. Bakery workers went further and, without even going on strike, forced capitalists to give in to their demands for the abolition of night work and changing the start of the working day to 5 a.m. This was achieved by bombing a number of bakeries. Those capitalists who refused to recognize the deal and punished organizers were subject to an escalation of resistance. This began with boycotts that, after they proved unsuccessful, were followed up with more militant activity, such as more bombings. On one occasion, Payrats and a comrade visited a capitalist armed with pistols in order to make him change his mind. It is clear that mass anarchists within the CNT did not reject the use of guns and bombs to achieve reform. They also used them in self-defense against the violence of the ruling classes. From 1914 onward, gunmen hired by capitalists and the state attempted to assassinate a significant number of anarchist trade unionists. In Catalonia, between 1920 and 1923, 104 anarchists were killed, including the former General Secretary of the Catalan Regional Federation, Salvador Chigi, and 33 were wounded. The militant wing of the CNT responded to these violent attacks by organizing armed affinity groups to identify, locate, and kill those responsible. This included the assassination of the Spanish Prime Minister Eduardo Dato on March 8, 1921, by members of an action group in the metal industry. These kinds of assassinations had previously been viewed by insurrectionist anarchists in the 1880s and 1890s as one of the means that anarchists could use to develop a mass movement. Mass anarchists who supported assassinations, in contrast, appear to have viewed them as a means to defend already existing mass movements that had been developed through the struggle for immediate reforms. Armed self-defense by anarchist militants continued over the following years. In July 1931, the CNT's Builders Union responded to a police raid on their offices with gunfire. This led to a 4-hour siege, during which the building was surrounded by hundreds of policemen, assault guards, and soldiers. 6 workers were killed and dozens were wounded on both sides. Violence was also used by some mass anarchists to acquire funds for the revolution. From 1933 to 1935, militants within the CNT responded to the trade union's dire financial problems by launching armed robberies against banks, which on several occasions involved shootouts with the police and fleeing the scene of the crime in stolen cars. Despite the financial gains these armed expropriations brought to the Union, a significant section of the CNT opposed them, including pay rats. Another disagreement among mass anarchists concerned when social movements would shift from focusing on immediate reforms to attempting to spark the social revolution via armed insurrection. During the 1920s and 1930s, there was a long-lasting dispute within the CNT between moderate and radical syndicalist anarchists. The moderates sought to build up the trade union's strength gradually through workplace organizing, while the radicals, who belonged to CNT's defense committees, to armed affinity groups like Nosotros, thought that the social revolution was near and that the time for reform had passed. This led the radical faction to engage in what they termed revolutionary gymnastics, which referred to the strategy of dedicated anarchist militants launching insurrections that would be repressed and thereby inspire an increasing number of workers to rise up. In practice, the series of armed uprisings they organized in January 1932, January 1933, and December 1933 were all unsuccessful and defeated quickly, due to a combination of lack of popular support, insufficient weaponry, and the state being prepared to repress them. Militant minority. Mass anarchists believed that it was necessary to participate in social movements as a militant minority in order to ensure that struggles for reforms did not collapse into reformism and instead developed a revolutionary mass movement that could launch a large-scale armed insurrection. This meant spreading anarchist ideas, acting as key and effective organizers, encouraging or inspiring workers to take direct action, and ensuring that formal organizations or informal groups were horizontally structured and made decisions in a manner that prefigured an anarchist society. In 1931, Malatesta wrote that anarchy can only come about gradually, as the masses become able to conceive it and desire it, but will never come to pass unless driven forward by a more or less consciously anarchist minority operating in such a way as to create the appropriate climate. The notion of a militant minority within working-class social movements was expressed by mass anarchists in a number of different ways. An 1892 article published in La Revolte claimed that although the revolution would be made by the pressure of the masses, these masses themselves are looking for people to take the initiative. They are looking for men and women who can better formulate their thoughts, who will be able to win over the hesitant and carry with them the timid. This required active minorities who were avant-gardist and embodied individual initiative put at the service of the collectivity. Malatesta referred to anarchists as a conscious minority and vanguard. Berkman thought that anarchists were the most advanced and revolutionary element. In Spain, the anarchist militants of the CNT were known among other workers as the ones with ideas. Such language did not mean that anarchists viewed themselves as separate from the working classes or the workers' movement. Anarchism was a social movement whose members were overwhelmingly drawn from the working classes. As Fabry noted, it is de facto a teaching whose followers are almost exclusively proletarians, bourgeois, petit bourgeois, so-called intellectuals or professional people, etc., are very few and far between, and wield no predominant influence. In referring to themselves as a militant minority, anarchists were only expressing the view that they had the most advanced revolutionary ideas within the working classes, and by virtue of this, had a key role to play in the collective struggle for human emancipation. The main task of anarchists as a militant segment of the working classes was to bring about a transformation in the consciousness of other workers such that they came to adopt anarchist ideas, overthrow capitalism and the state, and build an anarchist society. For Dunois, our task as anarchists, the most advanced, the boldest, and the most uninhibited sector of the militant proletariat, is to stay constantly by its side, to fight the same battles amongst its ranks, to provide this enormous moving mass that is the modern proletariat with a goal and the means of action, and so act as the educators, stimulators, and guides of the working masses. This point was repeatedly made by Malatesta. In 1897, he wrote that anarchists should cultivate in the proletariat a consciousness of the class antagonism and the need for collective struggle, and a yearning to establish equality, justice, and freedom for everyone. During his trial in April 1898, Malatesta told the court that anarchists want the complete transformation of society, which must spring from the will of the masses once they become conscious. It is precisely toward the formation of that consciousness that we are working, through the press, the talks, and organization. How anarchists acted as a militant minority varied according to the context. In 1891, it took the form of anarchists in Rome launching a pre-planned riot by attacking the police at a May Day demonstration. This attack was triggered by the anarchist Galileo Palla giving his comrades a signal to begin when he ended his speech by declaring, "Long live the revolution," and then jumped off the speaker's platform into the crowd. This riot, which the anarchist militant minority initiated, lasted for several hours after it spread quickly to the rest of the crowd in other districts of Rome. So sudden was the riot that both contemporary observers and modern historians have mistaken it for a purely spontaneous affair and failed to realize that it was the outcome of conscious anarchist activity. 6 years later, in 1897, Italian anarchists in Ancona, including Malatesta, acted as a militant minority in a different manner by actively supporting the unionization of dockworkers, bakers, barbers, and shoemakers. The Yiddish-speaking anarchist Janowski acted as a militant minority during the early 1890s in London when he opposed a trade unionist called Lewis Lyons, who sought to organize master tailors, who were employers, alongside wage laborers. Janowski combated this attempt to unite groups with opposed class interests by denouncing Lyons's plans in articles he wrote for the Arbeiterfreund, and by speaking at every public meeting that was held on the question, regardless of which side in the dispute organized it. In this way, Janowski was able to defeat Lyons and force him to leave the Jewish labor movement. Janowski was not unique in this respect. Jewish anarchists living in London, alongside Rocker, played a key role in organizing trade unions and strikes. According to Rocker, all the Jewish trade unions in the East End, without exception, were started by the initiative of the Jewish anarchists. In 1912, this activity culminated in Jewish tailors launching a general strike to abolish sweatshops in the East End. The strike, which mobilized 13,000 workers in 2 days, was launched in solidarity with striking tailors in the West End, whose strike had initially been undermined by strike-breaking work within the East End sweatshops. Rocker acted as a militant minority by attending all the meetings of the strike committee, acting as chairman of the finance committee, editing the daily Arbeiterfreund, and addressing 3 or 4 strike meetings a day. After 3 weeks on strike, the workers employed in men's tailoring emerged victorious, having won shorter hours, an end to piecework, better sanitary conditions, and the employment of union labor only. The strike continued within the women's garment industry, where Jewish workers were overwhelmingly employed, until the capitalists gave in. In so doing, they had, according to Rocker, ended the sweatshop system. The majority of anarchist militants who played key roles as organizers were not famous authors like Malatesta or Kropotkin, but self-taught workers whose names rarely appear in surviving primary sources. In the Spanish village of Casas Viejas, a trade union was formed by workers in 1914. One of the main organizers of the local union was a poor charcoal burner named José Olmo Garcia, who provided other workers with anarchist literature, gave fiery speeches on anarchist ideas, and made persuasive points at group meetings. Anarchist attempts to organize or participate in mass movements as a militant minority were, of course, not always successful. To focus on England, Italian anarchists living in London failed on several occasions to organize restaurant workers into a long-lasting trade union, due in part to the temporary and seasonal nature of the work. In September 1908, English anarchists in Leeds participated in a movement of unemployed people that began positively from an anarchist perspective by engaging in direct action, but ended up being taken over by politicians, despite anarchist attempts to push it in a radical direction. Although mass anarchists viewed themselves as a militant minority who sought to influence the consciousness of other workers, they explicitly rejected authoritarian forms of vanguardism due to their commitment to the self-emancipation of the working classes. This rejection took 4 main forms. First, Mass anarchists sought only to influence other members of the working classes through persuasion and engaging in actions that provided an example for others. For Malatesta, all authoritarians see the mass of the people as raw material to be manipulated into whatever mold they please through the wielding of power by decree, the gun, and the handcuff. Anarchists need the consent of the people and must therefore persuade by propaganda and by example. The Russian anarchist Volin similarly wrote that, since revolutionary success can only be achieved by the broad popular masses, our role in this realization will be limited to that of a ferment, an element providing assistance, advice, and an example. Such influence was entirely consistent with the goal of anarchism, since, according to Malatesta, an anarchist society is one in which nobody is in a position to oblige others to submit to their will or to exercise their influence other than through the power of reason and by example. Second, mass anarchists encouraged other workers to act for themselves and self-organize. In 1894, Malatesta claimed that it is necessary that the people be conscious of their rights and their strength. It is necessary that they be ready to fight and ready to take the conduct of their affairs into their own hands. It must be the constant preoccupation of the revolutionists, the point toward which all their activity must aim, to bring about this state of mind among the masses. In a 1929 letter to Makhno, he wrote, "What matters most is that the people, men and women, lose the sheep-like instincts and habits that thousands of years of slavery have instilled in them, and learn to think and act freely. And it is to this great work of moral liberation that the anarchists must specially dedicate themselves." Third, influential mass anarchist authors rejected the view that they were superior to others and instead sought to treat non-anarchist workers as their equals. In 1890, Kropotkin wrote that anarchists who label others as unintelligent if they do not immediately embrace anarchism forget that they were not anarchists from birth, and that it took an extended period of transformation for them to unlearn the prejudices they had been socialized into by class society. 5 years later, in 1895, he argued that, although anarchist militants had an obligation to do everything possible to spread the anarchist idea among the working masses, they should not view themselves as better than the ignorant masses just because we are anarchists and they are not yet. As Malatesta argued in 1894, anarchists should not refuse to associate with working men who are not already perfect anarchists, since it is absolutely necessary to associate with them in order to make them become anarchists. Anarchists had to, in short, take the people as they are and move forward with them. This coincided with the view that anarchists had to not only teach anarchist ideas to other workers, but also themselves learn from the various collective struggles that were organized by workers independently of anarchists. Fourth, mass anarchists opposed the seizure of state power in the name of the working classes because, as was explained in Chapter 5, it would lead to the death of the revolution and the establishment of a new system of minority rule in which the majority of workers were oppressed and exploited. The social revolution could only be achieved if workers decided to reorganize society themselves through their own organs of self-management. All mass anarchists could do to facilitate this process was to act as a militant minority in the same manner that they had done prior to the revolution, spreading anarchist ideas and engaging in actions that implemented the anarchist program and thereby served as an example to others. For Kropotkin, anarchists should not let themselves be hoisted into power during a revolution, but should instead remain on the streets in their own districts with the people as propagandists and organizers, joining in with the people as they look to their food and their livelihoods and the city's defenses, living alongside the poor, getting impassioned about their everyday issues, their interests, and rebuilding in the sections the life of society with them. Mass anarchists continued to advocate this position in the aftermath of the 1917 Russian Revolution. In 1922, Goldman opposed the political power of the party, organized and centralized in the state, in favor of the industrial power of the masses, expressed through their libertarian associations. Given this aim, the role of anarchists was to guide the released energies of the people toward the reorganization of life on a libertarian foundation. 2 years later, Malatesta explained that we cannot make the revolution exclusively ours because we are a small minority. We must therefore content ourselves with a revolution that is as much ours as possible, favoring and taking part, both morally and materially, in every movement directed toward justice and liberty, and, when the insurrection has triumphed, ensure that the pace of the revolution is maintained, advancing toward ever greater freedom and justice. If anarchists were successful in this, their position as a militant minority would fade away during the course of, or in the aftermath of, the social revolution itself, as more and more workers came to adopt and implement anarchist ideas themselves. According to Kropotkin and Malatesta, one of the main ways that anarchists should act as a militant minority during a revolution was by establishing autonomous regions, which refused to recognize the authority of any revolutionary government that was formed. In 1891, Kropotkin wrote that, during a revolution, anarchists would not be able to avert attempts at revolutionary government, but could instead only conjure up from within the people itself a force that is mighty in its actions and in the constructive revolutionary tasks that it is to carry out, ignoring the authorities, no matter what name they may go under, growing exponentially by virtue of its revolutionary enterprise, its revolutionary vigor, and its achievements in terms of tearing down and reorganizing. This self-organized, federated force would undermine any attempts at revolutionary government because a people that will itself have organized the consumption of wealth and the reproduction of such assets in the interest of society as a whole will no longer be governable. A people that will itself be the armed strength of the country, and which will have afforded armed citizens the requisite cohesion and concerted action, will no longer be susceptible to being ordered around. A people that will itself have organized railways, its navy, its schools, is not going to be susceptible to being administered anymore. And finally, a people that will have shown itself capable of organizing arbitration to settle minor disputes will be one where every single individual will deem it his duty to stop the bully misusing the weakling without waiting for providential intervention by the town sergeant, and will have no use for warders, judges, or jailers. In the 1920 edition of Malatesta's anarchist program, which was based on the previous 1899 version and adopted by the Italian Anarchist Union, he recommended that anarchists push the people to expropriate the ruling classes, establish workplace and community assemblies that collectively own and control the means of production, and refuse to nominate or recognize any government. If the wider working classes choose not to do so, then anarchists must, in the name of the right we have to be free, even if others wish to remain slaves and because of the force of example, put into effect as many of our ideas as we can, refuse to recognize the new government, and keep alive resistance and seek that those localities where our ideas are received with sympathy should constitute themselves into anarchist communities, rejecting all governmental interference and establishing free agreements with other communities which want to live their own lives. In 1925, Malatesta clarified that this included, if necessary, engaging in armed self-defense against the violence of the new state. If, despite our efforts, new forms of power were to arise that seek to obstruct the people's initiative and impose their own will, we must have no part in them, never give them any recognition. We must endeavor to ensure that the people refuse them the means of governing. Refuse them, that is, the soldiers and the revenue. See to it that those powers remain weak until the day comes when we can crush them once and for all. Anyway, we must lay claim to and demand, with force if needs be, our full autonomy, and the right and the means to organize ourselves as we see fit and to put our own methods into practice. Chapter 8. The History of Syndicalist Anarchism. Syndicalist anarchism advocated the formation of federally structured trade unions that united the working classes into a collective force, were independent of political parties, and engaged in direct action against the ruling classes. This was to be achieved either by forming whole new revolutionary trade unions or by participating within existing reformist trade unions and transforming them from within. Historically, anarchist authors used a variety of different terms to refer to trade unions, such as societies of resistance against capital, resistance societies, workers' associations, or simply the labor movement. The term syndicalism is itself derived from the French word for trade union, syndicat, and the phrase syndicalisme révolutionnaire, meaning trade unionism that is revolutionary. For the sake of simplicity, I shall be using the English term trade union rather than such historical terms. Syndicalist anarchism was a form of mass anarchism, and so argued that anarchists should struggle for immediate reforms via direct action, especially strikes, sabotage, and boycotts. These collective struggles for reforms would, over time, develop an organized mass trade union movement with the necessary radical capacities, drives, and consciousness for abolishing capitalism and the state in favor of an anarchist society. The social revolution would unfold through an insurrectionary general strike, during which the working classes would stop work, occupy their workplaces, expropriate the means of production from the ruling classes, and smash the state. In the course of the social revolution, the federally structured trade unions would evolve from organizations engaged in economic resistance against the ruling classes into organizations that self-manage the economy, either in part or whole. Although all syndicalist anarchists generally agreed on the aforementioned strategy, they disagreed with one another on two main questions. These were, 1. Should trade unions be politically neutral, or should they be explicitly committed to achieving an anarchist society through anarchist means? 2. Are trade unions sufficient in and of themselves to achieve an anarchist society, or do they need to be assisted by a specific anarchist organization? Three main forms of syndicalist anarchism emerged in response to these two questions: revolutionary syndicalism, syndicalism plus, and anarcho-syndicalism. In this chapter, I will establish what these positions meant and why anarchists came to advocate them. This will be achieved through a detailed overview of the history of syndicalist anarchism, from its prehistory in the First International to the formation of anarcho-syndicalism as an international movement in the early 20th century. With this context in place, I will explain the main strategies that were generally advocated by syndicalist anarchists in Chapter 9. The prehistory of syndicalism. The strategy of revolutionary trade unionism, which would come to be known as syndicalism, was first advocated during debates within the First International and Saint-Imier International. At the September 1868 Brussels Congress of the First International, the Belgian delegate and typesetter César de Papa advocated the formation of resistance societies that organized strikes to win immediate improvements and revolt against the ruling classes. In order to do so, they had to be federated with one another, not only at the level of a trade or country, but across different countries and trades. In the long term, they would aim to achieve the abolition of the wages system through the absorption of capital by labor. The Brussels section of the International supported resistance societies not only from regard to the necessities of the present, but also the future social order. We see in these trade unions the embryos of the great workers' companies, which will one day replace the capitalist companies and embrace whole industries. In February 1869, Dupapa expanded upon this point by arguing that the International already offers the model of the society to come, and that its various institutions, with the required modifications, will form the future social order. The Society of Resistance is destined to organize labor in the future. Nothing will be more easy, when the moment comes, than to transform the societies of resistance into cooperative workshops, when the workers have agreed to demand the liquidation of the present society. Several months later, the Swiss Cordillera District section of the First International held a General Assembly on August 29, 1869, in which a report on strike funds was approved. The report had been written by the engraver Adhemar Schwitzgeibel, who would go on to become the corresponding secretary of the Anarchist Jura Federation's Federal Committee. The report advocated the formation of an international federation of trade unions with a shared strike fund, on the grounds that they were an effective means to collectively resist the domination of capitalists and win higher wages. At the same time, they were viewed as having the great advantage of preparing the general organization of the proletariat, of accustoming workers to identify their interests, to practice solidarity, and to act in common for the interests of all. In short, they are the basis for the coming organization of society, since workers' associations will have to do no more than take over the running of industrial and agricultural enterprises. The strategy of revolutionary trade unionism continued to be articulated within the First International at its Basel Congress, held between September 5th and 12th, 1869, and attended by, among others, Bakunin and Guillaume. During the morning session of September 11th, the delegate Jean-Louis Pindy, who would go on to participate in the Paris Commune and become an anarchist, presented a report that was subsequently passed as a resolution of the Congress. Pindy, a cabinet maker and the delegate of the Paris Construction Workers Trade Union, proposed that all workers should establish strike funds, organize local trade unions, and then link these local trade unions together at national and international levels. In so doing, workers would create an organizational structure and coordinated strike action both within a country and between countries. The goal of these trade unions would be to engage in strikes until capitalism had been abolished and replaced by the Federation of Free Producers. As capitalism was abolished, the trade unions would take over the organization of production and be converted from organs of class struggle into organs of economic self-management. The Federation of Workers at the level of the town would form the Commune of the Future, just as the Federation of Workers at the national and international level would form the Workers' Representation of the Future, under which politics would be replaced by the associated councils of the various trades and a committee of their respective delegates, administrating and regulating work relations. The formation of national and international federations of trade unions was, therefore, not only necessary in order to engage in effective class struggle. It was also an essential component of establishing the social structures through which workers could organize a global socialist economy that, no longer recognizing frontiers, establishes a vast allocation of labor from one end of the world to the other. The same idea was advocated by the French bookbinder, collectivist, and trade union organizer Eugène Varlon, who later played a key role in the Paris Commune and was murdered by the French state in May 1871. He argued that working-class social movements must actively work to prepare the organizational elements of the future society in order to make the work of social transformation that is imposed on the revolution easier and more certain. He was convinced that trade unions were one of the main forms of working-class self-organization that could do so. Trade societies, resistance, solidarity, union, deserve our encouragement and sympathy, for they are the natural elements of the social construction of the future. It is they who can easily become producer associations. It is they who will be able to operate social tools and organize production. One of the main proponents of revolutionary trade unionism in the First International was Bakunin. In August 1869, he argued that prior to the social revolution, the main task of the First International should be to give an essentially economic character to workers' agitation in every land, setting as its goal the reduction of working hours and higher wages through the organization of the mass of workers and the creation of resistance strike funds. In so doing, the First International would, Bakunin predicted, grow into a mass movement that unified and organized millions of workers across Europe, if not the entire world, into trade unions with the capacity to replace the political world of the state and the departing bourgeois. In a revolutionary situation, the First International would, due to its extensive experience of collective struggle, be capable of taking things in hand and capable of giving them a sense of direction that will be really salutary for the people. This included trade unions being converted into organs of class struggle into organs of economic self-management. In 1871, Bakunin declared that the organization of the sections of skilled workers, their federations within the International Association, and the representation through the chambers of labor, sow the living seed of a new social order which shall replace the bourgeois world. They create not only the ideas, but also the very facts of the future. The strategy of revolutionary trade unionism was also embraced by the sections of the First International that would go on to form the anarchist movement. On April 4, 1870, what would become the Jura Federation passed a resolution at the Le Chaux de Fonds Congress. It recommended to all sections of the First International that they direct all their activity toward the federative constitution of labor organizations, the sole means of assuring the success of the social revolution. This federation is the true representation of labor, which absolutely must take place outside of the political governments. An almost identical resolution was passed by the Spanish section of the First International at its founding Congress in 1870, attended by 90 delegates representing 40,000 members. The first Congress of the Saint-Imier International in 1872 declared that trade unions increase the sense of fraternity and community of interests among the proletariat and give some experience in collective living and prepare for the supreme struggle. Given this, our broad intent is to build solidarity and organization. We regard strikes as a precious means of struggle, but we have no illusions about their economic result. We accept them as a consequence of the antagonism between labor and capital. They have as a necessary consequence that workers should become more and more alive to the abyss that exists between the proletariat and bourgeoisie, and that workers' organizations should be strengthened, and, through ordinary economic struggles, the proletariat should be prepared for the great and final revolutionary struggle. The resolutions of the 1877 Verviers Congress expanded upon this point. Congress, while it recognizes the importance of trades organizations and recommends their formation on an international basis, declares that trades organizations that have as their goal only the improvement of workers' situations, either through the reduction of working hours or by the organization of wage levels, will never accomplish the emancipation of the proletariat, and that trades organizations should adopt as their principal goal the abolition of the proletariat through the forceful expropriation of the ruling classes. After the collapse of the Saint-Imier International, this strategy continued to be endorsed by a number of prominent anarchists. In 1884, Malatesta advocated organizing the laboring masses into trades associations based on the principle of resistance and of attacking the bosses. 3 years earlier, Kropotkin wrote that anarchists should organize workers to wage war against capitalist exploitation relentlessly, day, by the strike, by agitation, by every revolutionary means, in order to build a formidable machine of struggle against capital that united workers from every city, village, and trade into one union. This process of class struggle would, at the same time, lead to an increasingly large number of workers becoming aware of their distinct class interests, developing a hatred of their oppressors, and acquiring the belief that capitalism must be overthrown. For Kropotkin, the primary contemporary example of this strategy in action were Spanish anarchists who remain within the working class, they struggle with it, for it, and bring the contribution of their energy to the workers' organization and work to build up a force that will crush capital come the day of the revolution, the revolutionary trades associations. In so doing, they were not only furthering the cause of working-class self-emancipation, but were also being faithful to the anarchist traditions of the International. The Spanish anarchists to whom Kropotkin was referring had founded the Workers' Federation of the Spanish region on September 24, 1881. The organization, which grew out of the Spanish section of the First International, FRE, was a federation of trade unions that by the end of 1882 was composed of 218 federations, 663 sections, and 57,934 members. Its main paper, La Revista Social, had 20,000 subscribers. Spanish anarchists were not the only anarchists to actively participate within the trade union movement during the 1880s. Anarchists in Chicago, including the future Haymarket martyrs Albert Parsons and Auguste Spies, attempted to build revolutionary trade unions and join the struggle for the 8-hour day as a means to spread anarchist ideas. In Turin and Piedmont, Italian anarchists played a key role within trade unions as organizers, delegates, or editors of newspapers. This included Galliani, who had yet to adopt his later rejection of trade unions and formal organizations, but was already beginning to move in this direction by 1889. The extent to which anarchists participated in trade union movements during the late 19th century only becomes fully apparent when one looks beyond the United States and Europe. Between 1870 and 1900, anarchists were instrumental in the creation of trade unions and the organization of strikes in, at least, Argentina, Brazil, Cuba, Mexico, Peru, and Uruguay. The emergence of revolutionary syndicalism. Within Europe, the strategy of revolutionary trade unionism came to be endorsed by an increasingly large number of anarchists in response to the London Docklands strike of 1889, during which a strike by casual laborers grew over 2 weeks into a mass mobilization of 130,000 workers that shut down the entire dock and disrupted supply chains such that factories in multiple industries were forced to close. The strike, which ended with workers winning a wage increase, was reported on by Kropotkin, Malatesta, and Puget in several anarchist papers. In response to these events, Malatesta critiqued anarchists who had opposed participating in the trade union movement, and thereby enabled it to be taken over by moderates and parliamentary socialists. He argued that anarchists should instead get back among the people. Let us organize as many strikes as we can. Let us see to it that the strike becomes a contagion, and that once one erupts, it spreads to 10 or 100 different trades in 10 or 100 towns. In parallel to these developments, revolutionary syndicalism as a self-organized working-class movement began to emerge in France with the creation of the first Bourse du Travail in 1887, 3 years after trade unions had been legalized in the country. The Bourse du Travail were initially labor exchanges where workers could find employment, but over the next decade morphed into working-class cultural, educational, and mutual aid centers, and then eventually trade unions that collected strike funds and organized strikes. In 1892, the delegates of 10 bourses, including Fernand Pelloutier, met at Saint-Étienne and formed a national federation. A few years later, in 1895, Pelloutier, who had since become an anarchist after moving to Paris in 1893, was appointed General Secretary to the Federation of Bourse du Travail. It was within this context that a significant number of French-speaking anarchists came to publicly advocate anarchist participation within the trade union movement. This included Kropotkin, who wrote several articles for La Revolte between 1890 and 1891 that advocated revolutionary trade unionism. A few years later, in October 1894, Puget argued in Le Père Bénard that trade unions provide anarchists with an excellent space in which to act and make contact with the wider working class that existed beyond anarchist affinity groups and subcultures. A year later, in 1895, Pelloutier wrote an article called Anarchism and the Workers' Union for Les Temps Nouveaux. In it, he called on fellow anarchists to join the trade union movement en masse, and thereby spread their ideas among the working classes and instill in them the idea that they should self-manage their own affairs. Previous and ongoing anarchist participation within the trade union movement had, according to Pelloutier, already been successful in teaching workers the true meaning of anarchism and expanding their notion of what a trade union could be and become. Puget and Pelloutier's call for anarchist participation within the trade union movement was even echoed by some anarchist groups who had previously been opposed to revolutionary trade unionism due to their commitment to the iron law of wages. By 1899, Le Libertaire had begun to change its attitude and published an article by Louis Grandidier that claimed anarchists should leave this ivory tower in which we are suffocating and enter the trade unions. The ideas of French syndicalism also influenced anarchists from other countries. In 1900, Goldman visited France as a delegate for the International Anarchist Congress in Paris, which ended up being banned by the police and occurring in secret. During her visit, she became an advocate of syndicalism after seeing it in action as a social movement and hearing so many positive things about Pelloutier. In 1913, she claimed that, on my return to America, I immediately began to propagate syndicalist ideas, especially direct action and the general strike. By the time of Pelloutier's premature death in 1901 at the age of 33, the National Federation of Bourse du Travail was composed of 65 bourses to which 782 dues-paying local unions were affiliated. A year later, in 1902, the Federation merged with the General Confederation of Labor, CGT, to form a new CGT. This resulted in the emergence of revolutionary syndicalism as a mass movement. The CGT had, according to its own Congress reports, a membership of 100,000 workers at its refounding in 1902. Over the next decade, it rapidly grew to 300,000 members by 1906 and 600,000 by 1912. Of these 600,000 members, an estimated 400,000 paid their dues. The scale of the CGT can only be understood relative to its historical context. In 1912, an estimated 1,027,000 workers belonged to a trade union in France. The CGT therefore contained, if you limit the figure to dues-paying members, almost half of the unionized workers in France. The CGT was not itself a majority anarchist organization and contained several different factions. This included, but was not limited to, reformist syndicalists, anarchists who also identified as revolutionary syndicalists, anarchists who did not identify as revolutionary syndicalists, and revolutionary syndicalists who did not view themselves as anarchists. Nevertheless, anarchists did exert a significant influence on the organization in the early years of its existence. In 1901, the anarchists Georges Yvetot and Paul de La Salle were elected as the General Secretary and Vice Secretary of the National Federation of Bourse du Travail. That same year, Puget, who had been the editor of the CGT's paper Le Voix du Peuple since its creation in 1900, was elected as the Vice Secretary of the CGT. Puget would remain in this position until late 1908, when he was briefly imprisoned for his involvement in the CGT's campaign for the 8-hour day, and subsequently, after his release on October 31st, ceased to be active within the organization. De La Salle, likewise, resigned from his position as Vice Secretary of the National Federation of Bourse du Travail at the CGT's 1908 Congress of Marseille, and instead focused his energies on running a second-hand bookshop and publishing radical literature. By 1914, despite anarchist influence within the CGT waning, roughly 100,000 members of the CGT supported anarchist positions at congresses through their elected delegates. The ideas of revolutionary syndicalism were formally crystallized by the CGT at its October 1906 Congress, where it adopted the Charter of Amiens with 830 votes in favor and only 8 opposed. The charter, which was drafted in a restaurant by Victor Gouffriel, Louis Niel, André Morizet, Puget, and de La Salle, emerged out of a compromise between the revolutionary and reformist factions within the CGT. It declared that the CGT sought to unite all workers conscious of the struggle to be conducted for the disappearance of the system of wage earning and management, regardless of their political schooling, in order to win immediate improvements and eventually overthrow capitalism via expropriation and the general strike. It affirmed the complete liberty of members to participate outside the Union in whatsoever forms of struggle conform to their political or philosophical views, and limits itself to requesting in reciprocity that they should not introduce into the Union's opinions held outside it. As for the organization, Congress resolves that since economic action must be conducted directly against employers for syndicalism to achieve its maximum effect, the organization of the Confederation, insofar as they are unions, should not concern themselves with parties and sects, which outside and alongside may pursue social transformation in complete freedom. The Charter's advocacy of political neutrality was worded in such a manner that revolutionaries and reformists could interpret the text in contradictory ways. For revolutionaries, the Charter only committed the CGT to independence from political parties and so parliamentarism. Reformists, in comparison, interpreted the Charter as entailing a much stricter commitment to independence from all forms of politics, including anarchism. This had the effect that, when the CGT engaged in propaganda campaigns against militarism and patriotism, reformists viewed this as contradicting its commitment to political neutrality. This disagreement over the meaning of political neutrality went alongside multiple attempts by some reformist factions within the CGT to establish a formal alliance or tie between the trade union and socialist parties. Anarchists who were revolutionary syndicalists advocated political neutrality because they believed that the function of a trade union was to unite workers on the basis of their shared class interests, rather than on the basis of the specific school of political thought they subscribed to. The trade union, to quote Puget, groups together those who work against those who live by human exploitation. It brings together interests and not opinions. He held that the CGT should be open to all workers, whatever their political or religious beliefs, including those amenable to the state. In theory, workers would join the trade union imbued with the teachings of some philosophical, political, religious, etc. school of thought or another, and through their experiences of engaging in direct action, have their rough edges knocked off until they are left only with the principles to which they all subscribe, the yearning for improvement and comprehensive emancipation. This perspective on trade unions was articulated by the anarchist and revolutionary syndicalist Pierre Monat on August 28th at the 1907 International Anarchist Congress in Amsterdam. According to Monat, Instead of opinion-based syndicalism, which gave rise to anarchist trade unions in, for example, Russia, and to Christian and social democratic trade unions in Belgium and Germany, anarchists must provide the option of French-style syndicalism, a neutral, or more precisely, independent form of syndicalism. Just as there is only one working class, so there should be only one single workers' organization, one single syndicate for each trade and in each town. Only on this condition can the class struggle, no longer facing the obstacle of arguments between the various schools of thought and rival sects on every point, develop to its fullest extent and have the greatest possible effect. From this, it followed that revolutionary syndicalism was sufficient unto itself. By this he meant that revolutionary syndicalist trade unions could, by themselves, abolish class society. They could a. unite workers as a class, b. organize direct action that enabled workers to develop radical capacities, drives, and consciousness, c. launch the social revolution through a general strike, and d. provide the organizational framework through which workers would take over and self-manage the economy. For Manatta, to say that syndicalism is sufficient unto itself was merely to say that the now mature working class finally intends to be sufficient unto itself, and not to entrust its emancipation to anyone other than itself. This position was shared by Puget, who argued in 1908 that the trade union is sufficient for all purposes, including the expropriation of capital and the reorganization of society. Anarchists who advocated revolutionary syndicalism held that syndicalism was sufficient unto itself because trade unions could independently develop a large, organized working-class social movement with the necessary radical traits to launch a social revolution and establish an anarchist society. They thought that, in order to achieve this, trade unions had to be politically neutral toward different left-wing factions, including political parties, and therefore not have an explicitly anarchist program. This was because they believed that the goal of a trade union was to unite as many workers as possible on the basis of their shared class interests, rather than because of their shared ideological commitment to, for example, anarchism or Marxism. Anarchists, who were revolutionary syndicalists, did write critiques of political parties and parliamentarism, but they did not think that such positions should be the official position of the trade union. The trade union only had to be independent of political parties, rather than being explicitly opposed to them. The CGT was the first self-described revolutionary syndicalist trade union, but it was not the only one. After the CGT's merger with the National Federation of Bourse du Travail in 1902, numerous trade unions around the world either came to adopt syndicalist programs or were founded as syndicalist organizations. This occurred due to the combined activity of anarchist syndicalists and syndicalists who did not identify as anarchists, acting as a militant minority during a global wave of working-class revolt against the ruling classes. In Europe and the United States, at least 7 syndicalist trade unions emerged between 1905 and 1912. The Irish Transport and General Workers Union, Dutch National Secretariat of Labor, NAS, American IWW, Central Organization of Swedish Workers, SAC, Spanish National Confederation of Labor, CNT, Italian Syndicalist Union, USI, and Free Association of German Trade Unions, FVDG, which would develop into the Free Workers Union of Germany, FAUD. In England, the Industrial Syndicalist Education League, ISEL, was founded in order to spread syndicalism within existing reformist trade unions. Anarchists in Latin America were actively involved in the formation of various syndicalist trade unions, including the Argentine Regional Workers Federation, FORA, in 1904, Uruguayan Regional Workers Federation, FORU, in 1905, and the Brazilian Workers' Confederation, COB, in 1906. This was followed by the creation of the Peruvian Regional Workers Federation, FORP, and Bolivian International Workers Federation in 1912. Anarchists in Cuba organized trade unions and strikes throughout the early 1900s, and this culminated in the founding of the Workers' Federation of Havana in 1922, and then the Cuban National Confederation of Labor in 1925. Branches of the IWW were established around the world, including Canada, Mexico, Chile, South Africa, Australia, and New Zealand. A series of trade unions were also founded by anarchists in Asia, including China's first modern trade unions in 1917 and the All-Japan Libertarian Federation of Labor Unions, Zenkoku Rodo Kumiai Jiu Rengokai, in 1926. The fact that multiple trade unions in Europe, North America, and Latin America embraced syndicalism shortly after the appearance of the CGT can make it appear that they were established simply due to revolutionaries hearing of and deciding to copy the French example. This narrative ignores the fact that they were created after an extended period of anarchists and other socialists actively participating within trade union movements. In the United States, for example, Italian anarchists helped organize strikes and founded local trade unions during the 1890s and early 1900s. After the founding of the IWW in 1905, which anarchists participated in, these anarchist-led trade unions decided to affiliate with the IWW and form sections, such as the IWW Silk Workers Union Local 152. Italian anarchists within the IWW then continued to act as a militant minority and push the class struggle forward. This included Local 152, which was the main organizing force behind the IWW's 1913 strike among silk workers in Paterson, New Jersey. This is not to say that the Italian anarchists were not influenced by French syndicalism at all. Italian anarchist papers, including La Questione Sociale, published translations of French syndicalist texts prior to the founding of the IWW. The actions of Italian anarchists cannot, however, be entirely reduced to this influence. This point only becomes more apparent when examining the history of syndicalism in Latin America. In Argentina, anarchists organized trade unions and strikes from 1887 onward. This included Spanish and Italian immigrants who had previous experiences of participating in anarchist-led trade unions, such as Enrico Malatesta, Pietro Gori, Antonio Pellicer Parere, Gregorio Inglan Lafarga, and José Prat. The participation of anarchists and state socialists in the labor movement led to the founding of the Argentine Workers' Federation, FOA, in 1901. After a series of conflicts between anarchist and state socialist workers within the trade union, the anarchist wing emerged as the majority, and the state socialists left the organization in June 1902. That year, the FOA organized a series of strikes that, in November, escalated into the first general strike in Argentina's history. In 1904, the FOA was renamed the FORA. The FORA then explicitly committed itself to anarchist communism in 1905. In Latin America, it was the FORA, rather than just the French CGT, which served as a key source of inspiration for how to organize a revolutionary trade union. In addition, French syndicalist theory repeated ideas that had previously been articulated and implemented by anarchists in multiple countries over several decades. In Spain, where anarchists had organized within trade unions since the 1870s, the anarchist journal Natura responded to the translation of a pamphlet on syndicalism by Puget in 1904 by claiming it covered topics well known here and showed that the spirit of free syndicalism common in Spain is making strides in France. Anselmo Lorenzo, who translated pamphlets by Puget and Yvetot, held that French syndicalists had returned to us amplified, corrected, and perfectly systematized ideas with which the Spanish anarchists inspired the French. The Spanish anarchists were not unique in this respect. During this period, many anarchists looked upon the theory and practice of revolutionary syndicalism as a direct continuation of collectivism within the First International. Puget himself wrote that the CGT emanated from and was the historical continuation of the International Workingmen's Association and the Federalists or Autonomists within it who opposed the conquest of state power. In 1907, Malatesta remarked during a speech at the International Anarchists Congress in Amsterdam that what some syndicalists considered to be a new path had already been established and followed within the International by the first anarchists. That same year, Kropotkin wrote in the preface to a pamphlet on syndicalism by the Georgian anarchist Georgi Geguilia that current opinions of the French syndicalists are organically linked with the early ideas formed by the left wing of the International. The connection between revolutionary syndicalism and anarchism was, in addition to this, understood by at least some Marxists at the time. In 1909, Karl Kautsky, who was one of the most influential Marxists within the Social Democratic Party of Germany, wrote that syndicalism was the latest variety of anarchism, and that the syndicalism of the Romance countries was committed to anti-parliamentarism due to its anarchistic origin. Despite the connection between the politics of revolutionary syndicalism and the collectivists of the First International, a growing number of syndicalist anarchists came to believe that the revolutionary syndicalism of the CGT was not sufficient to achieve a social revolution that would abolish class society and build an anarchist society. These critics came to embrace either syndicalism plus or anarcho-syndicalism. Anarchists who advocated syndicalism plus agreed with revolutionary syndicalists that trade unions should be politically neutral, but explicitly rejected the idea that syndicalism was sufficient unto itself. They held that anarchists had to both actively participate within the trade union movement and at the same time maintain an independent existence by organizing outside trade unions within specific anarchist organizations. For proponents of syndicalism plus, these specific anarchist organizations were essential for spreading anarchist values, theory, and practices among the working classes both in and outside of trade unions. They argued, in short, that revolutionaries should create a syndicalist trade union plus a specific anarchist organization. The details of this position will be discussed in Chapter 10 as part of my overview of organizational dualism. Anarcho-syndicalists, unlike proponents of revolutionary syndicalism and syndicalism plus, believed that trade unions should not be politically neutral and had to instead be explicitly committed to achieving an anarchist society through anarchist means. This typically took the form of trade unions advocating an anarchist society as their end goal and opposing state socialist strategies and political parties within the union's constitution, declaration of principles, or Congress resolutions. Some anarcho-syndicalists argued that specific anarchist organizations should be formed in parallel with anarcho-syndicalist trade unions, while others opposed it. Anarcho-syndicalism. The phrase anarcho-syndicalist, like many left-wing terms, began life as an insult. The earliest known usage of the term occurred in 1907, when some French state socialists used it as a pejorative against revolutionary syndicalists who advocated the independence of trade unions from political parties. During this same period, anarchists in Argentina and Russia, who do not appear to have been aware of one another's ideas, came to argue that trade unions should be committed to an explicitly anarchist program. This position was not initially referred to as anarcho-syndicalism. On August 26, 1905, the FORA explicitly committed itself to an anarchist program at its Fifth Congress, which was attended by delegates representing 98 trade unions. It was agreed that the Fifth Congress of the Regional Workers' Federation of Argentina, consistent with the philosophical principles that have provided the raison d'etre of the Organization of Workers' Federations, declares, "We advise and recommend to all our followers the broadest possible study and propaganda with the aim of instilling in workers the economic and philosophical principles of anarchist communism. This education, not content with achieving the 8-hour day, will bring total emancipation and, consequently, the social evolution we pursue." Independently, anarchists in Russia also came to advocate the same approach. A notable example is the South Russian group of syndicalist anarchists, whose membership included factory workers, sailors, dock workers, bakers, and tailors. Yakov Isayevich Kirillovsky, who was the group's main theorist and wrote under the pen name Daniil Novomirsky, advocated what would later be called anarcho-syndicalism in his 1907 book, The Program of Syndicalist Anarchism. He argued that anarchists should participate in the revolutionary trade union movement in order to make that movement anarchist, advocating the formation of anarchist revolutionary syndicates which are bent on bringing syndicalist anarchism to pass. It is not a coincidence that in August 1907, the revolutionary syndicalist and anarchist Monata contrasted the politically neutral trade unions he advocated with anarchist trade unions in, for example, Russia. Anarcho-syndicalism continued to be advocated by anarchists a decade later in the Russian Revolution. On June 4, 1917, the Petrograd Union of Anarcho-Syndicalist Propaganda adopted a founding declaration of principles that proclaimed that the social revolution had to be anti-statist in its method of struggle, syndicalist in its economic content, and federalist in its political tasks, with the anarcho-communist ideal as its goal. The meaning of Russian anarcho-syndicalism can also be seen in the organizational platform of the General Union of Anarchists, 1926, which was written by Russian and Ukrainian anarchists who had fled to Germany and then France in order to escape being killed or imprisoned by the Bolshevik government. The platform carefully distinguishes between revolutionary syndicalism, which exists solely as a trades movement of the toilers possessed of no specific social and political theory, and anarcho-syndicalism, which advocates the creation of anarchist-type unions. The term anarcho-syndicalist did not immediately catch on and spread outside the Russian anarchist movement. Alexander Shapiro, who had been active within the anarcho-syndicalist movement during the Russian Revolution, claimed years later that when the Russian anarchists nearly a half-century ago pioneered the hoisting of the anarcho-syndicalist colors, the word was rather coldly received by the anarchist movement. Anarchists instead continued to refer to their ideas as revolutionary syndicalism, while advocating what Russian anarchists called anarcho-syndicalism. This can be seen in the resolutions of the 1913 International Syndicalist Congress in London, which was organized in order to establish a revolutionary alternative to the state socialist Second International and the reformist International Secretariat of National Trade Union Centers, ISNTUC. It was attended by delegates representing the major syndicalist trade unions in Europe, including the FVDG, USI, NAS, SAC, ISEL, and the Catalonian Regional Confederation of the CNT. Only a few French trade union sections affiliated with the CGT attended. This was because the CGT supported participating in the much larger ISNTUC in order to radicalize it from within. The Congress was not a strictly European affair and was also attended by delegates representing the COB, the explicitly anarchist FORA, the politically neutral Regional Workers' Confederation of Argentina, and the Havana Union of Café Employees. According to Shapiro, the 33 delegates of the London Congress represented in total roughly 60 local, regional, and national trade unions that had a collective membership of 250,000 members. Despite the Congress featuring a great deal of personal animosity and conflict between certain delegates, it nonetheless succeeded in passing a Declaration of Principles and establishing an International Syndicalist Information Bureau based in Amsterdam. The Declaration of Principles broke with the CGT's Charter of Amiens and its commitment to political neutrality by endorsing a number of anarchist positions, including the abolition of the state and an opposition to state socialist strategies. It claimed that this Congress, recognizing that the working class of every country suffers from capitalist slavery and state oppression, declares for the class struggle and international solidarity, and for the organization of the workers into autonomous industrial unions on a basis of free association, strives for the immediate uplifting of the material and intellectual interests of the working class, and for the overthrow of the capitalist system and the state, recognizes that, internationally, trade unions will only succeed when they cease to be divided by political and religious differences, declares that their fight is an economic fight, meaning thereby that they do not intend to reach their aim by trusting their cause to governing bodies or their members, but by using direct action, by workers themselves relying on the strength of their economic organizations. Congress appeals to the workers of all countries to organize into autonomous industrial unions and to unite themselves on the basis of international solidarity in order finally to obtain their emancipation from capitalism and the state. From 1919 onward, multiple syndicalist trade unions moved in an increasingly anarcho-syndicalist direction. The idea that it was necessary to commit trade unions to an explicitly anarchist program largely gained popularity in reaction to a wider international context. The politically neutral CGT had, in contrast to the majority of the anarchist movement, recently abandoned its commitment to working-class internationalism and collaborated with the French state in World War I. Around the same time, a one-party Bolshevik dictatorship was established during the 1917 Russian Revolution, which proceeded to dismantle organs of workers' control and violently repress other forms of socialism, including anarchism, in order to maintain a system of minority rule. This created a situation in which many anarchists felt compelled to ensure that trade unions were opposed to state socialist strategies and were not taken over by Bolshevik supporters. Although the CNT had been founded in 1910, it was not originally committed to an explicitly anarchist program. This began to change in late 1918, when the National Conference of Anarchist Groups called on anarchists in Spain to actively participate in the CNT and take on positions of responsibility within the trade union, such as delegates within committees. The CNT passed a resolution at its December 1919 Second Congress, held at the La Comedia Theater in Madrid, that declared that the CNT was a staunch advocate of the principles of the First International as upheld by Bakunin. A number of key delegates, including the organization's National Committee, went further and signed a declaration of principles that was unanimously approved by the Congress. Bearing in mind that the tendency most strongly manifested in the bosom of workers' organizations in every country is the one aiming at the complete and absolute moral, economic, and political liberation of mankind, and considering that this goal cannot be attained until such time as the land, means of production, and exchange have been socialized, and the overweening power of the state has vanished, the undersigned delegates suggest that, in accordance with the essential postulates of the First International, it declares the desired end of the CNT to be anarchist communism. That same month, the FVDG transformed itself into the FAUD at its 12th Congress, attended by 109 delegates representing over 110,000 members. As part of this transformation, the FAUD asked Rocker, recently released from the British internment camp where he had been imprisoned for opposing World War I, to write a new declaration of principles for the organization. Rocker's speech on the principles of syndicalism, which was passed by the Congress with minor changes, contained what would become the defining features of anarcho-syndicalism. Although Rocker presented himself as just describing what syndicalists believe, he was in fact articulating a specific understanding of syndicalism that was not shared by everybody who used the label. According to Rocker, the aim of syndicalism is the creation of free, i.e. stateless communism, which finds its expression in the motto, "From each according to his ability, to each according to his needs." He not only claimed that syndicalists should aim for an anarchist society, but also that they should use anarchist means to get there. He described syndicalists as advocates of revolutionary trade unionism, direct action, and the simultaneous abolition of capitalism and the state. This went alongside a rejection of trying to build socialism through parliamentarism, the conquest of state power, and the nationalization of the economy. These anarchist strategies were explicitly grounded by Rocker in the unity of means and ends. He wrote, "Syndicalists are firmly grounded in direct action and support all endeavors and struggles of the people that do not conflict with their goals, the abolition of economic monopolies and of the tyranny of the state." The final shift toward the theory of anarcho-syndicalism as an idea, but not yet as a label, occurred with the formation of the International Workingmen's Association, IWMA, at an illegal congress held in Berlin between December 25, 1922 and January 2, 1923. The Congress was attended by over 30 delegates representing an estimated 1.5 to 2 million workers within various trade unions around the world. This included the FAUD, SAC, FORA-V, USI, and NAS, as well as the Mexican General Confederation of Workers, CGT-M, Norwegian Syndicalist Federation, NSF, Dutch National Secretariat of Labor, NAS, and Danish Syndicalist Propaganda Association. The delegates representing the CNT were arrested in Paris while traveling to Berlin, and so were unable to attend. The Portuguese General Confederation of Labor, CGT-P, sent a written endorsement. The delegates representing the Chilean Industrial Workers of the World, IWW-C, and FORU, arrived too late to participate in the Congress. The Congress adopted a declaration of 10 principles of revolutionary syndicalism, which had been agreed upon at a previous conference in June and were written by Rocker. The principles, which Rocker had based on his earlier speech in 1919 at the founding Congress of the FAUD, committed the IWMA to an anarcho-syndicalist program in all but name. This occurred as part of syndicalist anarchists formally breaking with the Red International of Labor Unions, RILU, which was affiliated with the Bolshevik-led Communist Third International, after the Congresses of the RILU and Comintern declared themselves in favor of core state socialist tenets that syndicalist anarchists could not subscribe to. Those tenets included parliamentarism, the seizure of state power by a communist party, joining reformist unions, centralization, and the subordination of trade unions to communist parties. The IWMA's declaration of principles were, unlike those of the RILU and Comintern, explicitly in favor of the anarchist goal of free communism and the establishment of economic communes and administrative organs run by the workers in the fields and factories, forming a system of free councils without subordination to any authority or political party. This goal was to be achieved through anarchist means, the activity of workers themselves, direct action, the general strike, and freely federated bottom-up organizational structures. The state socialist strategies of parliamentary activity and conquering political power were explicitly rejected because no form of statism, even the so-called dictatorship of the proletariat, can ever be an instrument for human liberation. On the contrary, it will always be the creator of new monopolies and new privileges. The defense of the revolution would be the task of the masses themselves and their economic organizations, and not of a particular military body or any other organization outside of the economic associations. After its founding Congress, a total of 30 trade unions affiliated with the IWMA. Of these, 15 were from Europe, 14 were from Latin America, and 1 was from Asia. Within Europe, this included the FAUD, USI, SAC, NSF, CNT, and CGT-P. They were joined by the Dutch Syndicalist Federation, NSV, which split from the NAS in 1923, and the French Revolutionary Syndicalist General Confederation of Labor, CGT-SR, which split from the United General Confederation of Labor in 1926. Other European sections included the Russian Anarcho-Syndicalist Minority, Bulgarian Federation of Autonomous Unions, Polish Trade Union Opposition, Romanian Anarcho-Syndicalist Propaganda Organization, and Anarcho-Syndicalist groups in Austria, Denmark, Belgium, and Switzerland. In Latin America, the FORA-V, CGT-M, IWW-C, and FORU affiliated in 1923-24. This was followed by the affiliation of the Regional Workers' Federation of Paraguay, FORP, and various workers' federations in Brazil, including those based in Rio de Janeiro, Rio Grande do Sul, and Sao Paulo. Several propaganda groups or local unions in Bolivia, Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, Guatemala, Cuba, Costa Rica, and El Salvador also affiliated. The American IWW did not affiliate with the IWMA, despite multiple requests to do so, and the support of various sections, including the Marine Transport Workers Industrial Union. The one trade union in Asia that affiliated with the IWMA was the All Japan Libertarian Federation of Labor Unions. It had, according to Rocker, entered into formal alliance with the IWMA and held connections with the Bureau of the IWMA in Berlin. The IWMA also maintained contact with anarchist groups in China and India. The founding December 1922 Berlin Congress of the IWMA had itself been attended by a group of Indian revolutionaries, including MPT Acharya. Having been persuaded of the truth of anarchism, they set up a committee to send anarcho-syndicalist literature into India. The British Empire responded by banning the importation of IWMA literature into the country. It was only after the founding of the IWMA that anarchists within Europe began to call themselves anarcho-syndicalists on a significant scale. This shift in language can be seen in the fact that, in 1925, Malatesta felt the need to critique what he called anarcho-syndicalists within the periodical Pensiero e Volonta. In September 1927, Fabri distinguished between a labor organization open to all workers and thereby having no particular ideological program, and the anarcho-syndicalists in Germany and Russia, who advocate a labor organization which has an anarchist program, tactics, and ideology. A year later, the French anarchist Sébastien Faure wrote a text advocating a synthesis of the different forms of anarchism and included anarcho-syndicalism as one of the three main anarchist currents. Valeriano Orobon Fernandez, who worked within the Secretariat of the IWMA from 1926 to 1931, wrote a letter to Ángel Pestaña on August 9, 1930, claiming, "The evolution of politics following the war has spelt the end of the syndical neutrality of the Amiens Charter. In the whole world, there is not a syndicalist organization existing today that does not practice politics, either directly or as an appendage of a political party. The CNT brought itself up to date with this international trend, adopting at the Congress at the La Comedia, Madrid, 1919, an ideological platform, and at the Zaragoza Conference, a political platform. The CNT is therefore a complete organization, whereas pure syndicalism is not sufficient in itself, anarcho-syndicalism clearly is." It is important to note that this shift in language did not occur everywhere at once. In France, the CGTSR was founded in 1926 after a series of splits within the CGT. Its founding Declaration of Principles, the Lyon Charter, explicitly committed the trade union to opposition to political parties. Despite this, members of the organization refer to themselves as revolutionary syndicalists or federalist anti-statist revolutionary syndicalists, rather than anarcho-syndicalist until 1937. That year, Pierre Bénard, who was the secretary of the CGTSR, publicly used the term anarcho-syndicalist for the first time to describe the ideology of the trade union he belonged to. During his speech, he stated that anarcho-syndicalism is an organizational and organized movement. It draws its doctrine from anarchism and its organizational format from revolutionary syndicalism. The view that anarcho-syndicalism was the synthesis of anarchist theory with revolutionary syndicalist modes of organization was repeated and popularized by Rocker in his 1938 book Anarcho-Syndicalism, Theory and Practice, but with one major difference. Unlike Bénard, Rocker did not specify that he was describing what it is for an organization or movement to be anarcho-syndicalist. He instead wrote as if he was describing anarcho-syndicalism as a set of ideas, such that an anarcho-syndicalist is anyone who advocates both anarchist theory and syndicalist organizational structures, rather than the position that trade unions should have a syndicalist organizational structure and be committed to an anarchist program. This had the effect that the distinction between anarcho-syndicalism and revolutionary syndicalism was blurred, because if anarcho-syndicalism is an ideology based on the combination of anarchist theory with revolutionary syndicalist forms of organization, then anarchists who are revolutionary syndicalists, such as Puget, could now be viewed as anarcho-syndicalists. Doing so would be a mistake, due to the important debates and differences between revolutionary syndicalist anarchists, who advocated politically neutral trade unions, and anarcho-syndicalists, who advocated explicitly anarchist trade unions. Rocker not only blurred the distinction between anarcho-syndicalism and revolutionary syndicalism, he wrote that anarcho-syndicalism had maintained its hold upon organized labor within Spain from the days of the First International, and in so doing, anachronistically imposed anarcho-syndicalism as a category onto the prehistory of syndicalism before the term and idea had been reformed. Rocker's 1946 essay, Anarchism and Anarcho-Syndicalism, which is an abridged and slightly revised version of anarcho-syndicalism theory and practice, only made things more unclear for future generations. He repeated his previous claim that anarcho-syndicalism is a synthesis of anarchist theory and syndicalist modes of organization, but then goes on to equate the two by writing that revolutionary syndicalism was later called anarcho-syndicalism. Rocker's claim was technically correct in the sense that the organizations he belonged to, the FAUD and the IWMA, did initially call themselves revolutionary syndicalists while advocating anarcho-syndicalism as an idea, and then, as language evolved, switched to calling themselves anarcho-syndicalists. This can be seen in the fact that Rocker himself referred to syndicalism in his Declaration of Principles adopted at the founding of the FAUD in 1919, and revolutionary syndicalism in his Declaration of Principles adopted at the founding of the IWMA in 1922. By 1938, his language had shifted. He now referred to the trade unions that formed the IWMA, including the FAUD, as the representatives of modern anarcho-syndicalism. Unfortunately, 21st century readers of Rocker have often been unaware of these historical details and have misunderstood both the origins and nature of anarcho-syndicalism and how it differed from the revolutionary syndicalism of politically neutral trade unions like the CGT. It should also be noted that sections of the IWMA continue to have members who did not identify as anarchists or anarcho-syndicalists. Chapter 9. The Theory and Practice of Syndicalist Anarchism. All forms of syndicalist anarchism argued that workers should form federally structured trade unions that engaged in direct action and were independent of political parties. It was believed that, in order to achieve working-class self-emancipation, these syndicalist trade unions had to pursue the double aim of winning immediate improvements in the present and overthrowing capitalism and the state via social revolution in the long term. These unions also had a dual function. Under present conditions, they perform the function of engaging in class struggle against the ruling classes. During the social revolution, they would expropriate the means of production from the ruling classes and take over the organization of the economy in part or whole. In so doing, they would acquire the new function of being the organs through which the self-management of production and distribution occurred. This social revolution could be initiated by workers launching an insurrectionary general strike. The double aim of syndicalist anarchist unions. Syndicalist anarchists held that trade union activity should have two main goals. These were A. Defending and advancing the interests of the working classes within existing society, and B. Preparing for and ultimately carrying out a social revolution that abolishes capitalism and the state in favor of an anarchist society. For Puget, trade union endeavor has a double aim. With tireless persistence, it must pursue betterment of the working class's current conditions. But without letting themselves become obsessed with this passing concern, the workers should take care to make possible and imminent the essential act of comprehensive emancipation, the expropriation of capital. Syndicalist anarchism, therefore, like mass anarchism in general, sought to win immediate reforms in the interests of the working classes, such as shorter working hours, better pay, and improved conditions, force the ruling classes to actually implement previously won reforms, and protect those previously won reforms from encroachment by the ruling classes. Crucially, syndicalist anarchists held that reforms had to be achieved, enforced, and protected through the direct action of the working classes. Even reforms that involved changes to the law had to be achieved through outside pressure brought to bear upon the authorities, and not by trying to return specially mandated deputies to Parliament. This strategy generally, but not always, involved a rejection of the iron law of wages, which held that under capitalism, real wages would always tend toward the amount required to secure the subsistence of the worker due to either population growth decreasing the value of labor, or higher wages being neutralized by increased costs of living. Puget labeled it as illusory and false because it was empirically untrue, and ignored the fact that increased living costs were themselves a product of class struggle, such as those between landlords and tenants. Malatesta argued against the iron law of wages on the grounds that between the minimum limit of a worker being paid enough to survive and the maximum limit of a capitalist earning some profit, wages, hours, and other conditions of employment are the result of the struggle between bosses and workers, and so could be changed through collective action. Puget and Malatesta's position was not shared by all syndicalist anarchists. Pelletier, for example, opposed partial strikes. He subscribed to the iron law of wages while still being a syndicalist, because he advocated revolutionary trade unionism as the means to overthrow class society. Others held that, although any increase in wages would be canceled out by increases in the cost of living, partial strikes were nonetheless important and should be encouraged due to their transformative effect on workers. A 1900 article by de La Salle for Le Temps Nouveau argued that while any increase in wages would only be temporary due to the iron law, a strike would still promote a state of rebellion, develop class consciousness, and could be the spark that heralds the revolution. The main forms of direct action that syndicalist anarchists advocated to achieve reforms were strikes, boycotts, and sabotage. By sabotage, syndicalist anarchists meant workers putting every possible obstacle in the way of the ordinary modes of work. This included such tactics as working slowly, strictly following legislation or contracts in order to reduce productivity, and, at its most militant, damaging machinery or infrastructure so that strikebreakers could not continue production. This strategy of struggling for reforms through militant tactics was put into practice on multiple occasions by syndicalist trade unions. In 1904, the CGT agreed at its Congress in Bourges to campaign for the 8-hour day, which workers had unsuccessfully been petitioning for since 1889. Instead of begging the state to grant this reform, the CGT, following Pouget's suggestion, decided that they should try to force the ruling classes to give in to their demands by engaging in direct action. Workers who were to either cease work after 8 hours or go on strike until their demands were met. The CGT selected May 1, 1906 as the day of action and proceeded to prepare for the coming struggle over the next 2 years. This included holding union meetings and distributing posters with revolutionary messages in order to persuade workers to participate in the movement. How much energy was devoted by the CGT to this campaign can be seen in the fact that during December 1905 alone, 10 famous syndicalist militants organized conferences in 80 cities. The French state, unsurprisingly, responded to the campaign with repression. On the eve of the strike, key delegates, including Griffruel, Pouget, Alphonse Merheim, Secretary of the Federation of Metal Workers, and Gaston Lévy, the CGT treasurer, were arrested and jailed for a few days after the Minister of the Interior, Georges Clemenceau, claimed to have discovered a non-existent plot by syndicalists, anarchists, monarchists, and right-wing Catholics to overthrow the Republic. Clemenceau, in addition to this, moved 60,000 soldiers into Paris. Despite this state violence, the strike went ahead, and on May 1, 1906, the CGT publicly demanded that the French state reduce the legal working day to 8 hours. The next day, the CGT launched a national general strike. The general strike was composed of 295 separate strikes at 12,585 businesses, which demanded a reduction to the workday. A total of roughly 200,000 workers participated in this direct action. Some of the strikes lasted over 100 days. Only 10,177 workers out of 202,507 succeeded in forcing a capitalist to grant them any reduction to the workday. Despite this, the general strike was not a total defeat. On July 13, 1906, France's political ruling class responded to the pressure from below by passing a law granting workers a mandatory day off work once per week. Although the CGT continued to campaign for the 8-hour day over the following years, it was not granted to the French working classes until April 1919, as part of the French government's successful attempt to prevent anything like the ongoing Russian Revolution from happening in France. The CGT was not unique in attempting to wrestle reforms from the ruling classes through direct action. In February 1919, the CNT's Catalan Regional Confederation, CRT, organized a strike at the Barcelona offices of the Anglo-American electricity company Ebro Power and Irrigation. This action was launched by the CNT in response to the company firing workers for attempting to form a union. When the company refused to give in to the workers' demands for higher wages and the reinstatement of all the workers who had been fired, the CNT escalated the struggle and organized a strike at the company's electricity generating plant. This resulted in Barcelona being plunged into darkness and trams being stranded in the street, unable to move. The strike soon grew to include most of the city's gas, water, and electricity workers when, on February 26th, they voted to strike in retaliation to the Spanish state sending in the military to restore the power supply. They were subsequently joined by solidarity strikes outside of Barcelona, in Sabadell, Vilafranca, and Badalona. On March 8th, the Spanish state responded to the growing strike movement by militarizing the gas, water, and electricity workers who were Army reservists subject to military law. The workers were then given the choice between breaking the strike by returning to work or being confined to the barracks as punishment. This state violence did not dampen the strike, which expanded to include tram workers and carters who transported essential supplies such as coal. They, like the gas, water, and electricity workers before them, were soon militarized as well. Almost none of these militarized workers betrayed their class interests by returning to work, and in response, the Spanish state imprisoned 800 of them in the fortress of Montjuic in Barcelona. These workers were supported in their struggle by the Printers Union, which refused to publish any of the Spanish state's proclamations calling up workers for military service or articles in the press opposed to the strike. This even included an announcement by the managers of Ebro Power and Irrigation that declared that workers who did not return to their job by March 6th would be fired. Workers who wanted to learn about the strike could instead read the CNT's daily Solidaridad Obrera, which published articles informing readers of the latest news. Throughout the strike, the CNT sought to win its demands by mobilizing large groups of workers in order to impose unbearable pressure on the company and the state via direct action. This included workers implementing syndicalist tactics by sabotaging the transformers and power cables used by the company to try and restore power to the city and thereby break the strike. By early March, the CNT's strike committee were, as a result of this working-class militancy, in a position where they could negotiate with the ruling classes. They successfully forced Ebro Power and Irrigation to increase wages, pay workers' wages for the period they had been on strike, recognize the union, grant an 8-hour day, and reinstate workers who had lost their jobs due to participation in the strike. The CNT not only issued demands to the economic ruling class, but also demanded that the Spanish state release all prisoners who had been arrested for engaging in class struggle. If the state did not do so in 72 hours, the CNT threatened to relaunch the strike. In response to the general strike, the Spanish Prime Minister, Álvaro de Figueroa, attempted to soothe the working classes by decreeing the 8-hour day in the construction industry on March 11th, which was later expanded to include all industries on April 3rd. The CNT had previously agreed to struggle for the 8-hour day at its founding 1910 Congress. They achieved this goal in 9 years through direct action alone. Despite this great victory, the CNT decided to launch another general strike on March 24th. The resolution was passed by one vote in response to the electricity, gas, and water companies not allowing all the strikers to return to work immediately, and the Spanish state refusing to free a number of workers imprisoned in Montjuic, including the CNT's General Secretary, Manuel Buenacasa. This time, the Spanish state was ready and retaliated swiftly to the general strike by imposing martial law, closing all CNT union headquarters, arresting key anarchist militants, and censoring the press. Following this wave of state repression, the CNT was forced to call for a return to work on April 7, 1919. Both the CGT's campaign for the 8-hour day and the CNT's strike against Ebro Power and Irrigation illustrate the general tendency for syndicalist trade unions to focus on struggling for reforms through organizing workers at the point of production. In response to this tendency, there were multiple attempts in both theory and practice to expand the scope of syndicalist action from the workplace to the wider community. The Spanish syndicalist anarchist, Joan Peron, argued that the CNT had focused too much on strikes in workplaces and should establish district committees that organized collective action around any issue facing the working classes, thereby fostering direct action on a mass scale. This same conclusion was reached in a January 1931 article for the CNT's Solidaridad Obrera. It claimed that syndicalists had focused too much on mitigating the exploitation of the producers, and in so doing had almost entirely forgotten to combat exploitation in the field of consumption, such as landlords charging extortionate rent. Organizing against these other forms of exploitation was not only important in and of itself, but also provided an opportunity to radicalize people who might be indifferent to labor struggles or even oppose union demands when they suffer the negative consequences of prolonged industrial action. Such community-based direct action was organized by the CNT itself during the Barcelona rent strike of July 1931. The strike grew out of previous rent strikes that had been independently organized by workers in October 1930. This movement then gained the support of the Economic Defense Commission, which had been created by the CNT's Construction Workers Union on April 12, 1931, in order to study the living expenses of workers and examine ways they could be reduced. The construction union's concern with these topics stemmed from the fact that 12,000 of its 30,000 membership were unemployed. On May 1st, the Commission presented its first demand to a large CNT meeting, a 40% reduction in rent. This demand, alongside proposals for combating unemployment and high food prices, was then announced to the wider public through a series of articles in Solidaridad Obrera that appeared over May 12th, 13th, and 15th. At the end of June and the beginning of July, the Commission held a series of meetings in working-class areas of Barcelona and nearby towns, where workers, a significant number of whom were women, were informed of the campaign and heard speeches attacking landlords as thieves. These meetings were followed by a mass rally on July 5th, where the following three demands were agreed upon. A. That the extra month's rent demanded by landlords from new tenants as security should be taken as normal rent such that new tenants had to pay no more during the month of July. B. That rent should be reduced by 40%. And C. That unemployed people should not have to pay any rent. If landlords refused to reduce the rent, workers would respond by announcing that they were going on rent strike as part of a wider movement and pay nothing. The rent strike rapidly grew after its launch and expanded from 45,000 workers in July to over 100,000 in August. The ruling classes responded in late July by banning public meetings of the Economic Defense Commission and evicting workers with the assistance of the police. The tenants organized protests to prevent evictions, reoccupying houses after the eviction had taken place, moving evicted workers to the homes of other CNT members, and marching on the homes of landlords in order to warn them not to re-evict tenants. One eviction in early October was prevented by a crowd of pregnant women and children, whom the police officer in charge decided not to attack. Other women protesting evictions were less fortunate, such as those who were charged by 80 police officers on October 21st. The rent strike was eventually defeated between November and December as a result of the state arresting any worker who resisted evictions or returned to their home after eviction. Despite this, it did succeed in bringing many workers into the anarchist movement, and thereby laid the foundation for future mobilizations. The rent strike even continued in some areas, such as in the La Torrasa neighborhood. Rent strikers at the end of 1932 attacked the police, seized some of their weapons, and attempted to burn down the local office of the Chamber of Urban Property, which was the main landlord association in Barcelona, and had actively encouraged repression of the rent strike. One of the main driving forces behind attempts to expand the scope of syndicalist action beyond the workplace were women within trade unions struggling simultaneously against both class and gender repression. This can be seen in the FAUD Syndicalist Women's Union, SFB, which was created by and for women in 1920. One of the co-founders of the group was the Ukrainian Jewish anarchist Mily Vitkop-Rocker, whose romantic partner was Rudolf Rocker. In 1922, Vitkop-Rocker argued in her pamphlet, What Does the Syndicalist Women's Union Want?, that the organization of women on the basis of anarcho-syndicalism is as necessary as the organization of male workers on the same basis. Wherever there is a syndicalist organization, an attempt must be made to create one of women, so that the sections of the Syndicalist Women's Federation will cover the whole country like a net. The main goal of the Syndicalist Women's Federation was to persuade women to participate in the union, especially those who were full-time housewives not employed as wage laborers, and to develop their consciousness such that they became anarchists. To this end, Vitkop-Rocker advocated the formation of women's-only groups that organized a range of activities. This included mutual aid, artistic pursuits, cooking, and educational clubs equipped with libraries, where the comrades can meet any time to read or to speak on important issues, and where they can bring their children if necessary. This would have the consequence that women, who were often isolated from one another within their respective homes, would be brought closer together, establish bonds of solidarity with one another, and, through their participation in the union, develop a spirit of independence and personal initiative that they did not have before due to their patriarchal socialization. It was important to organize housewives not only to further the emancipation of women, but also because they could support strikes by boycotting a particular company. Vitkop-Rocker realized that, in order for women to be able to participate effectively in the workers' movement, they first had to be emancipated from the crushing toil of housework, giving birth to large numbers of children, and looking after said children. One of the main ways the FAUD and the SFB attempted to contribute toward this emancipation was by organizing around what would today be called reproductive justice. They not only demanded the abolition of laws that criminalized advocating contraception and prohibited abortion, but also held meetings on the childbearing strike, educated women about birth control, distributed contraceptives, and either performed illegal abortions or put women in contact with physicians who would. Syndicalist anarchists in Germany did this through participating in and often becoming prominent members of public organizations that were neither explicitly anarchist nor syndicalist. This included such organizations as the Reich Association of Birth Control and Sexual Hygiene and the Working Committee of the Free Sexual Reformers Association. A few syndicalist anarchists paid heavily for their actions. For example, the FAUD member Albrecht was sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment in 1930 because she performed more than 100 abortions for the local chapter of the League for the Protection of Mothers and Sexual Hygiene. Syndicalist anarchists were clearly committed in both theory and practice to achieving, enforcing, and protecting reforms through direct action within both the workplace and the wider community. In line with mass anarchist theory, they did not view the struggle for reforms as an end in and of itself. For Puget, winning reforms, far from constituting a goal, can only be considered as a means of stepping up demands and wresting further improvements from capitalism. Goldman similarly believed that, although syndicalist anarchism struggles for immediate gains and wrests from the enemy what it can force him to yield, it ultimately aims at and concentrates its energies upon the complete overthrow of the wage system. Instead of viewing reform and revolution as inherently opposed to one another, syndicalist anarchists viewed struggling for reforms as an evolutionary moment within a process of social change that would eventually culminate in a revolutionary moment. This was because organizing to win immediate improvements under capitalism was the concrete means to generate a mass social movement that was capable of and driven to launch a social revolution. Puget argued that, in order to create an anarchist society, preparatory work must have drawn together within existing society those elements whose role it will be to make it happen through day-to-day struggles against the current master of production that undermine the legitimacy and power of capitalists and gradually escalated and intensified to the point where the working classes had developed sufficient strength and consciousness to forcefully expropriate the capitalist class. For Puget, whenever one analyzes the methods and value of trade union action, the fine distinction between reformist and revolutionary evaporates, because when syndicalist trade unions struggle for either, they use the same method, the direct action of the working classes. Reforms like wage increases are a reduction in capitalist privileges and a form of partial expropriation. They are, therefore, a step toward and component of the social transformation that the social revolution will fully bring about. The dual function of syndicalist anarchist unions. Syndicalist anarchists were, like anarchists in general, committed to the unity of means and ends. The application of this theory led them to conclude that, in order to successfully overthrow capitalism and the state, trade unions had to be structured in a manner that prefigured the kinds of large-scale organizations that would exist after the social revolution. As the Russian anarchist Grigory Maximov wrote in 1927, trade unions must be built on principles which will serve in the future, i.e. on liberty, the autonomy of individuals and organizations, and on equality. In order to instantiate these values, trade unions had to be organized through a system of federalism that practiced, to quote Rocker, free combination from below upward, putting the right of self-determination of every member above everything else and recognizing only the organic agreement of all on the basis of like interests and common convictions. Syndicalist anarchists thought that in constructing and expanding trade unions that prefigured the future anarchist society, they were literally, in the famous words of the preamble to the 1908 IWW Constitution, forming the structure of the new society within the shell of the old. They held that the trade union had, in addition to its double aim, a dual function. Under capitalism, it performed the function of bringing the working classes together in order to resist the power of the ruling classes through their own direct action. During the social revolution, the trade union would take on a new function by forcefully expropriating the means of production from the ruling classes and establishing federations of workers' assemblies organized by trade and geographic region. This would be achieved by converting the federations and local sections of the trade union from organizations of economic resistance into organizations of economic administration that self-managed the emerging anarchist economy. The idea that trade unions should perform the dual function of resisting dominant institutions in the present and taking over and organizing the economy in the future was not invented by syndicalist anarchists during the 1890s and 1900s. It was, as I noted in Chapter 8, first advocated during debates within the First International. It continued to be advocated by anarchists years after the congresses of the First International. In 1887, Lucy Parsons, who would later attend the founding convention of the IWW in 1905, claimed that trade unions built under capitalism were the embryonic groups of the ideal anarchistic society. In 1927, Maximoff wrote that the revolutionary trade union, in the view of the anarchists, are not only organs of the struggle against the contemporary structure, they are also the selves of the future society. Although syndicalist anarchists thought that trade unions should be the organization through which workers took control of and reorganize the economy, they were not generally committed to the view that trade unions should be the only organs of self-management during and after the social revolution. In 1909, in their fictional account of a successful syndicalist revolution, Puget and Émile Pétot claimed that, in addition to trade unions, village assemblies in the countryside and community assemblies in urban areas at the level of street, district, and city would be formed. These community assemblies could be attended by anyone, regardless of their occupation, and so brought people together as inhabitants and not as producers. Meetings concerned themselves with measures of hygiene and health and took part in the administration of the city. They undertook the work of the moral administration of house property, now proclaimed collective property, and, as a matter of course, placed at the free disposition of all. This view was shared by Bénard, who explained in his address to the IWMA in 1937 that this notion does not at all imply that anarcho-syndicalism, which is, remember, against the state and federalist, means and aims to be everything and that nothing else should exist alongside it. It instead aims for self-management in every sphere of life, rather than just the workplace, and, as a result, advocates a federation of regional, national, and international communes in parallel to the federation of trade unions. The CNT also advocated communes alongside trade unions. The Spanish syndicalist anarchist Isaac Puente argued in his pamphlet Libertarian Communism in 1932 that life in the future will be organized through two currently existing institutions, the free union, which unites workers on the basis of their labor, and the free municipality, which is the assembly of the workers in a very small locality, village, or hamlet, united on the basis of their location. These ideas went on to inspire the CNT's 1936 Zaragoza Congress resolutions. They proposed that during the social revolution, workers should establish both federations of producers' associations, which would self-manage the workplace, and libertarian communes in each locality, which would organize such things as housing, education, and the beautification of the settlement, and federate together to form the Confederation of Autonomous Libertarian Communes. It is also a mistake to view syndicalist trade unions themselves as being purely workplace organizations. The district committees of the CNT were located in union centers within working-class neighborhoods. They were social spaces that established bonds of mutual support between workers from different workplaces, migrants new to the area, and unemployed workers. In so doing, they spread anarchist theory and practice to workers in varied circumstances on the basis of their shared belonging to a local community. The ability of the CNT to mobilize large groups of workers during waves of direct action was not based exclusively on union sections in specific workplaces or industries. It also stemmed from the influence that anarchist militants had in face-to-face conversations with their neighbors, friends, and family in homes, cafes, and the streets. Nor did workers in the CNT limit themselves to workplace organizing. They also organized tenants' unions, and despite patriarchal opposition from within the union, women's groups such as Mujeres Libres. This went alongside the construction of numerous forms of associational life, including affinity groups, schools, neighborhood educational and cultural centers called Ateneos, theater clubs, hiking clubs, and more. In 1932, youth groups that had emerged from Ateneos in Granada, Madrid, Barcelona, and Valencia formed the Iberian Federation of Libertarian Youth. The CNT's construction of prefigurative organizations therefore occurred both within the workplace and the community. Syndicalist anarchists, like anarchists in general, advocated prefigurative organizations because it was only through participating in such organizations that the working classes would develop the radical capacities, drives, and consciousness necessary both for struggling effectively against existing dominant institutions and producing and reproducing the future anarchist society. It was thought that workers would learn how to self-manage the economy through their experience of self-managing a trade union, which, like the economy of the future, was structured in a horizontal and federalist manner, made decisions within general assemblies in which everyone had a vote, and coordinated action on a larger scale through a system of delegates. Rocker thought that trade unions should function as both the fighting organization of the workers against the employers and the school for the intellectual training of the workers to make them acquainted with the technical management of production and economic life in general, so that when a revolutionary situation arises, they will be capable of taking the socio-economic organism into their own hands and remaking it according to socialist principles. Syndicalist anarchists thought it was very important to provide such technical education to the working classes, because of their commitment to grounding their revolutionary strategy in an understanding of what the world was really like. In Baginski's words, the economic power to rule and lead production does not fall in the workers' laps, in quiet submission to the fate of economic development, without their active engagement. No, they must gain it themselves by fighting with endurance and strength. Workers dream themselves too easily into the idea that one day the social revolution will descend to earth like a supernatural godhead in order to heal all wounds and dry all tears in one swoop. Oh, no. The sun, which as it set today looked down on shackled slaves, will not, as it rises tomorrow, behold free people. Workers must educate themselves through their own strength to become thinking and acting people. They have to educate and prepare themselves for the great profession of administration and leadership in production. Syndicalist anarchists faced two major problems when trying to implement this theory. First, in order for individual workers to be transformed through their participation within the trade union, they had to be members of the trade union for an extended period of time. A significant number of workers would often join trade unions due to their immediate economic interests, such as a strike, but would leave them once the situation ended. This was especially the case for temporary workers who lacked a permanent employer. As a result of this and other factors, such as workers deciding to join larger reformist trade unions, syndicalist trade unions had a higher membership turnover. The SAC, for example, was founded in 1910 and by 1935 had 36,000 members. During this 25-year period, a total of 250,000 workers had at one time been registered members of the trade union. Even if workers did remain within the trade union over an extended period of time, it did not follow from this that they would actively participate within it and thereby be transformed. In the Spanish village of Casas Viejas, 300 workers joined the local union of the CNT in 1932, but only a minority of them were committed anarchist militants. A significant number joined the trade union because it was necessary to find a job, and they did not subsequently absorb anarchist ideas. Second, syndicalist trade unions, like anarchists in general, experienced a huge amount of state repression. The CNT was founded in 1910, only to be made illegal and have its headquarters shut down in September 1911. This occurred as part of the Spanish state's violent repression of a wave of strikes and anti-war protests, which anarchist workers had encouraged and participated in. The CNT began to reorganize itself from June 1912 onward, when all the militants who had been arrested the previous September were released. The CNT's paper, Solidaridad Obrera, reappeared in May 1913, and members of the CNT were able to elect the regional committee of the recently legalized CRT in July. By August, the CRT was once again made illegal after it attempted to organize a general strike in support of textile workers. The CRT reemerged as a public organization from August 1914 onwards, only to be briefly banned again in 1920. In 1924, the CNT was made illegal for the fourth time due to its resistance to the Primo de Rivera dictatorship, which had been established in September 1923. The new regime required that trade unions provide the state with a complete list of their activities and membership, including the positions members held in the trade union and their home addresses. The CNT refused, and different segments of the movement disagreed with one another whether or not the organization should go underground or try to operate as publicly as possible. On May 28th, the Spanish state forced the decision when it responded to the assassination of the executioner of Barcelona, Rogelio Pérez Vicario, by making the trade union illegal, banning Solidaridad Obrera, and arresting leading militants. The CNT was only made legal again in 1930 with the collapse of the Primo de Rivera dictatorship, but nonetheless continued to experience significant state repression both under the quasi-dictatorship of Berenguer and the Spanish Republic, which was inaugurated in April 1931. The General Strike. One of the main tactics that syndicalist anarchists advocated and engaged in were general strikes in which a significant number of workers went on strike at once. Rocker viewed the general strike as the most powerful weapon which the workers have at their command, because it brings the whole economic system to a standstill and shakes it to its foundations. He proposed that the working classes use the general strike in order to achieve both reforms, such as compelling capitalists to grant workers the 8-hour day, and the revolutionary goal of abolishing capitalism and the state in favor of an anarchist society. This same perspective can be seen in de La Salle's 1906 distinction between 4 different kinds of general strike. A general strike by individual unions. B, a general strike across all industries on a specific day. C, a general strike across all industries that places the working class in a state of open war with capitalist society. And D, a general strike that is a revolution. Syndicalist anarchists were neither the first nor the only group to advocate the general strike as a strategy through which the working classes could transform society in a positive direction. In October 1833, an assembly of Glasgow workers associated with the Owenite movement passed a resolution that declared that rather than launching an insurrection to achieve social change, workers should simply fold their arms and abstain from work. This mass stoppage of work would, according to their optimistic prediction, have the consequence that capital is destroyed, the revenue fails, the system of government falls into confusion, and every link in the chain which binds society together is broken in a moment by this inert conspiracy of the poor against the rich. The idea of the general strike continued to be advocated during the First International. At the Brussels Congress of September 1868, a resolution was passed that stated that if a war broke out, then workers would stop it through the legal, practical means of ceasing all work. Several months later, Bakunin argued in Organization and the General Strike, which was published in Égalité on April 3, 1869, that the recent wave of strikes in Europe indicated that the struggle of labor against capital is growing ever stronger, and that we are advancing at a great pace toward social revolution. As strikes spread and as neighbors learn about them, the general strike comes ever closer. These days, with the idea of liberation so current amongst the proletariat, a general strike can result only in a great cataclysm, giving society a new skin. The Belgian Federation of the Saint-Imier International, which included both anarchists and collectivists who were not anarchists, endorsed the general strike as a revolutionary strategy during their Congress of August 1873 held in Antwerp. Guillaume responded to this in May, writing that the general strike, if it was realizable, would certainly be the most powerful lever of a social revolution. Just imagine the effect of the immense labor machine being stopped on a fixed day in all countries at once. In a word, the whole people descending into the street and saying to their masters, "I will only start work again after having accomplished the transformation of property which must put the instruments of labor into the hands of the workers." He was nonetheless unsure if the International Federation of Trade Unions will ever be strong enough, solid enough, universal enough to be able to carry out a general strike. The general strike continued to be discussed and debated during the September 1873 Geneva Congress of the Saint-Imier International. The Belgian delegates unsurprisingly argued that the general strike was a means of bringing a movement onto the street and leading the workers to the barricades. Guillaume similarly insisted that the general strike, as understood by the International, was the social revolution, and that revolutionaries should focus on bringing it about. Although Guillaume had previously described a general strike as occurring on a fixed day, he now asked, should the ideal of the general strike be that it has to break out everywhere at an appointed day and hour? Can the day and hour of the revolution be fixed in this way? No, the revolution has to be contagious. After the collapse of the Saint-Imier International in 1878, the idea of the general strike was frequently discussed by French trade unionists during the emergence of revolutionary syndicalism as a social movement. In 1887, at the Montluçon Congress of the National Federation of Trade Unions, FNS, two anarchist workers, Berger and Cambonre, responded to the French state socialist Jules Guesde's proposal that capitalism should be abolished through the seizure of state power. They advocated the general strike as an alternative method for achieving social change. A year later, the FNS passed a resolution at its Congress from October 28th to November 4th in Le Bouscat, which stated that the general strike, i.e., the complete cessation of labor or the revolution, may be used by the workers for their emancipation. During the 1880s and 1890s, many French trade unionists conceived of the general strike in a manner that differed significantly from how syndicalist anarchists would later theorize it in the early 20th century. Aristide Briand co-wrote a text with Pelloutier in 1892, while Pelloutier was still a member of the Marxist-led French Workers' Party and had yet to become an anarchist. It was not published in full, but in it, they depict the general strike as a peaceful and legal affair in which workers saved up enough money and provisions to last 15 days without work and, on an agreed date, stayed at home. It was imagined that, in the absence of the working class's labor, capitalism would quickly cease to function and be abolished smoothly, without the spilling of blood, solely by the combination of rest. Syndicalist anarchists, in comparison to many earlier advocates of the general strike, were not naive and understood that a society-wide strike that encompassed all branches of production was extremely unlikely to occur, especially at the beginning of the strike. Nacht, for example, wrote in 1905, under the pen name Arnold Roller, that a general strike in which the entire international working classes simultaneously laid down their tools and overthrew capitalism was a beautiful idea that will nonetheless always be a dream. Given this, syndicalist anarchists aim to achieve the more feasible goal of organizing a general strike that began in key industries the economy could not function without, such as coal, gas, railway, and shipping. From this starting point, the general strike would, in theory, spread to the wider economy, as workers in more and more industries either decided to join the strike in solidarity with its aims and as a response to state repression toward the strike, or were forced to cease work entirely due to the strike's disruption of key infrastructure and raw materials not being transported to factories. This would in turn create a situation in which the large number of workers who were not organized within trade unions or who were apolitical were forced by the unfolding wave of events to take sides, participate in the general strike, and thereby become radicalized. Unlike the previously mentioned proponents of the general strike, syndicalist anarchists did not view it as a form of passive resistance in which the working classes simply ceased work, folded their arms, and waited for dominant structures to collapse. In the advent of a revolutionary situation, they proposed that workers should use the general strike as a platform from which to launch the forceful expropriation of the means of production, land, and the necessities of life from the ruling classes, and establish federations of workplace and community assemblies. During her speech at the 1905 founding convention of the IWW, Lucy Parsons proposed that socialism could be achieved via a general strike, in which workers occupied their workplaces in order to take possession of the necessary property of production. That same year, Nacht wrote that a successful general strike accomplishes expropriation and communalizes the means of production. Puget and Pateau imagined in 1909 a fictional revolutionary general strike in which the unions in each industry, in each profession, took possession of the factories and workshops and reorganized production on a communist basis by means of free agreement between federations. Besnard argued in 1930 that a revolutionary general strike was distinguished from normal strikes on the grounds that workers would not only cease work, but also occupy the place of production, get rid of the boss, expropriate him, and get ready to get production moving again, but in the interests of the revolution. Syndicalist anarchists tried to clearly differentiate their active militant conception of the general strike from previous passive conceptions. For Nacht, writing in 1905, the term social general strike should be used to refer to a general strike that involves the expropriation of the ruling classes and the establishment of an anarchist society, in order to clearly differentiate it from general strikes for reforms, such as higher wages or universal suffrage. In 1907, the International Anarchist Congress in Amsterdam passed a series of resolutions on syndicalism that varyingly referred to the Revolutionary General Strike and the General Strike with Expropriation. Decades later, in 1930, Bakunin referred to the Expropriatory General Strike with Violence, which would be insurrectional. Some syndicalist anarchists equated the general strike with the social revolution, while others were careful to distinguish between the two. Nacht claimed that since a social general strike would involve the expropriation of the means of production and the establishment of an anarchist society, it followed that the general strike is not only the introduction of the revolution, but is the social revolution itself. Malatesta, in comparison, held in 1907 that the general strike has always struck me as an excellent means to set off the social revolution. Malatesta's conceptualization was shared by at least some syndicalist trade unions. At the founding 1910 Congress of the CNT, a report on the general strike was approved and later read aloud again at the CNT's 1911 Congress. The report proposed that the general strike, the withdrawal of labor by all the workers at any given moment, entails such a great disturbance in the ordinary course of today's society of exploited and exploiters that it will unavoidably have to cause an explosion, a clash, between the antagonistic forces that are now fighting for survival. The IWMA's 1922 Declaration of Principles described the social general strike as a prelude to the social revolution. Syndicalist anarchists did not think that all it took to initiate a revolutionary general strike was a trade union boldly proclaiming it on a fixed date whenever they fancied. They believed instead that it would develop out of smaller strikes for immediate improvements. In Puget and Pateau's 1909 novel, How We Shall Bring About the Revolution, they describe a period of escalating class conflict prior to the launching of the general strike. Strikes followed strikes. Lockouts were replied to by boycotts. Sabotage was employed with ruinous intensity. Under such conditions, the antagonism between workers and capitalists developed to the point that workers came to consider themselves to be in a continuous war against the ruling classes. Through their experience of collective struggle within trade unions, they developed radical capacities, drives, and consciousness, such that the working class became more warlike. They took possession of the streets and familiarized themselves with the tactics of resistance. They learned how to stand their ground before bodies of police and how to deal with the troops marched against them. In this fictional account, the class conflict then exploded into a revolutionary situation after a violent skirmish between striking construction workers and the police and army culminated in a massacre, during which the military shot at and launched a cavalry charge against the demonstrators. In response, syndicalist trade unions seized their opportunity and called for a general strike in solidarity with the victims of state violence, a strike they claimed would continue until the state had prosecuted the soldiers. This general strike against a specific act of state violence morphed over time into a revolutionary movement against capitalism and the state due to a combination of A. Syndicalist trade unions spreading anarchist ideas among participants of the general strike, publicly calling for the social revolution and preparing for the social revolution by seizing weapons and organizing workers' militias. B. The working classes being compelled to expropriate and distribute goods in order to meet people's needs, especially for food. And C. The working classes responding to increasingly extreme state violence against the general strike by overthrowing the ruling classes. The manner in which syndicalist anarchists describe the general strike can sometimes give the false impression that they thought a general strike could overthrow class society without the need for armed conflict and the violent destruction of the state. Such an interpretation ignores what the vast majority of syndicalist anarchists wrote. Puget and Pateau's fictional general strike included workers assaulting government buildings, such as police stations and parliament, in order to achieve the dissolution of the bourgeois state by disorganizing, dismantling, and thoroughly disabling it. The IWMA's 1922 Declaration of Principles claimed that the decisive struggle between the capitalism of today and free communism of tomorrow will not be without conflict, and, as a result, they recognize the need for violence as a means of defense against the violent methods of the ruling classes during the struggle for the possession of the factories and the fields by the revolutionary people. At the 1910 founding Congress of the CNT, it was agreed that, given the violence of the state, it would be impossible for a peaceful general strike to last very long. Workers would have to engage in violent protests against the forces of state repression and thereby defeat the tyrants. This position was expanded upon in resolutions of the CNT's 1936 Zaragoza Congress that proposed that the defense of the revolution should be achieved by the people armed. Some syndicalist anarchists did argue that a revolutionary general strike would provide a more effective means of defeating the police and military than the previous strategy of launching insurrections that established barricades. Nacht claimed in 1905 that the widening of streets since the French Revolution of 1789 and the uprisings of 1848 meant that the heroic times of the battle on the barricades have gone by. In the aftermath of World War I, Berkman wrote in 1929 that workers at a barricade would not be able to defeat a trained military supported by artillery, tanks, bombers, and poison gas. Such an idea of revolution was obsolete and had to be replaced by one that focused on the true power of the working classes, their ability to withdraw labor. Rocker similarly wrote that the general strike was a replacement for the barricades of the political uprising. Rocker, Nacht, Puget, and Pateau all hoped that a general strike would occur over such a large area and involve so many workers that the military would be forced, by the sheer scale of the revolt, to scatter their troops into smaller units that could then be more easily defeated in combat or persuaded to join the workers in revolt. The idea that a significant number of troops would mutiny and refuse to obey their orders to crush the general strike was not purely wishful thinking and had some basis in experience. In 1871, the Paris Commune was created after army soldiers, who had been sent to seize cannons from the National Guard in the district of Montmartre, disobeyed multiple orders to fire on workers and guardsmen defending the cannons, and instead fraternized with the people, a significant number of whom were women. Several years later, in 1907, a detachment of troops decided to mutiny on their way to suppress a CGT picket line. During Spain's tragic week of 1909, a general strike against army reservists being called up to fight in Morocco mutated into an armed insurrection, in which the working classes attacked the police specifically while persuading some local soldiers to not fire on them. The insurrection was soon defeated when soldiers from outside Barcelona were called in, and the barricades that workers had assembled were destroyed by artillery. Even if Rocker, Nacht, Puget, and Pateau were overly optimistic about the effectiveness of a general strike in diminishing the power of the military and police, they nonetheless did all advocate an armed uprising as part of the general strike, and thought that workers would have to defend themselves from the violence of the police and army. Puget and Pateau's account of how this would happen was, by far, the most eccentric. In their novel, they depicted the forces of reaction, including the invading armies of foreign states, being easily defeated by a variety of science fiction weapons. This included electromagnetic waves that caused faraway enemy ammunition to explode and aerial torpedoes dropped from remote-controlled planes. These weapons were so ridiculous for the time that it is unclear if the authors seriously advocated them or merely intended to entertain the reader. Kropotkin nonetheless asserted in his preface to the 1913 English edition of Puget and Pateau's book that the authors had significantly underestimated the violent resistance that the social revolution would face and have to overcome. Although syndicalist anarchists generally attempted to produce a realistic conception of the general strike, they consistently faced two key problems when trying to implement it. First, syndicalist trade unions in Europe and the United States were unable to organize or initiate genuine national general strikes across multiple key industries by themselves, due to them having either small memberships or large memberships concentrated in specific parts of a country or industries. Given this, in order to launch national general strikes, they had to rely on support from reformist trade unions, which failed to materialize on a number of occasions. In Spain, the CNT, whose membership was largest in Catalonia, organized a short general strike in December 1916 with the General Union of Workers, UGT, which was affiliated with the Spanish Socialist Workers' Party, PSOE. This was followed by a general strike in August 1917, for which the leadership of the PSOE-UGT seriously failed to prepare, and which was only launched after they were forced into action by the UGT's largest union independently calling for a general strike. A few years later, the UGT refused to support a general strike in 1920. When Primo de Rivera established himself as dictator of Spain in September 1923, the CNT responded by calling for a general strike, while the UGT not only did not support the general strike, but collaborated with the regime. Second, general strikes organized by anarchists were militarily crushed on numerous occasions. A long list of examples can be found in the history of Spanish anarchism. To give one, on February 16, 1902, a general strike in Barcelona, which spread to nearby industrial towns, was launched in solidarity with the striking Metalworkers Federation, who had been on strike for 2 months. The general strike only lasted a week and was defeated following the declaration of martial law, the deployment of the military, the closure of union headquarters, and the arrest of several hundred organizers. Spanish syndicalist anarchists were themselves aware of this problem. The CNT's report on the general strike, which was approved at the founding 1910 Congress, claimed that experience has taught us that when the general strike is localized at one point and the workers of the rest of the nation remain completely passive, the forces of public order at the service of the bourgeoisie will concentrate on that location, and it will be relatively easy for the government to crush the revolt. This is not to say that general strikes were always unsuccessful. Swiss anarchists participated in a 1907 general strike against local chocolate companies, including Nestlé, after a worker was unfairly fired. The general strike, which lasted from March 25th to 29th, spread to Montreux, Lausanne, and Geneva in response to gendarmes firing on and wounding 10 workers. It resulted in the rehiring of the worker, recognition of the trade union, and various material improvements. Even when general strikes were militarily crushed or failed to achieve their immediate objectives, they could still bring about social change. This includes the previously mentioned 1906 CGT general strike that won the weekend and the 1919 CNT general strike that won the 8-hour day. On other occasions, general strikes were, even if defeated, important acts of working-class resistance against domination and exploitation by the ruling classes. It is, from an anarchist perspective, better to rebel against oppression and lose than not to rebel at all, especially since workers do not know going into a struggle whether or not they will emerge victorious. Chapter 10. Organizational Dualism, from Bakunin to the Platform. A significant number of mass anarchists thought that federations of trade unions or community groups were insufficient to bring about the social revolution. They held that anarchists must, in addition to this, form specific anarchist organizations that would exist alongside mass organizations. These specific anarchist organizations were advocated as the means to unite committed revolutionaries in order to develop correct theory and strategy, coordinate their actions both among themselves and within broader mass organizations or movements, and push the revolutionary struggle forward through persuasion and engaging in actions that provided an example to others. This theory has come to be known as organizational dualism. In the past, specific anarchist organizations were often called an anarchist union. This language was not confusing to historical anarchists because they mostly spoke languages other than English, and so distinguished between syndicates and the anarchist union rather than trade unions and the anarchist union. During the course of anarchism's history, numerous specific anarchist organizations were founded. For example, in January 1891, Italian anarchists formed the Anarchist Socialist Revolutionary Party at a congress in Capolago, Switzerland. In the following months, anarchist groups from across Italy formed regional federations committed to the Capolago program. This growth in formal organization was cut short by the combination of state repression following May Day demonstrations and significant pushback from anti-organizationalist anarchists. At the end of the year, the Anarchist Socialist Revolutionary Party had, for all intents and purposes, vanished. Later attempts by Italian anarchists to form a national federation committed to a common program culminated in the establishment of the Italian Anarchist Communist Union in 1919, which changed its name to the Italian Anarchist Union in 1920. The Italian Anarchist Union, which participated as a key force in the USI and the factory occupation movement of the Bienno Rosso, spread its ideas via the paper Umanità Nova. At its peak in the early 1920s, the paper sold 50,000 copies a day and was in some areas the most widely read paper among workers. Given the enormous scale of the history of organizational dualism, I shall focus on only three main aspects of its theoretical development. These are A. Bakunin's advocacy of organizational dualism between 1868 and 1872, B. Various proposals made between the 1890s and 1930s on what the relationship between anarchism and syndicalism, or trade unions in general, should be, and C. Debates between proponents of platformist and synthesist-specific anarchist organizations that occurred from 1926 onward. Bakunin and the Alliance. The strategy of organizational dualism was first advocated by Bakunin. During the late 1860s and early 1870s, he argued that anarchists should simultaneously organize and participate within mass public organizations that had a broad program, such as trade unions, and also form small secret organizations committed to a narrow anarchist program. This theorizing occurred in parallel to Bakunin's actual attempts to form secret revolutionary organizations. The history of these attempts is extremely complex, but a condensed version follows. During his 1864-67 stay in Italy, Bakunin tried to transform the loose network of revolutionaries he knew into an organization that adhered to a specific program. In late 1864, Bakunin, who had recently moved from London to Florence, founded his first proper revolutionary organization, the Brotherhood. Although the Brotherhood certainly existed and had a membership of at least 30 individuals from largely Republican circles, it did not last long and soon faded away after Bakunin moved to Sorrento, near Naples, at the end of May 1865. Bakunin, who was becoming increasingly socialist and shifting closer to his mature anarchist politics, then moved to Naples in October and met a number of Republican revolutionaries. Sometime between late 1865 and early 1866, Bakunin persuaded these individuals to join a new secret revolutionary socialist organization called the International Brotherhood, which was the spiritual successor to the previous Brotherhood based in Florence. Bakunin subsequently co-founded two distinct but overlapping organizations, the Public International Alliance and the Secret Alliance, in October 1868. The Public International Alliance applied to join the First International and, after its application was rejected, converted itself into a Geneva section of the First International in July 1869. The Geneva Public Alliance decided to disband in August 1871, in the aftermath of various splits and conflicts within the Romance Federation of the First International, and took this decision without consulting Bakunin. The original Secret Alliance disbanded soon after its founding due to personal conflicts between its members. It continued to exist only as an informal social network composed of a few individuals who were mainly from Spain, Italy, and Switzerland, and members of Bakunin's inner circle. At around the same time, a distinct secret organization called the Alianza de la Democracia Socialista was founded in Spain to coordinate the activity of key militants and promote the growth of the Spanish section of the First International. The Alianza decided to dissolve itself in April 1872 and continued to adhere to this decision, despite Bakunin writing a letter attempting to persuade them to do otherwise. A few months later, Bakunin co-founded a new secret society called the Alliance of Social Revolutionaries in September 1872, after Bakunin had been expelled from the First International by the Hague Congress. An early example of Bakunin's strategy of organizational dualism can be found in his 1866 Program of the Brotherhood. He proposed that the dedicated revolutionaries of every land should gather at once into both public and private association with a twofold object of broadening the revolutionary front and at the same time paving the way for simultaneous concerted action in all countries in which action proves initially possible, through secret agreement among the wisest revolutionaries of those countries. The central task of these revolutionaries was to fuse, or in other words, organize, the elements of social revolution that are already widespread in practically all countries of Europe into an effective force. In the autumn of 1868, Bakunin wrote in the draft program of the Secret Alliance that the organization had been founded in order to help prepare, organize, and hasten the social revolution by pursuing the immediate dual objective of A. Spreading revolutionary consciousness through journals, pamphlets, and books, and founding public associations, and B. Recruiting intelligent, energetic, discreet men of goodwill who are sympathetic to our ideas, both in Europe and as far as possible in America, in order to form an invisible network of dedicated revolutionaries strengthened by the fact of alliance. The same idea was expressed by Bakunin in the March 27, 1872 letter he wrote to an Italian named Celso Ciretti, who admired the Republican revolutionary Garibaldi. In it, Bakunin advocated a secret alliance, composed of nuclei intimately bound together with similar nuclei presently being organized, or that will be organized, in other regions of Italy and abroad. This organization had a double mission. At first, they will form the inspiring and vivifying soul of the International Workingmen's Association in Italy and elsewhere, and later they will occupy themselves with questions that will be impossible to discuss publicly. They will form the necessary bridge between the propaganda of socialist theories and revolutionary practice. Bakunin did not propose the formation of a secret revolutionary organization because he had a hidden authoritarian agenda. He was motivated by the deeply practical view that a secret revolutionary organization was necessary in order to avoid state repression. In an April 1872 letter to members of the Spanish Alianza, he argued that the organization could not be public because if it were, it would be persecuted and crushed. This concern with secrecy is especially understandable given that Bakunin himself had been imprisoned in 1849 by the state of Saxony for having fought in an insurrection launched by the people of Dresden. He was subsequently handed from one state to another, imprisoned by Saxony, then by Austria, which kept him chained to a cell wall for a year, and then finally Russia from May 1851 onward. Both Saxony and Austria sentenced Bakunin to death, only to alter his sentence at the last minute after a secret agreement was made to transfer him ultimately to Russia. He remained imprisoned in Russia's Peter and Paul fortress, where all his teeth fell out due to scurvy, until the Tsar permanently banished him to Siberia in 1857. Bakunin thought that the mass public organization, the First International, and the small secret anarchist organization, the Alliance, had distinct but complementary roles in the revolutionary process. The role of the mass public organization was to unite as many workers as possible within an organization that prefigured the future society, and to engage in large-scale direct action against the ruling classes. The role of the small, secret, specific anarchist organization was, in comparison, to enable dedicated revolutionaries to coordinate their activity effectively and participate in the collective struggles of the working classes. In so doing, anarchists would spread their ideas and help organize and coordinate the uprisings of the working classes into a force capable of abolishing capitalism and the state in favor of an anarchist society. Bakunin explained his views on this topic in a private letter he wrote to the Alianza member Charles Ellerini between May 3rd and 6th, 1872. According to Bakunin, the Alliance and the International, although they both seek the same final goals, follow at one and the same time different paths. One has a mission to bring together the labor masses, millions of workers, reaching across differences of trades or lands, across the frontier of every state into one single compact and immense body. The other, the Alliance, has a mission to give a really revolutionary direction to these masses. The programs of the one and the other, without in any way being opposed, are different, in keeping with the extent of the development of each. That of the International, if it is taken seriously, contains in germ, but only in germ, the whole program of the Alliance. The program of the Alliance is the elaboration of the program of the International. Bakunin thought that the mass public organization and the specific anarchist organization should have distinct programs due to their different roles. The First International's role was to unite workers from around the world into federations of trade unions that engaged in the struggle for immediate improvements via direct action, and thereby laid the foundation from which the social revolution could arise. Given this, it should have a broad program inclusive to as many workers as possible and be based on their shared class interests to achieve better living conditions, emancipation, and international solidarity in the class struggle. Were the first international to adopt a narrow program, it would fail in its mission and merely create a very small association, a sect, but not an armed camp for the proletariat of the entire world set against the exploiting and dominant classes. The Alliance, in contrast, had to have an explicitly revolutionary program that advocated the simultaneous abolition of capitalism and the state. This included a commitment to atheism, which Bakunin held should not be part of the First International's program, because that would exclude the millions of workers who believe in God. This view was repeated almost word for word by Bakunin in his April 1872 letter to the members of the Spanish Alianza. This went alongside the clarification that Bakunin rejected the position that all socialist consciousness had to be brought to workers in the mass public organization by the secret organization of revolutionaries. Bakunin instead maintained that workers would develop their own radical ideas due to both the influence of revolutionaries and their own experiences of class struggle. He thought that in an international with a broad program, it will happen that, more and more educated by the struggle and by the free propaganda of different ideas, directed by their own instinct and increasingly raised to revolutionary consciousness by practice itself and the inevitable consequences of the universal solidarity of the struggle of labor against capital, the masses will elaborate, slowly it is true, but infallibly, their own thoughts, theories that will emerge from bottom to top. Although Bakunin thought that a small, secret society of dedicated revolutionaries would play an important role in the process of workers becoming organized and adopting socialist ideas, he remained committed to the self-emancipation of the working classes. In his resignation letter to the Jura Federation in 1873, he reminded them that the organization of the forces of the proletariat should be the work of the proletariat itself. A number of modern authors have argued against such an interpretation of Bakunin on the grounds that these public declarations are contradicted by his private programs and letters, in which, they allege, he argued for a fundamentally authoritarian and un-anarchist strategy. According to these critics, Bakunin preached anarchism in public while privately advocating the organization of a hierarchical secret society that would seize power and establish an unaccountable top-down dictatorship that ruled society from the shadows. The two main sources cited to support this interpretation are Bakunin's April 1, 1870 letter to Albert Richard and his June 2, 1870 letter to Sergei Nechayev. These interpretations misrepresent what Bakunin proposed within his letters and take certain quotes out of context. His letter to Richard did advocate ideas that can sound authoritarian and incompatible with anarchist strategy, such as his endorsement of a collective invisible dictatorship. In order to refute ominous authoritarian readings of Bakunin, it is necessary to establish in detail exactly what Bakunin meant by an invisible dictatorship, by placing this phrase within the full context of the letter. First, Bakunin repeated both the standard anarchist critique of state socialism and the standard anarchist conception of a social revolution. He rejected centralization, minority rule, and a revolutionary state modeled on the French Revolution, in which decisions for an entire country are made by a single committee, on the grounds that they were a means that would never lead to a free socialist society. The revolution, he said, should instead be achieved through the formation of a federation of workers' associations that would expropriate the means of production, liquidate the state, establish workers' militias, and coordinate production and distribution through a system of delegates. Bakunin's letter is, in this respect, entirely consistent with his statements elsewhere. Second, the reason Bakunin referred to an invisible dictatorship is that he is attempting to persuade Richard to abandon state socialist strategies. Richard was a French member of the Alliance, who never fully endorsed its anarchist program, and would go on to write a pamphlet arguing for the reinstatement of Napoleon III as emperor. Bakunin wrote, "You remain more than ever a supporter of centralization and the revolutionary state, whereas I am more opposed to it than ever, and see no salvation except in revolutionary anarchy, guided on all issues by an invisible collective power, the only dictatorship I accept." As a result, the only occasions when Bakunin uses the phrase in the letter is when he is contrasting the invisible dictatorship he supports with the overt dictatorship that Richard wrongly advocates. Bakunin's use of language for rhetorical purposes is similar to how Marx used the phrase dictatorship of the proletariat instead of rule of the proletariat when he was in dialogue with followers of Blanqui due to their support for revolutionary dictatorships. Third, at no point does Bakunin claim that the invisible dictatorship will make decisions and impose them on the working classes. He instead held that it would only act to influence or guide the working classes. He declared that during a revolution, supporters of overt dictatorship advocate the muting of passions and speak for order, trust, and submission to the established revolutionary powers. In this way, they reconstitute the state. We, on the other hand, must foment, awaken, and unleash all the passions. We must produce anarchy, and like invisible pilots in the thick of the popular tempest, we must steer it not by any open power, but by the collective dictatorship of all the allies, a dictatorship without insignia, titles, or official rights, and all the stronger for having none of the paraphernalia of power. This view is repeated later in the letter when Bakunin wrote that only the invisible collective force can preserve and guide the revolution. In advocating an invisible collective force, Bakunin was not endorsing a clandestine organization that guides workers by violently forcing them to behave in a particular manner. Bakunin is instead repeating language from Proudhon, who defined collective force as when the combined and organized action of individuals results in a group that possesses collective capacities to change the world that are greater than the sum of the capacities of each individual member. Bakunin made similar points in his later letter to Nechayev, who was a Russian acquaintance of Bakunin committed to the formation of an authoritarian top-down secret society that engaged in any means, including assassinating members of the ruling classes and launching coups to trigger a revolution. As in the previous letter, sections of it can be quoted out of context in order to give the false impression that Bakunin was a hidden authoritarian, such as his advocacy of the collective dictatorship of a secret organization. Such an interpretation should be rejected once again. Bakunin argued, in line with anarchist theory, that any revolution based on the seizure of state power by a ruling minority would result in new forms of oppression and exploitation, rather than emancipation. He thought that any attempt to abolish class society that is at all artificial and deals in secret plots, sudden assaults, surprises, and blows is bound to wreck itself against the state, which can only be conquered and broken by a spontaneous popular socialist revolution. And therefore, the sole object of a secret society must be not to create an artificial force outside the people, but to arouse, unite, and organize spontaneous popular forces. In this way, the only possible, the only effective army of the revolution is not outside the people, but consists of the people themselves. During this period, the word spontaneous was generally used by anarchists to refer to when workers acted voluntarily of their own volition rather than being forced to do something. Such spontaneous action was compatible with workers being influenced to act in a particular manner by the words and deeds of those around them. The role of the secret organization of committed revolutionaries was therefore to encourage and support a process of working-class self-emancipation. Bakunin wrote that if the working classes are the revolutionary army, then the secret organization would be the general headquarters of this army, and the organizer not of its own, but of the people's forces, as a link between the people's instincts and revolutionary thought. This would be achieved by forming a series of secret small groups that were dispersed throughout a country and united under a common program. During a revolutionary situation, they would formulate a set of ideas that were the very essence of popular instincts, desires, and demands, and spread them among a crowd of people who would be struggling without any purpose or plan, and thereby create round themselves a circle of people who are more or less devoted to the same idea and who are naturally subject to their influence. They would then collectively participate within ongoing popular movements in order to lead the people toward the most complete realization of the socio-economic ideal and the organization of the fullest popular freedom. This is what I call the collective dictatorship of a secret organization. Just as in his letter to Richard, Bakunin introduced this phrase in order to contrast the methods by which anarchists will influence the people with the publicly declared dictatorship that he opposed. Bakunin's so-called dictatorship would not give orders to workers who were subject to their authority and forced to obey by the threat of corporal punishment or court-martial. He explicitly wrote that it does not impose any new resolutions, regulations, or ways of living on the people, and only unleashes their will and gives a wider opportunity for their self-determination and their socio-economic organizations, which should be created by them alone from the bottom upwards and not from the top downwards. The organization must be sincerely impregnated with the idea that it is the servant and helper of the people and by no means their ruler, and also not in any circumstances, not even on the pretext of the people's welfare, should it ever be their master. The secret organization, instead, influences the people exclusively through the natural personal influence of its members, who have not the slightest power, are scattered in an unseen web throughout the regions, districts, and communes, and, in agreement with each other, try, in whatever place they may be, to direct the spontaneous revolutionary movement of the people toward the plan that has been discussed beforehand and firmly determined. Its only methods to direct and influence mass social movements were persuasion and acting as organizers. It would, Bakunin believed, carry out a broadly based popular propaganda, a propaganda that would really penetrate to the people, and by the power of this propaganda, and also by organization among the people themselves, join together separate popular forces into a mighty strength capable of demolishing the state. Critics of Bakunin have not only misrepresented what Bakunin meant by an invisible or collective dictatorship, but also failed to mention that in several other sources he makes exactly the same proposals as in his letters to Richard and Nechayev without using any dictatorial language. This is extremely important, because the only two instances in which Bakunin advocates a dictatorship as an anarchist are in two letters he wrote as attempts to persuade authoritarian revolutionaries to adopt anarchist strategy. Outside this context, Bakunin does not use this language, and so it appears most likely that he only adopted the language as a rhetorical device, and not as an expression of his hidden authoritarian agenda. In the 1868 program of the International Brotherhood, Bakunin wrote that a social revolution must be created by workers themselves through their own organs of self-management. Within such a revolution, the unity of revolutionary thought and action must find an agent in the thick of the popular anarchy which will constitute the very life and all the energy of the revolution. That agent must be the secret universal association of international brothers, which is a kind of revolutionary general staff that spreads ideas and organizes workers in order to act as the intermediaries between the revolutionary idea and popular instinct. This text is almost identical to passages from Bakunin's letters to Albert and Nechayev, but at no point does he refer to any invisible dictatorship. Indeed, he explicitly writes that this organization rules out any idea of dictatorship and custodial control, since supreme control must always belong to the people. The same opposition to dictatorship appears elsewhere. In September 1869, La Liberté published Bakunin's article, "A Few Words to My Young Brothers in Russia." In the article, he insisted that formally educated young people in Russia should go among the people and learn amid these masses whose hands are hardened by labor how you should serve the people's cause. And remember well, brothers, that the cultured youth should be neither master, nor protector, nor benefactor, nor dictator to the people, only the midwife of their spontaneous emancipation, the uniter and organizer of their efforts and their strength. 2 years later, he wrote in The Paris Commune and the Idea of the State that during a social revolution, all that individuals can do is elaborate, clarify, and propagate the ideas that correspond to the popular feeling, and beyond this, to contribute by their ceaseless efforts to the revolutionary organization of the natural power of the masses, but nothing beyond that. And everything else should not and could not take place except by the action of the people themselves. Otherwise, one would end with political dictatorship, that is to say, the reconstruction of the state, and one would arrive by a devious but logical path at the reestablishment of the political, social, and economic slavery of the popular masses. Bakunin described the alliance in his April 1872 letter to members of the Spanish Alianza as fundamentally a militant organization whose purpose is the organization of the power of the masses for the destruction of all states and all of the religious, political, judicial, social, and economic institutions currently existing, for the absolute emancipation of the subjugated and exploited laborers of the whole world. The purpose of our organization is to push the masses to make a clean sweep, so that agricultural and industrial populations can reorganize and federate themselves according to the principles of justice, equality, freedom, and solidarity from the bottom up, spontaneously, freely, apart from any official tutelage, whether of the reactionary or even the so-called revolutionary kind. The evidence clearly shows that Bakunin was not a hidden authoritarian who preached anarchism in public and top-down minority rule by a secret society in private. His public and private statements were entirely consistent with one another, and with his anarchist commitment to the self-emancipation of the working classes. Bakunin held, in short, that the success of a social revolution required a specific anarchist organization of dedicated militants who organized secretly to avoid state repression and were united under a common theoretical and strategic program. The main goal of this organization was to participate in popular social movements in order to spread anarchist ideas and help organize and coordinate the uprisings of the working classes into a force capable of abolishing capitalism and the state and building an anarchist society. In 2 letters, Bakunin referred to this as an invisible or collective dictatorship, but in so doing, all he actually meant was that a specific anarchist organization would influence the wider working classes through persuasion and acting as key organizers and militants within the ongoing class struggle. In his mind, this would occur in parallel with and as a complement to workers transforming themselves through their own experiences of revolutionary practice within mass public organizations that were committed to broad programs. During an evolutionary period, this included such organizations as trade unions. Once a revolution has been launched, increasingly large numbers of workers would continue this process of self-transformation and self-organization within federations of producers and consumers associations and federations of workers' militias. The role of the specific anarchist organization was to prevent the emergence of any new system of minority rule and to promote forms of organization and decision-making that enabled worker self-management. Bakunin attempted to implement this theory by participating in the broad public First International via a secret informal social network known as the Alliance. This secret network was never in a position where it could influence the working classes during a social revolution, and failed to live up to the great role that Bakunin had given it. Despite these limitations, its importance should not be underestimated. It was arguably the first specific anarchist organization in history, and its members played a key role in formulating the theory and practice of the anarchist movement. From the intellectual and practical foundation that Bakunin and the Alliance built, the future history of specific anarchist organizations would emerge. Syndicalism and specific anarchist organizations. After the collapse of the Saint-Imier International in 1878, mass anarchists continued to advocate the strategy of simultaneously forming mass organizations and small, specific anarchist organizations. In the build-up to the 1881 International Social Revolutionary Congress in London, Kropotkin proposed in letters to Malatesta, Cafiero, Schwitzgeibel, and an unnamed Belgian comrade that anarchists should form 2 organizations, one open, vast, and functioning openly, the other secret, intended for action. The secret organization was to be composed of dedicated anarchist militants who were experienced and action-oriented. The public organization was, in comparison, to be a trade union that grouped workers under the flag of the Strikers International. The trade union was advocated both because it was the sole means through which the forces of labor, the masses, can be successfully grouped together, and because it would provide forces, money, and a place for secret groups to operate. This secret organization would be a direct continuation of the Intimité Internationale, a secret association of anarchists within the Saint-Imier International that he had joined in 1877, and that, when he was writing, still existed. In the years after 1881, Kropotkin remained an advocate of organizational dualism. Netlau described him as advocating the penetration of the masses and their stimulation by libertarian militants, in much the same way as the Alliance acted within the International. To support this view, Netlau cited a 1914 letter where Kropotkin argued that the syndicate is absolutely necessary. It is the only form of workers' association which allows the direct struggle against capital to be carried on without a plunge into parliamentarism. But evidently, it does not achieve this goal automatically, since in Germany, in France, and in England, we have the examples of syndicates linked to the parliamentary struggle. There is need of the other element which Malatesta speaks of and which Bakunin always professed, namely a specific anarchist organization. What element Malatesta spoke of can be established by examining the articles he wrote during the 1890s. In 1894, Malatesta argued that anarchists should organize among ourselves, among folk who are perfectly persuaded and perfectly in agreement, and around us in broad, open associations, we should organize as many of the workers as we can, accepting them for what they are and striving to nudge them into whatever progress we can. This view was repeated in 1897, when he wrote that anarchists should set up as many groups of convinced and agreeable comrades as possible, and also join the labor movement with fervor, helping already existing workers' organizations and striving to promote new ones. In 1899, he continued to argue for the organization of us anarchists and the anarchist organization of the masses. Malatesta held, in line with Bakunin, that the mass organization should not have a distinctly anarchist program. In June 1897, he argued that the workers' organizations gather the exploited for the economic struggle against the masters on the basis of the interests shared by all workers, regardless of persuasion, and so must be separate and distinct from the organizations of the various parties, including specific anarchist organizations. Several months later, in November, he distinguished between the workers' movement, which should be whatever it can be and vary with the varying degree of development attained by the proletarians, and the anarchist party, which should be made up of men subscribing to the same ideas and bound by common purposes. Malatesta came to adopt this position in response to the lessons of the International in Italy. The Italian section was never anything other than the anarchist socialist party, and so was weak as an organization for economic resistance, because it was unable to make headway among the masses who were frightened by its overly advanced program. And it was weak as an anarchist party, because many of its members were workers who had little grasp of anarchy and socialism, and, having been drawn by the hope of immediate revolution, melted away every time an insurrectional attempt, or the hope of it, failed. After the birth of revolutionary syndicalism as a doctrine between the late 1890s and the early 1900s, Malatesta's advocacy of organizational dualism was articulated in response to the ideas of the CGT and other revolutionary syndicalist trade unions. Malatesta's critique of the theory of revolutionary syndicalism is sometimes misrepresented as a rejection of revolutionary trade unionism in and of itself. Such a perspective ignores the fact that during his debate with the revolutionary syndicalist and CGT member Monat at the 1907 International Anarchist Congress in Amsterdam, Malatesta argued that he was a supporter of the labor movement and advocated anarchists entering trade unions to spread anarchist ideas among workers. As a result, he described himself as a syndicalist in the sense of being a supporter of the syndicates, who advocated syndicates that are open to all workers without distinction of opinions, absolutely neutral syndicates, rather than anarchist syndicates. What Malatesta rejected was revolutionary syndicalism as a doctrine in the sense of the position that trade unionism is sufficient unto itself and a necessary and sufficient means for social revolution. Over the following decades, Malatesta repeatedly argued that revolutionary syndicalism was wrong, because trade unions are a necessary but insufficient means to revolution. In 1927, he insisted that, today the major force for social transformation is the labor movement, union movement. The anarchists must recognize the usefulness and importance of the union movement. They must support its development and make it one of the levers in their action, doing all they can to ensure that, by cooperation with other forces for progress, it will open the way to a social revolution. But it would be a great and fatal mistake to believe, as many do, that the labor movement can and should, of its own volition and by its very nature, lead to such a revolution. Malatesta thought that trade unionism was insufficient to achieve a social revolution, because he believed that trade union activity was constituted by forms of practice that, over time, had a tendency to transform them into reformist institutions concerned with reproducing themselves within capitalism rather than abolishing class society. As he explained in 1907, labor movements, which always commence as movements of protest and revolt, are animated at the beginning by a broad spirit of progress and human fraternity, tend very soon to degenerate, and in proportion as they acquire strength, they become egoistic, conservative, occupied exclusively with interests immediate and restricted, and develop within themselves a bureaucracy which, as in all such cases, has no other object than to strengthen and aggrandize itself. Trade unions must, if they are to fulfill their purpose, be open to any worker who wants to win immediate improvements from the economic ruling classes. The consequence of this is that trade unions will be forced by circumstances to moderate their aspirations, first, so that they should not frighten away those they wish to have with them, and next, because in proportion as numbers increase, those with ideas who have initiated the movement remain buried in a majority that is only occupied with the petty interests of the moment. In addition, given their function of winning immediate improvements for their membership, trade unions will have to operate not too far outside the law, interact with the political and economic ruling classes, and concern themselves primarily with the interests of workers who belong to the trade union, rather than workers who their membership competes with in the labor market. These factors would, in turn, lead trade unions that gain a large membership to assure, in accord with rather than against the masters, a privileged situation for themselves, and so create difficulties of entrance for new members, and for the admission of apprentices in the factories, a tendency to amass large funds that afterwards they are afraid of compromising, to seek the favor of public powers, to be absorbed, above all, in cooperation and mutual benefit schemes, and to become at last conservative elements in society. For Malatesta, this tendency of trade unions to develop into reformist institutions that balance the interests of capital and labor was confirmed by such examples as the American Federation of Labor in the United States. It does not carry on a struggle against the bosses, except in the sense that two businessmen struggle when they are discussing the details of a contract. The real struggle is conducted against the newcomers, the foreigners, or natives who seek to be allowed to work in any industrial job, such that skilled workers look down on manual workers, whites despise and oppress blacks, the real Americans consider Chinese, Italians, and other foreign workers as inferiors. If a revolution were to come in the United States, the strong and wealthy unions would inevitably be against the movement, because they would be worried about their investments and the privileged position they have assured for themselves. Kropotkin shared Malatesta's concerns. In 1919, he complained that in England, after the collapse of the First International, the daily struggle of local unions against the exploiters took the place of more distant ends. The majority of the active members of the workers' unions, occupied day after day with the organization of these unions and their strikes, lost sight of the final end of the workers' organization, social revolution. The history of the CGT can itself be used to illustrate Malatesta's argument against revolutionary syndicalism. In 1919, a major and potentially revolutionary strike wave spread across France. It mobilized 1,150,718 workers in 2,026 strikes. One of the major strikes in this wave of revolt began on June 2nd, when 170,750 metal workers in Paris and its suburbs, who belonged to 13 local unions, went on strike for a 44-hour work week and higher wages. This strike was independently organized by the rank and file as a reaction to the secretaries of the CGT's Federation of Metal Workers signing an agreement with capitalists that granted a 48-hour work week. In so doing, the Federation had undercut ongoing negotiations between the capitalists and the Parisian local unions concerning a 44-hour work week. A significant number of workers who took part in the strike, which expanded to include other regions of France, attempted to transform it into a revolutionary movement against capitalism itself and to achieve political objectives, such as an end to French military intervention against the Russian Revolution and amnesty for political and military prisoners. They called for a general strike and the establishment of a new Paris Commune. The strike ended on June 28th, before any of this could occur, because the union secretaries decided to achieve a purely economic settlement with the capitalists in government, which won increased wages and reaffirmed the previous agreement of a 48-hour workweek. Despite thinking of themselves as genuine radicals committed to the ideas of revolutionary syndicalism, the secretaries decided to not support political or revolutionary demands or enlist the wider support of the CGT as a whole. Given their social position as trade union bureaucrats, they acted to balance the interests of capital and labor and focused exclusively on reformist rather than revolutionary goals. Anarcho-syndicalists argue that revolutionaries should respond to the problem of trade unions becoming increasingly reformist over time by explicitly committing them to achieving an anarchist society through anarchist means. In 1925, Malatesta rejected this position and argued against those who aspired to merge the labor and anarchist movements by giving unions an explicitly anarchist program. He noted that the purpose of a trade union is to unite as many workers as possible in order to win immediate reforms, such as higher wages and improved working conditions, and thereby act as a means of education and a field for propaganda until workers are in a position to make the social revolution. Yet, since the majority of workers are not anarchists, any trade union that allowed only committed anarchists to join it would be the very same thing as an anarchist group, and would remain unable either to obtain better conditions or to bring about the revolution. His claim that anarcho-syndicalist trade unions would end up being specific anarchist organizations that called themselves trade unions was certainly applicable to some groups. The French CGTSR, for example, had only 6,000 members in 1936, hardly the size necessary to be an organ of genuinely large-scale class struggle. On the other hand, if an anarcho-syndicalist trade union allowed any worker into it, and thereby performed its function as an organ of large-scale class struggle, then, as it grew in size, it would come to be an organization in which the majority of members were not anarchists, and its anarchist program would exist only on paper as an empty formula to which nobody pays any more attention. Malatesta concluded that any fusion of anarchism and the trade union movement would result either in rendering the union powerless to attain its specific aim or in attenuating, falsifying, and extinguishing the spirit of anarchism. Given this, Malatesta rejected the strategy of committing existing trade unions to an anarchist program, or splitting off from large, moderate trade unions to form much smaller anarchist ones. He instead argued that anarchists should participate within the largest trade unions as a militant minority in order to be able to influence the largest number of workers and counteract the tendency of trade unions to become reformist. In Malatesta's specific context during 1920s Italy, this was the Syndicalist USI and the General Confederation of Labor, which had close ties with the Italian Socialist Party. His position, though, could apply just as well to less radical trade unions. According to Malatesta, the revolutionary spirit must be introduced, developed, and maintained by the constant actions of revolutionaries who work from within their ranks as well as from outside, but it cannot be the normal, natural definition of the trade union's function. Anarchists who participate in the trade union movement should strive to make them as much as possible instruments of combat in view of the social revolution. They should work to develop in the syndicates all that which can augment its educative influence and its combativeness, the propaganda of ideas, the forcible strike, the spirit of proselytism, the distrust and hatred of the authorities and of the politicians, the practice of solidarity toward individuals and groups in conflict with the masters. They should combat all that which tends to render them egotistic, pacific, conservative, which included amassing large amounts of money and the appointment of bureaucratic officials, paid and permanent. Although Malatesta advocated anarchist participation within the trade union movement, he insisted that anarchism should not subsume itself into it, but instead maintain an independent existence within specific anarchist organizations. He argued that anarchists should work within the trade union movement for anarchistic purposes as individuals, groups, and federations of groups, and always keep in contact with the anarchists, and remember that the labor organizations do not constitute the end, but only one of the various means, no matter how important it may be, of preparing the advent of anarchy. There is, he said, an impelling need for a specifically anarchist organization, which, both from within and outside the unions, struggle for the achievement of anarchism and seek to sterilize all the germs of degeneration and reaction. In other words, Malatesta advocated syndicalism in the broad sense of revolutionary trade unionism, plus a specific anarchist organization. He was not alone. In 1888, Spanish anarchists formed the Anarchist Organization of the Spanish region in order to provide the Federation of Resistance Against Capital, a federation of politically neutral trade unions with a revolutionary orientation. Decades later, in 1907, an anonymous member of the anarchist movement in Bohemia reported, "We are syndicalists, but syndicalism for us is only a means of action and not an end. We view it as a means of anarchist propaganda. It is thanks to syndicalism that we have been able to put down firm roots among the textile workers and miners in northern Bohemia, whose trade unions are under our direct influence. Most of these unions are flanked by an anarchist group made up of the best educated and most conscious workers. Our revolutionary miners are preparing the struggle for an 8-hour day." Some, but not all, anarcho-syndicalists advocated the formation of both mass syndicalist trade unions committed to an anarchist program, which were open to all workers, and smaller specific anarchist organizations, which were composed exclusively of dedicated militants. Focusing on Spain, the former General Secretary of the CNT's Catalan Regional Federation, Salvador Seguí, gave a speech on anarchism and syndicalism in 1920. He claimed that although anarchists should participate in trade unions in order to watch over their development and to provide them with direction such that they become more libertarian, this does not by any means imply that the existing anarchist groups must be dissolved. Not at all. The more influence they exercise, the more anarchism and anarchists there will be. Ultimately, as Seguí pointed out, it was the influence of anarchist groups that led to the CNT adopting anarchist communism as its goal in 1919. Several years later, in 1927, the FAI was founded during the CNT's period of illegality between 1924 and 1930 under the Primo de Rivera dictatorship. Its founding was initiated by the Portuguese Anarchist Union, the Federation of Spanish-speaking anarchist groups in France, and the Federation of Anarchist Groups in Spain. The strategic motivations for a new specific anarchist organization can be seen in the manifesto issued by the Anarchist Liaison Committee of Catalonia, which had been set up to organize the founding of the FAI. They described themselves as workers who were active CNT militants and supporters of the doctrine of the IWMA. It was asserted that it is not enough to be active inside the union. Outside of the unions, absolutely independently, we disseminate our theories, form our groups, organize rallies, publish anarchist reading material, and sow the seed of anarchism in every direction. This activity in anarchist groups was essential in order to ensure that anarchists both instigated and inspired the coming social revolution, such that it was not defeated, as had recently happened in Russia, by the establishment of a new minority political ruling class. Anarchists had to organize ourselves in anarchist groupings in order to impregnate the anarchist revolution and propel it as far forward as we may. This commitment to an anarcho-syndicalist version of organizational dualism was repeated at the founding meeting of the FAI in July 1927. The minutes claim that the labor organization itself should struggle not only for day-to-day improvements, but also for universal human emancipation and anarchism. At the same time, an anarchist organization of groups should be established alongside it, with the two organizations working together for the anarchist movement. It was proposed that the CNT and the FAI should hold joint plenums and local, district, and regional meetings and form general federations of the full anarchist movement, with general councils composed of representatives of the unions and the groups. The general councils will name commissions of education, propaganda, agitation, and other areas of equal concern for both organizations. By organizing joint councils, the FAI and CNT would establish a trabazon with one another, which can be translated into English as an organic link. This trabazon was subsequently implemented at the CNT's National Conference in January 1928, where delegates from the FAI and CNT agreed to form a National Committee of Revolutionary Action and a National Prisoners' Aid Committee composed of members of both organizations. The strategy of anarcho-syndicalism plus a specific anarchist organization was also advocated by anarchists outside of Spain. The French anarcho-syndicalist Baynard argued during his speech at the IWMA Congress of 1937 that anarcho-communist groups, which were distinct from the trade union, should go prospecting among the laboring masses, seek out recruits and temper militants, and carry out active propaganda and intensive pioneering work with an eye to winning the greatest possible number of workers, hitherto deceived and gulled by all the political parties, without exception, over to their side, and thus to the anarcho-syndicalist trade unions. The relationship between mass organizations and specific anarchist organizations was not the only topic that anarchists debated. They also argued with one another about how specific anarchist organizations should be structured and what role they should play in the class struggle. Platformism and Synthesism. In 1918, the Confederation of Anarchist Organizations, Nabat, was founded in Ukraine. It was viewed by Volin, who was one of its members, as a specific anarchist organization that would embrace anarchist communists, anarcho-syndicalists, and individualist anarchists, and thereby achieve what he termed a united anarchism. The Nabat's first Congress on November 18th described its primary duty as organizing all of the life forces of anarchism, uniting the various strands of anarchism, bringing together through a common endeavor all anarchists seriously desirous of playing an active part in the social revolution. This aspiration never became a reality due to the anarcho-syndicalists deciding not to join. In response, the Nabat chose not to send a delegate to the Third All-Russian Conference of Anarcho-Syndicalists. In November 1920, the militants of the Nabat, including Volin, were arrested by the Bolshevik secret police and imprisoned in Moscow. After an extensive campaign for the release of anarchist prisoners, which included imprisoned anarchists going on hunger strike, the Bolshevik government released a number of anarchists on the condition that they leave the country immediately. Among them was Volin, who left for Berlin in January 1922. That year, the anarchists who had fled to Berlin in order to escape Bolshevik state repression formed the group of Russian anarchists abroad. Between June 1923 and May 1924, this group published the anarchist journal Anarchический Вестник, Anarchist Herald, as part of a collaboration with the New York Union of Russian Toilers. The journal, edited by Volin and Peter Arshinov, published articles advocating the formation of specific anarchist organizations that united anarchists from different tendencies in order to combine the best ideas from anarchist communism, anarcho-syndicalism, and individualist anarchism. This position came to be known as the anarchist synthesis and was expounded not only by Volin, but also by the French anarchist Sébastien Faure. In his 1928 article, The Anarchist Synthesis, Faure utilized an analogy with chemistry to argue that anarchist communism, anarcho-syndicalism, and individualist anarchism were three elements that should be mixed together and synthesized through a process of ongoing experimentation. This would reveal which dosage of each element was most appropriate for a given context, such that the formula would vary locally, regionally, nationally, or internationally. The organizational basis for this synthesis in France was the recently formed Association of Anarchist Federalists, AFA, which was described by Faure as an entirely new regrouping of anarchist forces that would unite all committed anarchists without distinction of tendency in order to give more cohesion, influence, and effectiveness to our dear propaganda, and enable anarchists to work together rather than against one another, to live in peace rather than make war. In Faure's Anarchist Encyclopedia, published in 1934, Volin repeated this view when he defined the anarchist synthesis as a tendency currently emerging within the libertarian movement, seeking to reconcile and then synthesize the different currents of thought that divide this movement into several more or less hostile fractions. Volin, in other words, sought not only to unite different anarchists in the same organization, but also to combine the different ideas of anarchist tendencies together. This was motivated by two main positions. First, although anarchism's fragmentation into distinct subtypes had initially led to beneficial developments in anarchist theory and practice, it had in the long run ceased to be useful and resulted in unnecessary conflict between anarchists who each viewed their parcel as the sole truth and bitterly fought against the partisans of other currents. In so doing, they ignored the important ideas that other anarchist tendencies had to offer, and the fact that anarchism could be improved by fusing each separate element together into an organic whole. Second, any specific anarchist organization composed of different kinds of anarchists that did not establish a synthesis of their different ideas would only be a mechanical assemblage in which each holds on to his intransigent position, resulting in not a synthesis, but chaos. In parallel with the emergence of Bakunin and Faur's anarchist synthesis, a distinct and opposed tendency developed that came to be known as platformism. In June 1926, members of the group of Russian anarchists abroad, which had relocated to Paris in 1925, issued the Organizational Platform of the General Union of Anarchists draft through the new journal Dielo Truda, The Cause of Labor. The platform emerged out of discussions within the group of Russian anarchists abroad, whose members included Nestor Makhno, Peter Arshinov, and Ida Met, about how a specific anarchist organization should be structured and operate in order to overcome the perceived disorganization and ineffectiveness that the anarchist movement had fallen into. In so doing, they hoped to ensure that the anarchist movement would not be defeated, as it had been in Russia during the next revolution. The Dielo Truda group, in line with organizational dualism in general, advocated the formation of mass organizations that brought the working classes together on the basis of production and consumption, such as trade unions, workers' councils, or cooperatives, and a specific anarchist organization that united the most revolutionary and militant workers under an anarchist communist program. The function of such a specific anarchist organization, which they called the General Union of Anarchists, was to prepare the working classes for a social revolution, awaken and nurture class consciousness, spread anarchist ideas, coordinate action, and participate effectively in collective struggles. In so doing, it would ensure that anarchism became the guiding light, spearhead, or driving force of the social revolution when it occurred, such that there was an anarchist theoretical direction of events. By this, the Dielo Truda group did not mean that the General Union of Anarchists should seize power, establish themselves as a political ruling class, and impose their ideas from the top down in the name of the working classes whom they claimed to represent. Rather, they sought only to assist the masses to choose the genuine path of social revolution and socialist construction, and establish the genuine self-governance of the masses, which would be the practical first step along the road to the realization of libertarian communism. This goal was to be achieved by participating within mass movements, such as trade unions, in order to spread anarchist ideas within them and steer the movement in an anarchist direction. The platform differed from other forms of organizational dualism in its conception of how the specific anarchist organization should be structured. The Dielo Truda group held that specific anarchist organizations should, in order to effectively influence the working classes, adhere to a narrow ideological and tactical program that would act as a guide for achieving their shared goals via an agreed-upon route. This position emerged from their experiences of the Russian Revolution. Arshinov argued in his 1925 article, Our Organizational Problem, that the anarchist movement in Russia had been outmaneuvered by other revolutionary tendencies because it had adopted positions that were, yes, correct, but too general, acting all at once in a diffuse way in multiple tiny groups, often at odds on many points of tactics. In order to prevent this from happening again, specific anarchist organizations should be committed to ideological and tactical unity such that every member agrees on a specific route to achieve concrete objectives. Doing so ensures that the organization's limited resources are deployed in the same direction and prevents different segments of the organization from engaging in tactics that do not complement and support one another, such as one group advocating participation in trade unions while another tried to persuade workers not to join them. The Dielo Truda group therefore rejected Bakunin and Faur's theory of the anarchist synthesis. They thought it made little sense to advocate the synthesis of anarchist communism, anarcho-syndicalism, and individualist anarchism. It was already the case that anarcho-syndicalists advocated communism as a goal, and most anarchist communists advocated participation in trade unions. Nor was there any need to incorporate the insights of individualist anarchism. Individualists rejected the need for collectively organized class struggle, and anarcho-syndicalism and anarchist communism were already based on a commitment to the freedom of the individual. In addition, it was impractical to attempt to synthesize the different anarchist tendencies into a single organization, because its members would continue to have fundamentally incompatible views on theory and practice. The organization would inevitably disintegrate when these disagreements arose to prominence during collective struggles. The authors of the platform believed that the common ideological and tactical program of a specific anarchist organization should be implemented through each individual member engaging in revolutionary self-discipline and enacting the decisions that had been collectively agreed upon. They wrote that the Federalist type of anarchist organization, while acknowledging every member of the organization's right to independence, to freedom of opinion, initiative, and individual liberty, charges each member with specific organizational duties, insisting that these be rigorously performed and that decisions jointly made be put into effect. This included a commitment to seeing decisions made by majority vote at Congresses as binding on every group within the organization. The authors of the platform, in parallel with this, rejected the unaccountable individualism of some anarchist groups in favor of a system of collective responsibility whereby the general union of anarchists will be answerable for the revolutionary and political activity of each of its members, and each member will be answerable for the revolutionary and political activity of the union as a whole. Most controversially of all, the Dielo Truda group proposed the formation of an executive committee that would achieve coordination and coherence between different sections of the general union of anarchists. They advocated an executive committee tasked with the implementation of decisions made by the union, which the latter have entrusted to it, theoretical and organizational oversight of the activity of isolated organizations in keeping with the union's theoretical options and overall tactical line, scrutiny of the general state of the movement, maintenance of working and organizational ties between all of the organizations of the union as well as with outside organizations. The authors of the platform were aware that the executive committee could potentially take on a life of its own and subordinate or oppress the membership. In order to prevent this from happening, they proposed that the rights, responsibilities, and practical tasks of the executive committee will be prescribed by the Congress of the General Union. The platform aroused a great deal of debate within the European anarchist movement. These responses tended to be based on misunderstanding or misrepresenting its ideas, due in part to a poor French translation produced by Bakunin, and the ambiguous language within the platform itself, such as references to collective responsibility, an executive committee, and anarchists providing theoretical direction. In 1927, a different group of Russian anarchists, which included Molly Stiemer, Senya Fleshin, and Volin, released a critique of the platform. They interpreted the platform as advocating the formation of a centralized party ruled from the top down by an executive committee that was merely a central committee under a different name. This centralized party would, in turn, act as leader and director of both the anarchist movement and working class movements in general, rather than offering only ideological assistance to other workers as equals in the class struggle. As a result, they concluded that the Dielo Truda group had abandoned anarchist principles in favor of authoritarian Bolshevik ones. This negative evaluation of the platform was shared by Berkman and Goldman. A more politely written response was issued by Malatesta in October 1927. Malatesta, like Stiemer, Fleshin, and Volin, viewed the platform as rejecting the anarchist commitment to free initiative and free agreement in favor of a Bolshevik-inspired authoritarian system of organization. The platform's advocacy of collective responsibility, binding Congress resolutions made by majority vote, and an executive committee was interpreted by Malatesta as being a proposal for an organization in which decisions are made by elected representatives. If these representatives make binding decisions through simple majority voting, then, when there are more than two factions at a meeting, the decision will be made by a numerical minority of representatives elected by a minority of the organization. He argued that, if the union is responsible for what each member does, how can it leave to its individual members and to the various groups the freedom to apply the common program in the way they think best? How can one be responsible for an action if one does not have the means to prevent it? Therefore, the union, and in its name the executive committee, would need to monitor the action of the individual members and order them what to do and what not to do. And since disapproval after the event cannot put right a previously accepted responsibility, no one would be able to do anything at all before having obtained the go-ahead, the permission of the committee. As a result, Malatesta concluded that the Dielo Truda group had proposed means that would, far from helping to bring about the victory of anarchist communism, only falsify the anarchist spirit and lead to consequences that go against their intentions. In response to these critiques, the authors of the platform issued a number of texts clarifying their position. First, they were not in favor of subordinating the working class to the top-down rule of an anarchist organization. They explicitly wrote that the action of steering revolutionary elements and the revolutionary movement of the masses in terms of ideas should not be and cannot ever be considered as an aspiration on the part of anarchists that they should take the construction of the new society into their own hands. That construction cannot be carried out except by the whole of laboring society, for that task devolves upon it alone, and any attempt to strip it of that right must be deemed anti-anarchist. Given this, anarchists will never agree to wield power, even for a single instant, nor impose their decisions on the masses by force. In this connection, their methods are propaganda, force of argument, and spoken and written persuasion. The platform's references to anarchists providing direction to the working classes only meant that they would influence other workers and persuade them to adopt anarchist ideas in just the same manner that famous anarchist theorists such as Bakunin, Kropotkin, Reclus, and Malatesta had already done. The platform merely held that in order for this ideological direction to become a permanent factor, it was necessary to form an organization possessed of a common ideology, whose membership engage in ideologically coordinated activity without being sidetracked or dispersed as had been the case hitherto. This organization would then participate in, for example, the trade union movement as the carriers of a certain theory, a prescribed work plan, in order to disseminate within the unions its ideas regarding the revolutionary tactics of the working class and on various events. In summary, although the revolution can only be made by the working classes themselves, it is also the case that the revolutionary mass is forever nurturing in its bosom a minority of initiators who precipitate and direct events, and in a true social revolution, the supporters of worker anarchism alone will account for that minority. Once the working classes have defeated capitalist society, a new era in their history will be ushered in, an era when all social and political functions are transferred to the hands of workers and peasants who will set about the creation of the new life. At that point, the anarchist organizations and, with them, the general union, will lose all their significance, and they should, in our view, gradually melt away in the productive organizations of the workers and peasants, rather than subjecting workers to their rule. Second, in advocating an executive committee within the specific anarchist organization, they were not proposing the formation of a party central committee that issues orders, makes laws, and commands. The authors of the platform not only thought that an executive committee was consistent with anarchism, but that such an organ exists in many anarchist and anarchist syndicalist organizations. What the platform called an executive committee had no coercive powers. It was merely a body performing functions of a general nature in the union that would not restrict the activity of groups within the organization, and instead only steer their activity by providing ideological or organizational assistance, such as advising a group on the current tactical or organizational line adopted by the union on a variety of matters. If a group within the specific anarchist organization decided to adopt its own tactical approach, then one of three outcomes would occur. The minority would agree to follow the majority position within the organization because it is not an issue of supreme importance. The minority and majority position would coexist if feasible, or the minority would leave the organization to form their own group. Crucially, which of these outcomes transpired will be resolved not by the executive committee, which, let us repeat, is to be merely an executive organ of the union, but by the entire union as a body, by a union conference or congress. Third, the idea of collective responsibility did not entail the view that the members of the organization would have to follow the orders of an executive committee. Arshinov explained in his response to Malatesta that the members of the organization would be united under a common program that they all supported and which, insofar as they were members, was binding upon them. Given this, the practical activity of a member of the organization is naturally in complete harmony with the overall activity, and conversely, the activity of the organization as a whole could not be at odds with the conscience and activity of each member, assuming he has accepted the program fundamental to this organization. It is this which characterizes the principle of collective responsibility. The union as a body is answerable for the activity of each member, in the knowledge that he could only carry out his political and revolutionary work in the political spirit of the union. Likewise, each member is fully answerable for the union as a whole, since its activity could not be at odds with what has been determined by the whole membership. From Arshinov's response, it is clear that Malatesta's critique was based on a misunderstanding of what the authors of the platform meant by collective responsibility. Malatesta himself realized that this was potentially the case. He wrote in a December 1929 letter to Makhno that, "I accept and support the view that anyone who associates and cooperates with others for a common purpose must feel the need to coordinate his actions with those of his fellow members and do nothing that harms the work of others and thus the common cause, and respect the agreements that have been made, except when wishing sincerely to leave the association. I maintain that those who do not feel and do not practice that duty should be thrown out of the association. Perhaps, speaking of collective responsibility, you mean precisely that accord and solidarity that must exist among the members of an association. And if that is so, your expression amounts, in my view, to an incorrect use of language. But basically, it would only be an unimportant question of wording, and agreement would soon be reached." Malatesta further clarified his views on the topic in a July 1930 letter he wrote to a platformist group based in the Montmartre district of Paris. Although he continued to reject the phrase collective responsibility in favor of moral responsibility, he wrote, "I find myself more or less in agreement with their way of conceiving the anarchist organization, being very far from the authoritarian spirit which the platform seemed to reveal, and I confirm my belief that behind the linguistic differences really lie identical positions." Malatesta was nonetheless not a platformist, since he thought that specific anarchist organizations should have a slightly broader program, and rejected the position that Congress resolutions passed by majority vote should be binding on every group within a specific anarchist organization, rather than only those groups who voted in favor of them. The immediate practical effect of the platform appears to have been somewhat limited. The Dielo Truda group organized a number of discussion meetings on the platform that were attended by militants from around the world, including France, Italy, Spain, Bulgaria, Poland, and China. This culminated in an attempt to form an anarchist international at a meeting held in a Parisian cinema on March 20th, 1927. During the meeting, Makhno proposed a 5-point program to be discussed. 1. Recognition of the class struggle as the most important factor of the anarchist system. 2. Recognition of anarcho-communism as the basis of the movement. 3. Recognition of syndicalism as one of the principal methods of anarcho-communist struggle. 4. The necessity of a general union of anarchists based on ideological and tactical unity and collective responsibility. 5. The necessity of a positive program to realize the social revolution. These 5 points were then pedantically rephrased by the attending delegates in a manner that changed their language but not their ultimate meaning. The wording agreed upon was 1. Recognition of the struggle of all oppressed and exploited against state and capitalist authority as the most important factor of the anarchist system. 2. Recognition of anarcho-communism as the basis of the movement. 3. Recognition of the labor and union struggle as one of the most important means of anarchist revolutionary action. 4. Necessity in each country of as general as possible a union of anarchists who have the same goals and tactics, as well as collective responsibility. 5. Necessity of a positive program of action for the anarchists in the social revolution. Before the delegates could move on to discuss these points, the French police broke into the meeting and arrested everybody in attendance. The commission elected to form the Anarchist International, whose members were Makhno, Ukrainian, Ranko, Polish, and Chen, Chinese, issued a letter on April 1st that declared the existence of an international libertarian communist federation and, for reasons that are unclear, expressed the original 5-point program for discussion that had been formulated by Machno rather than the version that delegates had revised. This contributed toward delegates from other anarchist groups, including the Italian anarchists who were members of the Italian Anarchist Union, deciding to disassociate from the project. Fabri, Camillo Berneri, and Ugo Fedele explained in their letter that the members of the Pensiero e Volonta group had decided not to join because there exists among you a spirit which is quite distant from that which underlies our way of conceiving an international anarchist organization. That is one which is open to the greatest number of individuals, groups, and federations who agree with the principles of struggle organized in an anarchist way against capitalism and the state, on a permanent national and international basis, but all this without any ideological or tactical exclusivism and without any formalism that could impede the autonomy or freedom of the individuals in the groups or of the groups themselves in the various national and international unions. The first specific anarchist organization to express support for platformism was the Federation of Anarcho-Communist Groups of the United States and Canada, which was composed of workers from the Russian Empire and financially supported the publication of Dielo Truda. The Federation declared in January 1927 that the conference agrees with the organizational platform and views its ideas as timely and desirable. Other Russian anarchists living in North America rejected the ideas of the platform and formed the Federation of Russian Workers' Organizations of the United States and Canada in 1927. After several years of dialogue and negotiations, the two rival federations united into a single federation in July 1939. The second specific anarchist organization to adopt platformism was the French Anarchist Communist Union. At its autumn 1927 Congress in Paris, a majority of delegates voted to rename the organization the Revolutionary Anarchist Communist Union. This was accompanied by a number of dramatic changes to how the organization functioned. The results of majority votes were now binding on all individual members. Positions adopted at annual congresses could not be subject to criticisms within the pages of the union's official paper, Le Libertaire, except during a 3-month period immediately prior to the next Congress. Membership was only possible via a group, meaning isolated individuals could no longer join. And being a member involved paying a subscription fee and receiving a membership card. The 1927 Congress resulted in a split within the organization. Proponents of synthesist anarchism left to form the previously mentioned AFA. These changes to the anarchist union did not last long. The platformist position was soon defeated at the 1930 Paris Congress, where, despite a speech by Machno, the synthesist delegates won the vote by 14-7, regained control of the organization, and abandoned the above policies. In response, the platformists left and formed the Libertarian Communist Federation in 1934, only to rejoin the Anarchist Union 2 years later in 1936. Despite the various negative interpretations of the platform, its commitments were not a break with anarchism. They were instead one of many ways in which anarchists sought to build upon and update the kind of specific anarchist organization that Bakunin had advocated decades previously. This remains true even though other anarchists thought their proposals were misguided. Although proponents of organizational dualism disagreed about how specific anarchist organizations should be structured and make decisions, they nonetheless agreed on the need to unite committed revolutionaries under a common program in order to develop correct theory and strategy, coordinate their actions both among themselves and within broader mass organizations or movements, and to push the revolutionary struggle forward through persuasion and engagement in actions that provided an example to others. Chapter 11. Conclusion. Between 1868 and 1939, anarchists living in Europe and the United States developed a political theory that guided their attempts to bring about fundamental social change. This theory can be summarized as follows. Anarchists were anti-state socialists who advocated the achievement of freedom, equality, and solidarity. For anarchists, these values were interdependent, such that the realization of one of them can only occur through the realization of all three at once. Although all anarchists advocated freedom, they disagreed with one another about how to define it. Some anarchists defined freedom as non-denomination, such that a person is free if and only if they are not subordinate to someone who wields the arbitrary power to impose their will on them. Other anarchists define freedom as the real possibility to do and/or be a broad range of things such that a person becomes more free as their opportunities expand. One of the main reasons why anarchists valued freedom is that it is a prerequisite for people fully developing themselves and realizing their human potential. Irrespective of how they define freedom, anarchists agreed that humans can, given the kind of animals we are, only be free in and through society. In order for this to occur, society has to be structured in an egalitarian manner. There must be no hierarchical divisions between rulers who issue commands and make decisions, and subordinates who obey and lack decision-making power. Organizations should instead be structured horizontally, such that each member is neither a master nor a subject. They are instead an associate who has an equal say in collective decisions, and so co-determine the voluntary organization with every other member. Such equality of self-determination must go alongside equality of opportunity. Each individual should have access to the external conditions that are necessary for self-development, and having the real possibility to do and/or be a broad range of things, such as food, healthcare, and education. The reproduction of such a society requires solidarity, in the sense of individuals and groups cooperating with one another in pursuit of common goals, and people in their personal lives forming reciprocal, caring relationships, such as being a loving parent, good friend, or supportive teacher. Anarchists argued that capitalism and the state, alongside all structures of domination and exploitation, should be abolished in favor of a stateless, classless society without authority, in which everyone is free, equal, and bonded together through relations of solidarity. They called this society anarchy. The abolition of capitalism and the state was primarily justified on the grounds that they are violent, hierarchical pyramids in which decision-making flows from the top to the bottom. The majority of the population are workers who lack real decision-making power over the nature of their life, workplace, community, or society as a whole. They are instead subject to the power of an economic ruling class, capitalists, landowners, bankers, etc., and a political ruling class, monarchs, politicians, heads of the police, generals, etc. The economic ruling class derive their power from the private ownership of land, raw materials, and the means of production. The economic ruling class derive their power from the private ownership of land, raw materials, and the means of production. Workers own personal possessions but not private property, and so, in order to survive, must sell their labor to capitalists and landowners in exchange for a wage. The political ruling class sit at the top of the centralized, hierarchical state and possess the authority to make laws and issue commands at a societal level that others must obey, due to the threat or exercise of institutionalized force, such as the police, prisons, and courts. All states, regardless of whether they are a monarchy, dictatorship, or parliamentary democracy, exercise institutionalized violence in order to enforce and maintain the domination and exploitation of workers, and thereby perpetuate the power and privilege of both the economic and political ruling classes. The creation of anarchy requires the abolition of capitalism and the state, but the ruling classes will never give up their power voluntarily and instead violently defend it. They must be overthrown. The majority of anarchist theory was concerned with how to do this. Anarchists argued that the goal of universal human emancipation could only be achieved through the formation of working-class social movements that engage in class struggle against the political and economic ruling classes, and ultimately launch a social revolution. Anarchists envision the social revolution as a lengthy process of simultaneous destruction and construction. Workers would destroy the old world by launching an armed insurrection that violently smashed the state and forcefully expropriated the ruling classes. This victory would be achieved by workers' militias, who would also defend the social revolution from counterattack. Workers would build the new world by creating an anarchist society, which is the totality of social structures from which anarchy could later emerge. During and immediately after the social revolution, anarchists aimed to establish A. the collective ownership of land, raw materials, and the means of production, B. the self-management of social life, including production and distribution, through workplace and community assemblies in which collective decisions are made via either unanimous agreement, majority vote, or a combination of the two. C. The abolition of money and markets in favor of a system of decentralized planning. And D. The reorganization of production, such that people engage in a combination of mental and physical labor. Unsatisfying labor is either removed, automated, or shared among producers, and the length of the working day is significantly reduced. In order to achieve this goal, anarchists had to overcome the fact that capitalism and the state are self-reproducing. Society is constituted by a process of human beings with particular consciousness engaging in practice, deploying their capacities to satisfy a psychological drive. In so doing, they simultaneously change both the world and themselves. The interplay between practice producing social relations and practice being performed through social relations results in the formation of relatively stable and enduring social structures. These social structures simultaneously enable and constrain practice, such that individuals engage in practices that develop historically specific capacities, drives, and consciousness. The consequence of this is that as people engage in practice, they also create and recreate themselves as the kinds of people who reproduce the social structure itself. Abolishing capitalism and the state, creating an anarchist society, and the day-to-day reproduction of an anarchist society requires the bulk of the population to have developed a vast array of different capacities, drives, and consciousness, such as the capacity to make decisions through general assemblies, the drive to not oppress others, and the consciousness that capitalism and the state make people unfree. The dominant structures of class society are constituted by forms of practice that develop people fit mainly for reproducing capitalism and the state, rather than abolishing them. Class society systematically fails to produce the kinds of people that both an anarchist revolution and an anarchist society need. Such individuals, of course, would be produced by a properly functioning anarchist society. But this fact does not help anarchists presently living under class society. Anarchists therefore face a paradox. In order to transform society, they need transformed people. In order to have transformed people, they need a new society. The anarchist solution to this problem was revolutionary practice. Humans are not solely the product of their circumstances. They can also choose to engage in actions that simultaneously develop new capacities, drives, and consciousness, modify existing social structures, and construct whole new social structures. This is not to say that any form of revolutionary practice could lead to an anarchist society. Anarchists argued that working-class social movements should only use means that were in conformity with the ends of creating anarchy. They, in short, advocated the unity of means and ends. The means that revolutionaries propose for achieving social change have to be constituted by forms of practice that develop people into the kinds of individuals who are capable of and are driven to A. Overthrow capitalism and the state, and B. Construct and reproduce the end goal of an anarchist society. If social movements select means that fail to do this, then they would, regardless of people's good intentions, never achieve the ends of anarchism. The anarchists' commitment to the unity of means and ends shaped both what strategies they advocated and which ones they rejected. Anarchists thought that the social revolution would emerge out of an extended evolutionary period, during which change was slow, gradual, and partial. In order for this evolutionary period to culminate in a revolution, working-class social movements have to spread their ideas and form social networks through print media, talks, and recreational activities, construct organizations that prefigure the future anarchist society, and engage in class struggle via direct action. Anarchists advocated these means not only because they were effective and won results, but also because of the forms of practice that constituted them. Through engaging in direct action with prefigurative organizations, workers simultaneously change the world and themselves. A group of workers might form a tenant union, organize a rent strike against their landlord, and make collective decisions about the rent strike within a general assembly. In so doing, they change social relations. Rent decreases and workers gain more power over their landlord and change people. Workers develop the capacity to organize a rent strike and make decisions within a general assembly, acquire an increased sense of solidarity with one another, and realize that housing should be free. During the course of the strike, these workers not only change social relations and themselves, but also construct a new social structure that did not exist before, a tenant union. Long-term participation in this tenant union would in turn cause workers to develop their capacities, drives, and consciousness further. This makes the organization of new actions possible, such as a larger rent strike that mobilizes workers in an entire city. These kinds of actions could continue and multiply over time as increasingly large numbers of workers engage in the process of simultaneously transforming social relations and themselves. This would eventually culminate in a shift from workers only modifying the dominant structures of class society to workers abolishing them and replacing them with new ones. Through the struggle against capitalism and the state, workers could develop into people ready to emancipate themselves and achieve anarchist goals. Anarchism emerged in parallel with and in opposition to various forms of state socialism that aimed to achieve a stateless, classless society through the conquest of state power. Anarchists replied that the means of conquering state power could never achieve the ends of universal human emancipation. Socialist parties that engaged in parliamentarism within the existing bourgeois state would, over time, abandon their revolutionary program and become mere reform movements that defended the status quo and only aimed at the improvement of conditions within the cage of capitalism and the state. If a socialist party succeeded in conquering state power, whether by elections or force, the result would not be a society in which workers themselves self-managed social life. They would instead create a new form of minority class rule, in which the working classes were dominated and exploited by the party leadership that actually wielded state power. The minority of rulers would be transformed by the exercise of state power and become tyrants who were primarily concerned with expanding and reproducing their power and furthering their specific interests in opposition to and in conflict with the interests of the working classes whose name they ruled in. They would never give up their power voluntarily and would violently repress any working class social movements who resisted them. The state would never wither away. It had to be intentionally and violently destroyed. Although anarchists in general shared these basic strategic commitments, the movement was divided between two main strategic schools of thought: insurrectionist anarchism and mass anarchism. Insurrectionist anarchists opposed formal organization and advocated the formation of small affinity groups that were linked together via informal social networks and periodicals. They rejected the struggle for immediate reforms and argued that anarchists should immediately engage in an escalating series of assassinations, bombings, and armed insurrections against the ruling classes and their institutions. The goal of these attacks was to spread anarchist ideas and inspire other workers to rise up. This would result in a chain reaction of revolt, as an increasingly large number of workers launched insurrections, formed a mass movement, and initiated the social revolution. Mass anarchists, in contrast, advocated the formation of both affinity groups and large-scale formal federations of autonomous groups, which coordinated large-scale action through regular congresses attended by instantly recallable mandated delegates. They argued that anarchists could generate a mass movement that was driven to and capable of launching an armed insurrection that abolished class society through the struggle for immediate reforms in the present. In order for this struggle to build toward revolution, rather than collapse into reformism, it had to be achieved by engaging in direct action within prefigurative organizations. Anarchists would facilitate this process by acting as a militant minority within social movements in order to influence other workers to adopt anarchist ideas and implement anarchist strategy. The main form of mass anarchism was syndicalist anarchism, which argued that trade unions were the primary social movement under capitalism that could fulfill anarchist goals. This was because trade unions could pursue the double aim of struggling for immediate reforms and attempting to launch a social revolution via an insurrectionary general strike. In so doing, they would perform a dual function. They would act as organs of resistance that struggled against dominant institutions in the present, and then, during the social revolution, take over the organization of the economy, in part or whole, and transform into organs of self-management. Syndicalist anarchists disagreed about whether or not trade unions should be politically neutral or formally committed to achieving an anarchist society through anarchist means. A significant number of mass anarchists thought that trade unions were a necessary but insufficient means to achieve revolution. These proponents of organizational dualism argued that anarchists should simultaneously form mass organizations open to all workers, and in addition, smaller specific anarchist organizations composed exclusively of anarchist militants. These specific anarchist organizations were the means to unite committed revolutionaries in order to develop correct theory and strategy, coordinate their actions both among themselves and within larger and broader mass organizations or movements, and push the revolutionary struggle forward through persuasion and engaging in actions that provided an example to other workers. Proponents of organizational dualism nonetheless disagreed about how to do this, and argued with one another about a variety of topics, including how broad or narrow a specific anarchist organization's program should be, and whether or not Congress resolutions should be binding on every section of an organization or only those who voted in favor of them. These disagreements led to the formation of distinct tendencies, such as synthesists and platformists. Numerous anarchist women, and some men who supported them, realized that the achievement of anarchy required the organization of women-only groups in order to struggle against class and gender oppression simultaneously. These groups aimed to combat sexism and promote women's liberation within both the anarchist movement and wider society. In so doing, they would enable women to unlearn their patriarchal socialization and fully participate in the class struggle as equals to male workers. These women-only groups were either mass organizations that were open to all women workers, informal anarchist affinity groups, or formal organizations of dedicated anarchist militants. Some organizations were women's sections of syndicalist trade unions, while others were independent. This book has been concerned with what historical anarchists thought. It was not written as a mere exercise in digging up curious individuals from the past or compiling historical facts for their own sake. I want to help modern workers develop their own ideas about how to change the world, and I thought I could do this by summarizing the theory and actions of the main anti-authoritarian wing of the historical workers' movement. This project is only partially complete since, for the purposes of this book, I narrowly focused on anarchists living in Europe and the United States. To properly understand the history of anarchism, one must also examine the ideas and actions of anarchists who lived in Latin America, Asia, Oceania, and Africa. Modern anarchists should read not only Bakunin, Malatesta, Kropotkin, and Goldman, but also authors like Ricardo Flores Magón, MPT Acharya, He Yin Zhen, Liu Shipei, Ito Noe, Hotoku Shoshui, and Hata Shuso. These anarchists should not be treated as tokens or only referenced when responding to false accusations that anarchism was historically an exclusively white or European social movement. Their ideas must instead be treated as being of equal importance, such that their views are fully incorporated into our understanding of what anarchism is. Nor should they be viewed as separate from the anarchist movement in Europe and the United States. All these authors read and were influenced by European anarchists. Several of them, such as Magón, Acharya, and Kotoku, lived in Europe or the United States for parts of their life. The different anarchist movements around the world were so interconnected with one another through transnational networks and migration flows that the complete history of anarchism can only be written as a global history. Modern anarchists should not merely repeat the ideas of dead anarchists. The fact that a dead anarchist wrote it does not make it true. We must make arguments grounded in evidence for why anarchist positions are correct, rather than merely quoting dead anarchists as if their words were scripture. We must learn not only from their successes, but also from their failures, inadequacies, and inconsistencies. Most importantly of all, we have to develop our own ideas in response to our specific situations and problems, such as climate breakdown and ecological collapse, the resurgence of fascism, modern border systems, the gig economy, and transphobia. This is itself in line with what historical anarchist authors themselves wrote. They consistently reiterated the point that anarchist theory and practice had to develop in response to specific concrete situations, and that people in the future would and should develop ideas that they were not in a position to even conceive. In order to do so, we need to draw upon not only distinctly anarchist theory, but also the best ideas that have been developed by various social movements of the oppressed and exploited over the past 150 years. This includes, but is not limited to, feminism, queer theory, the disability rights movement, Marxism, the Black radical tradition, indigenous critiques of settler colonialism, and the Zapatista Army of National Liberation. This work has already begun. During the 1970s, participants in the women's liberation and Black power movements came into contact with anarchist ideas and, independently of one another, developed anarcho-feminism and Black anarchism as distinct tendencies. Anarcho-feminists argue that the personal is political and analyze the manner in which women are oppressed by men in daily life, such as women being expected to do the majority of chores, men talking over women at meetings, or women being subject to emotional and physical abuse, sexual harassment, and sexual violence. In response to patriarchy within the anarchist movement, anarcho-feminists have advocated the formation of women's-only groups and insisted that prefiguration requires transforming interpersonal dynamics and interactions rather than only organizational structures and methods of collective decision-making. This has included arguing that anarchists must develop effective responses to intimate partner violence within social movements. Proponents of Black anarchism argue that Black people have been excluded from the benefits of citizenship and subject to specific forms of white supremacist state violence. This has resulted in numerous examples of Black people self-organizing independently of the state in order to survive. Emancipation cannot be achieved through the incorporation of Black people into white supremacist states or the creation of new Black states. They reject authoritarian modes of organization and suggest that the centralization and hierarchy of the Black Panther Party played an important role in its demise and failure to achieve fundamental social change. Black liberation can only be achieved through the formation of horizontal social movements that bring all workers of color together in order to engage in direct action and self-direct their struggle, rather than be subordinate to the leadership of white radicals. Both anarcho-feminism and Black anarchism are part of a more general tendency within modern anarchism that draws upon Black feminism to emphasize the manner in which all structures of oppression form an interlocking web in which each component is defined in terms of its relationship to every other component. Different structures of oppression interact with, shape, and support one another to such an extent that they mutually constitute one another. The relations between structures of oppression are part of what each structure is. A Black working-class lesbian, for example, does not experience patriarchal plus racist plus homophobic plus economic plus state oppression, whereby each form of oppression is separate and independent. She instead experiences the product of these 5 structures interacting with one another to create life experiences that cannot be reduced to a single primary oppressive structure, or the sum total of multiple oppressive structures. Society is not a Venn diagram where Black men experience racism, women experience sexism, and Black women experience both. Black women experience not only racism and sexism, but also forms of oppression that are unique to them as Black women and are not shared by Black men or white women. This is because the interconnections between structures of oppression, such as racism and patriarchy, create outcomes that are greater than the sum of their parts. The abolition of capitalism and the state will not by itself lead to the abolition of patriarchy, racism, queerphobia, ableism, and so on. Even if we accept the premise that these structures of oppression arose, or at least massively expanded, due to the development of class society in general, or capitalism in particular, it is still the case that these social structures have become self-reproducing and will not automatically disappear due to the establishment of socialism. They will instead continue to exist, but be mediated through new economic and political relations. The creation of stateless socialism would, for example, end elements of patriarchy that require the existence of capitalism in the state, such as sexist corporate advertising and anti-abortion laws. But other aspects of patriarchy would continue to exist, like people of all genders being socialized into patriarchal gender roles or men sexually harassing women in public. This would result in the fusion of patriarchal and socialist relations, such as, possibly, collective decisions being made in general assemblies where men treat women as their intellectual inferiors. We cannot focus exclusively on class and wait until after the revolution, which may never come or be defeated, to address other issues. We must instead struggle against all forms of oppression simultaneously. The self-emancipation of the working classes can only be achieved through intersectional class struggle. Although historical anarchist theory needs to be updated, it should not be abandoned or discarded. It contains numerous insights that can guide us in the modern world. The oppression we witness on a daily basis is not an inevitable nor an unchangeable aspect of human life. It is instead the product of hierarchical social structures that divide humanity into masters and subjects. These social structures are made by human beings, and so can be unmade and replaced with new and better ways of living together. Authoritarians imagine that emancipation can be achieved if good people with the correct ideas take control of the reins of power. Anarchists realize that this has never happened and will never happen. Regardless of people's good intentions or the stories they tell themselves, they will be corrupted by their position at the top of a hierarchy and become primarily concerned with exercising and expanding their power over others in order to serve their own interests. If human beings are not inherently good, then no person is good enough to be a ruler. Cold War propaganda taught us that our only choice is between really existing capitalism or really existing state socialism. We are asked to pick between rule by a minority of elected politicians who serve the interests of capital or rule by a one-party dictatorship led by a supreme leader, the impersonal domination of market forces, or the top-down bureaucracy of state central planning, the prison industrial complex or the gulag, surveillance and repression by the FBI or the NKVD. The history of socialism reveals that a large segment of the workers' movement developed a third way, anarchist socialism, and the establishment of federations of workplace and community assemblies that enable people to self-manage their own lives. This is not to say that creating anarchist socialism will be easy. The history of the workers' movement shows how hard it is to change the world. Any struggle for emancipation will face the overwhelming violence of the ruling classes, and we must prepare ourselves for this. The modern state is better armed and has developed superior forms of surveillance, crowd control, and counterinsurgency than its historical predecessors. When reading about the history of social movements, it is easy to focus on large-scale acts of revolt that can appear to have come out of nowhere. This book has itself mentioned numerous strikes, riots, insurrections, and revolutions. Learning about these events is an important part of labor history, but to focus exclusively on them leads to a distorted view of the past and how social change happens. Members of historical socialist movements did not spend the majority of their time participating in huge actions that rapidly transformed society and the future course of history. The bulk of their lives as revolutionaries were spent doing much more mundane activities. They produced, distributed, and read radical literature, organized and attended picnics, performed in a theater club, watched a public debate, discussed politics with friends, family, and colleagues, attended an endless series of meetings for their affinity group or trade union, wrote and received a vast amount of letters, and so on. These small, mundane activities can appear to be of little importance when viewed in isolation. Yet when they were repeated day after day, week after week, month after month, and year after year by groups of people, they took on greater significance. These small activities produced and reproduced the social relations, capacities, drives, and consciousness that were the foundation of social movements. Without these seemingly insignificant acts, repeated over and over again, the large, exciting moments of rebellion and revolution never would have occurred in most instances, or would have occurred on a much smaller scale. Unfortunately, time is not on our side. Capitalism's insatiable drive for profit and economic growth is destroying the environment. The climate crisis is not merely coming, it has already begun. Things are only going to get worse. Billionaires and politicians are not going to save us. We have to save ourselves. The actions we take now determine the future we and future generations face. Our only choice is collective struggle. We have to generate a social force that can dismantle the fossil fuels industry, and in so doing, achieve survival pending revolution. In response to these dire circumstances, a large number of people have put their hopes in the election of socialist politicians into parliaments and congresses. Historical anarchist theory informs us why this strategy is mistaken. Even if socialists manage to win an election, which frequently does not happen, they will be compelled by the threat of capital flight and their institutionalized role as managers of the capitalist economy to implement policies that serve the interests of the very corporations driving climate change forward. Socialist politicians will not transform the state. The state will transform them. We have to instead develop the power of workers to engage in direct action outside of and against the state, disrupt the smooth functioning of the economy, and in so doing, impose external pressure onto the ruling classes to give in to our demands. Even if the specifics of historical insurrectionist anarchism, mass anarchism, syndicalist anarchism, and organizational dualism are deemed to be no longer appropriate strategies within modern society, the core insight of historical anarchist strategy would remain. Anarchist ends can only be achieved through anarchist means. Our task remains that of anarchists in the 19th and early 20th centuries, to develop forms of practice that can simultaneously resist and ultimately overthrow the ruling classes, and render us fit to establish a society with neither masters nor subjects. Tomorrow can only grow out of today, and the march toward anarchy begins now. This concludes Means and Ends by Zoe Baker, narrated by Keith Sarabica. Copyright 2023 by Zoe Baker. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with AK Press Incorporated and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.